dancing in that line, past that we could never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in that line, future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry, it was bone dry.
Into the night, city lights are dancing, slowly falling apart. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak.
So, you made it to Main Stage Grand Finals. To both of the teams that have made it this far, congrats. You've done it. But the real question that I have on my own mind as well as everybody else is, do you have what it takes to be Main Stage champion? Both of you guys only have one roadblock in the way, and that is just each other. And the real question is, who will come out on top? Will it be the Alabama Crimson Tide that roll their way through the competition, or will it be the Auburn Tigers that claw their way up to the top of the mountain? With just a few short seconds remaining before we get kicked off, I'm super excited to see what comes out of this. Welcome to the Main Stage.
Main Stage, hosted here at the E-Plex in Birmingham. Today we have 3 games that are all going to be Iron Bowls in Valorant, League of Legends, and Rocket League. This is an invitational that we've been hosting for the last couple months of all Alabama collegiate esports programs, and tonight is the grand finals. We will now introduce Auburn's Valorant team, if they will walk on the stage now. And now, if we can have Alabama's team join us here on the stage. And while they're coming up, I want to bring your attention, Mr. Cameraman, if you'll come here a little closer. I want to show you these amazing trophies that we have here today. Here, I'll bring it to you. Here's one of our amazing trophies that we will be handing out tonight to the winner. Each game in Valorant League will be a best of 5, while Rocket League will be a best of 7. Casters, are we ready?
Born ready, baby.
Yes, sir. I'm getting a good ready. So here we go to Dallas and Jaden for the match analysts.
Well, Chief, it's been a long ride to get here so far. We've had ourselves a lot of weeks leading up to this. We're now finally here in person, able not only in the facility but also in E-Plex instead of Birmingham. And I mean, as we sit there, get ourselves in the likes of Auburn and Alabama, it's an outstanding matchup. We sat there. We know the number 1 seed, number 2 seed. Auburn and Alabama have literally run the entire circuit thus far when it comes around. I mean, every single team they face. I'm not going to say they rolled them, but I mean, they made some fun out of it. I'll admit that much. But I mean, overall, man, I'm just excited to see what they got and exactly what we're going to see out of them today more specifically, because obviously grand finals, we got trophies on the line, and we got a lot more on the line here as well, because obviously being the first annual, it's going to be a repeating yearly thing. And they want to make sure, just in case they're not washed next year, they can go and get a trophy in the meantime.
Like you were talking about through this competition throughout these entire weeks of just going through the regular season and then getting into the playoffs. I went back and looked at the statistics, Dallas. Neither one of these teams have dropped a single map.
Wow.
So
yeah, that's I gotta say.
And I mean, like you were saying, I mean, you were talking about how like you I'm gonna be honest, you were kind of giving the other teams a little bit of a little leeway. I'm gonna call it complete and total domination coming out from the side of both Auburn and Alabama,
Yep.
Not just here in Valorant, but in every single game across the board. These two teams have what it takes to be here, and it definitely shows as they all three games have made it here to the main stage. But right now, we're not talking about the other 2 games. We're talking about
Yep.
Valorant.
Yeah, we most definitely are.
And with that in mind, our first map for the game, or for our grand finals of Alabama versus Auburn, is going to be split. Not a very interesting map, or not a very. Excuse me. Sorry, I know that might have been a little controversial. We do not get to see this map quite often.
Yeah.
At least I know, especially throughout Valorant, we normally get to see things like Bind. Bind
Yeah.
was always like second, third pick map all the time. We normally get to see Icebox, which is our second map, but
Yeah.
split. Very good, different chase of pace.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, discussing split and what it has to provide, I mean, it's a much different change of pace, as you mentioned. It's a very different game. I mean, the map is so much more vertical, and it's so much more close quarters compared to other maps. They're so wide open. I mean, you got the likes of Breeze, you got Haven. I mean, everything has a lot of open air to it. You get yourself a breath of fresh air. But, I mean, here, even then, it's not just when it comes around to these 2 teams specifically. We don't see it generally in NA at all. I mean, even then, you can look at VCT statistics for professionals. They hate this map. I mean, they think they can play it, but, I mean, it's always the map that sends them home in international stages. So it's just not a good, real place for them to be sitting at. But, I mean, typically when we look at the stats, we look at the way these games can be played, obviously we know that, I mean, Neon's had relative success when it comes on this map,
Right,
oddly
yeah.
enough. And even then, Sage, always going to be an MVP on here. So I think it just comes down to who can really swallow their pride today, make sure they can play by the game, because even then, when you mentioned the domination from each two teams, Alabama, I don't feel like I've seen a legitimate comp out of them yet. I feel like they've sat there, known they're going to win up these matches. They know they're going to sit there and look good. They're going to play good.
Right.
And they don't really break out their full swing just yet. I mean, we sat there and saw that rematch with them. I think it was South Alabama they faced twice.
Yeah.
And even during then, I feel like I didn't see a real comp out of them. I saw them kind of going ahead, giving leeway, but just letting their gunfire show mostly. But, I mean, now as we go in today, I mean, this is up against Auburn. They know what they're up against. We're seeing a very, very close skill gap in terms of these two. It's no joke. They're going to have to break out full breaks here. They're going to have to make sure to completely rip them out. They're going to have to go full force. We're going to have to see everything they have to provide.
Yeah, no, I mean, I completely agree. And I think Auburn honestly might have a shot. I mean, we're talking about how different and how diverse this map of Split is going to be with these close quarter interactions. And I think that this honestly might be in the favor of Auburn, but only time will tell. And I mean, I've talked right before the match, actually, Slade, their coach, was here. Good to see you. Dalton, coach.
Yeah, we're giving them a little too much credit.
I would say parent figure.
That's right.
But I talked to him and I asked him just about some of their matches, especially throughout this year, and he said that they're actually down 0-2 total this year as a record against Alabama. So third time's a charm possibly here coming in for Auburn. I mean, especially right here on the grand stage where a trophy and prize money are on the line. Third time's a charm. It needs to come in right now.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. I mean, even then, considering looking at, I mean, most of these series that we see in the collegiate scene are best of threes.
Right.
This is going to be a best of 5 today. So long as Auburn can go ahead, I mean, maybe they could give us a story for all we know. Sit there and say, all right, you know what? That's all they get in a day within us. They kind of set a limit for themselves. So, you know what? Well, obviously they're going to beat us 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. It is what it is. But whenever you get yourself around to a point where you're saying, all right, there's 5 maps, maybe it comes down to a stamina thing at that point. Maybe Alabama, they sit there, sure, they're all gas, no brakes, but what's their mileage looking like?
Right.
How long is that going to really sit there and sustain? How long is that momentum going to stay in the game? And even then, considering both these teams have a switch up, because, I mean, knowing that Fracture's going to be in the pool here as well, I know Auburn's had outstanding stats on this map thus far. I mean, they sit there, they know that Neon's literally a necessity when you sit there and look at the way that Wright's developed the map and how it's built like a track for her to run around. And, I mean, looking at Dex and how he likes to play that character, and even then looking at the success he's had in as well. I mean, we sat there and saw one week where Dex was he was out of the game, and I saw somebody else trying to pick up that role. I think it was Schmoovin in the meantime, and I gotta say I wasn't really all that impressed, but it is what it is. Thankfully, he's here today, though, and he can fill those shoes, and possibly we could see at least one of these maps being taken away to see what exactly can unfold for us.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I was just actually about to ask you the question, Dallas, because I mean, as we're waiting for everybody to get into game and as we get the lobby set up, I was wanting to ask, you know, because if you were on the side of Auburn right now, you know, that being down 0-2 right now in total record for this year, in your opinion, based on these 5 players that are in right now, which player do you think is going to have to step up? I mean, I think that you were talking about Dex. I think seeing Dex throughout this entire semester, throughout this entire year, just sitting there playing on that chamber, playing with that tour de force, and just headhunter, just getting headshots, total body shots, just getting the kills on the field that he needs, showing that Chambers should probably be a duelist and not a sentinel. You know, just getting those picks that he needs. I know that Dex can do it, but for the state of Auburn, which one for the players do you think that we need to be watching out for the most?
Well, the thing is, I'm not going to specifically call it a player. If anything, I'm going to sit there and reinforce more likely a specific role, because when it comes down to Split, that is I'm going to go ahead. They've got to make sure to have a good start. Whether or not it even comes down to them losing the map, they have to make it close. They have to know they have a fighting chance here today, and that's really the most important thing. And quite honestly, I don't think it'd be too difficult. It just comes down to whether or not their controller is going to be stepping up today, because obviously on Split, defense is super, super easy. I mean, every single team labels it as the easiest map on defense. That's why so many people hate it, because it is the most one-sided affair in every single map in the game. But when you look at the likes of defense, when you look at offense, we got to turn things around. We've seen a lot of success. It all comes from the controllers. Whether or not you can sit there and get those smokes up towards heaven, whether or not you can get it onto site, whether or not you can create those attention levers to get your team onto site and also have a setup for post-plan as well. So that's why Omen's looking really good right now, because his smokes recharge like every 2 seconds, it feels like. You have yourself Viper, who can, if you're pushing onto A site, even if you're pushing onto B site, no matter where you're going, you create that wall, or even then, because you only get one, a lot of teams like to use it as a bait. They're saying, well, that's their one wall. They're obviously going to push this. A lot of teams like to mess around with mentalities with that kind of ordeal. Say, okay, well, if we put it towards A, let's push up A, get a little bit of noise here. If we have a neon, create that noise there. We can then push off onto the other side, and then they have no idea what's going on. We at least guarantee that post plant. We get those free 300 creds to work with for the next round, and our jobs are looking much better for at least the next couple rounds thereafter.
Yeah, no, No, I mean, I completely agree. I do think that the controller will have a big aspect on it, and this will be a very good side for the controller to come out. As you were talking about how easy this defender side is, Auburn will be on the defending side first off. Alabama will be on that attacking side. And talking about Alabama, their attacker side is one of the most aggressive play styles I've ever seen in watching Valorant collegiately. I wouldn't say professionally, but collegiately all around, one of the most aggressive teams I've ever seen. And they have the gun skill, they have the aim to do it. And I think that that's one of the biggest things that are going to be a challenge for the side of Auburn, because if they go in, if they get the picks that they need, I mean, you see people going in like Great Content, you see Toasty, Gavin, all of these players for the side of Alabama, they all have that aim, they all have the positioning, they all know what their role is on that team, and that allows them to push in so far and so fast, so quick, that sometimes you get in 15 seconds into the round and the bomb's already been planted and you're having to play retake down 3 men.
Exactly. And I think, honestly, that's going to be another thing, because obviously we've seen, and I mentioned it earlier, Sage is an MVP on this map every single time. The kind of utility that woman offers in comparison to any other agent in the game is unrivaled. It's quite simply unrivaled. You get yourself a wall towards mid. That's the biggest thing in Split, because of how easy of a transfer it is from the middle of the map to a transfer of A site and B site. You get full control of the map right off the get-go. You are forcing these defenders to map all the way around back through spawn every single time, and you just can't create that because they never know where the roadblocks may be set.
Right.
And when you consider that Sage can go ahead, block off that wall, and then also if a push comes through in B, you have that slow orb prepared. You're right there at heaven. You can throw it down. You can make sure their push becomes that much more difficult. And the only agent that could really get through that will be a Jet.
Yeah.
And obviously we're probably going to see a Jet, but the crazy thing about it is Split, Jet isn't really, I would say, favored. Raze is the #1 agent in terms of duelists when it comes around to Split. So, I mean, sure, you could blast back over it, but, I mean, it's such a narrow hallway that you have right there in the entry to B that, I mean, it doesn't really create that space for you to get in there easily. Even then with Neon, where you're expecting nothing but speed, a slow orb still does its job. You're still putting your feet on the ground, so you're still essentially done for if you really want to sit there and get yourself on side as aggressive as you mentioned Alabama needs to do. So, I mean, looking at the game, obviously I'm thinking both teams are going to need a Sage here. And even then, I mentioned the controllers. Honestly, call me crazy, we've seen a lot of Astra plays here recently in the international stage. I'm not expecting these guys to be like that, but honestly, if you were an Astra main whenever the game, or whenever she was really, really good at the time, if she's a comfort pick, break her out.
Yeah.
If you have yourself a gravity well, that is going to sit there and create so much space for your team as well. Even then, those stuns, you know these close corners, you know these elbows are going to be covered. You need to make sure you can take those away as well. And honestly, I think Astra will be one of the best agents for that.
I mean, and not even just Astra. I mean, thinking about controllers as a whole. I mean, thinking about the players that we've seen so far, these people playing great content on that Brimstone throughout this entire time. You know, just sitting there, just getting the angles that he's needing. I mean, we saw in those semifinals getting a 3-piece just from people not looking and checking their corners. You need to just be paying attention to where this man is, even though he just may be a controller, even though he may pop his smoke down, throw a molly out there here and there. That doesn't really matter. I mean, that's his utility, but in the end, he just has everything in his kit that he needs in order to just succeed. And because of that, I mean, he just plays the character so well. So Asher, I honestly think it's a good pick. But I do think that if I was a great content and with keeping that Brimstone, I honestly think it's a good pick. Yeah,
and honestly, you mentioned great content, and that's a good point to be made. I feel like his Brimstone doesn't really have too much relativity on this map. I mean, Brimstone, you got to look at these close quarter lineups, as we mentioned, and sure, the Sims would be great to get onto site as quickly as possible. You have the smokes to go ahead, you just point and click, but there's no regen for it. There's no way to really just go ahead and double down on Astra. You can pick up a star for a second, you have that close corner wall, or that Nova, to go ahead and create that line of sight to be blocked off. When it comes around to the gravity well, you have something to do there. Even then, you just have multiple utility out of those single stars. But Brimstone, once you click, you're done. Those smokes are out the gate. You only get 3 around, and that's it. And you typically use 2 of those just to get onto site. And that's why Omen's so good. That's why you see Viper so good, because you can reuse things. And even then, you have that wall, because just as I mentioned earlier, it's not just a single piece of utility. It's not the smoke. It is an entire bait. So, I mean, looking at it, I think, honestly, great content. What I liked a lot more out of this guy here has been his KO. I think his KO has been outstanding over the course of the semester. I mean, I've sat there, we've seen him on the Chamber, we've seen him on the KO and the Brimstone. I got to say, the Chamber, I wasn't extremely impressed, I'll admit. And even then, the Brimstone, I mean, Brimstone on the map, where Brimstone's meta, you're going to see Brimstone go off regardless. He's going to have that impact because of how easy he is to use. But whether or not, we've been talking long enough. We've been rambling on and on and on. And thankfully, these players are finally getting in the lobby, and we're going to have ourselves an agent selection. So we can go ahead and load that up as we see our players going ahead and get ready for it. because we don't have too much of selection yet. Obviously, tensions are high, a lot of nerves to go ahead and be broken down right now. And as we go onto the map of split, we're just waiting for these first selections to come through. And even then, you can already see that Auburn, they're not going to have themselves a coach, but Boosted is going to be filling that role as he's a sub, so he's going to make sure to be here in spirit at least for some extent of this map, because maybe he just doesn't feel too comfortable with that. But already, we see the picks coming out. We see Ray's already being hovered for the side of Alabama. We know it's picked on Poison already. Yeah. She is literally what matters. And honestly, as I mentioned earlier, there it is. Dex on the Astra. Crazy enough. We don't call her meta, but if she's a comfort pick, you break her out.
Yeah, not even just that, but I mean, all the stuff that we're talking about, Rue going to be swapping off of what he normally plays, going to be playing on the Sage. And look, one thing here, too, that we've been harping on throughout this entire time we've been casting is initiators.
Yep.
You take a look at both sides right now. You see that they're both hovering over the Astra. Bubs is already locked into the Astra. Toasty hovering over it right now. That is something that has just been missing from all the rest of the teams in here, and there's been something consistent between both of these, the initiators. And honestly, especially for the side of Alabama being on the attacking side first, Toasty probably going to play very aggressive. Having that dog, having the bird flash that you can throw out there and just get in, get util, just get information as much as you can, because any information that you can get at the very beginning of the round is just very pivotal. And with that, we're going into round 1 on split.
Yeah, I mean, already sitting there looking at these lineups, I'm super excited because obviously when you're looking at Alabama, what you have to provide out of them, Alabama, Gavin has been probably the best smoke player I've seen in the entirety of MANESTAGE. The guy has been an absolute fragger when he plays him, and he plays the lurk role whenever need be. He creates that space towards spawn after the post play comes through to make sure the job is that much more difficult for the retakes. But looking at everything else on the board, the biggest thing I'm concerned about is not exactly the agent, but the character on it. Dex, the duelist player, the guy we know for playing Neon, is on Astra. Yeah. It's not only some kind of a different role. I mean, obviously I sat there and said if it's your comfort pick when she was good. If you switch from controller to duelist, I get it, controller to initiator, something utility-based, that's fine. Yeah. But when you're sitting there saying, I'm our main fragger and I'm stepping back and praying everybody else can do it, I mean, honestly, more power to you because, I mean, even though we're not really expecting too many frags, Astra has been one of the top fraggers when you look at relativity, because if you find an Astra that can frag, you know they can hold themselves down, they can use these stars to create this space for themselves and absolutely just work with what they got.
Yeah, I think the Sage for the side of Auburn might be having some technical difficulties. Ryu looks like he's just continuing to just walk into a wall. But nonetheless, we're getting the round started. Maybe we'll get a pause coming out here and there if that is the case. But nonetheless, round will get started, and it looks like a little bit more of a default push coming in from the side of Alabama. They're going to be holding a little bit more toward this mid side, kind of pushing in. Gavin here sitting at B main, kind of pushing in, but we do see that Astra smoke will come down. And like you said, those smokes can just come from anywhere on the map. Astra anywhere on the map just allows her to just put these smokes down, and overall just really good use.
I think we are finding ourselves in a little bit of a timeout, as you can see that number 5 over there, that old Sage, is still going to be held down, running towards that wall, as we do know that all the presence is going on towards this B site. So we're probably looking like we're we're going to have a restart is what I'm looking for the lobby right now. We have a little bit of technical difficulties. So as much as you heard us ramble, even then, honestly, that gives us a little bit more time to discuss these agent selections. I think I'm completely okay with that because it was a monitor outage. That's what it was. So I'm not really sure. I get it. You know, your monitor's out. You just press one key, just praying you can have some relativity. I get it. No problem. But, I mean, all things being said and done, though, we can look at the rosters. The Sage has been brought out.
Yeah.
Dex is going to be on that Astra, which is extremely interesting to me. And then you also got to sit there and look at what else could be provided. I mean, even then, look at the trades that were put onto the table. I mean, even then with that restart, just for this round that we're looking at, I mean, all these players are trading themselves equally.
Yeah.
We have the 2 Sages being the last one standing, and that's only because Rue's really out of the game right now. But, I mean, looking at what they got going on, you sit there and mentioned the Sky. That's going to be another big thing here. And even then, I think another big thing is going to be these Sentinels as well, because we're seeing the double Sentinel run-up here from Alabama. And
yeah.
I got to say, I love it. You have yourself a Sage, you have a Chamber, and Chamber is just outstanding on this map. You get yourself a trademark towards the middle. You can literally, as a Chamber, just say, forget about it.
Yeah.
Just throw down a trademark. You have that there, and even then, it's not like something like a Cypher Tripwire where you can maneuver around it, kind of joke your way through it and things like such. Chamber, that thing is going to lock you down. If you are anywhere within that radius, and knowing how small split is, knowing how narrow those lineups are, you are going to get detected. And even if you don't go ahead and get slowed, you're at least going to have to destroy that. Otherwise, it will slow you. And that will also give the call out for the team to make that response.
Yeah, I mean, talking about these whole picks and stuff like that, especially with the chamber, I do think that the chamber is a good option. Double Sentinel on this map is something that is very frequently played, something that is very well played. Matter of fact, and I mean, we've talked about it before. Chamber, honestly, half duelist, half Sentinel, mainly duelist, whatever.
Sentinel.
I mean, Sentinel. Yes, I like that actually.
Pseudo Sentinel.
That kind of fits a little bit.
Maybe.
You might want to copyright trademark that
Yeah,
one real
I'll
quick.
consider it.
But nonetheless, I mean, I do think that double Sentinel composition coming out will work in their favor, but I think that this honestly might not be that much of an effect whenever they get onto that attacking side. I mean, double Sentinels as a whole are mainly for that defensive side push. I mean, the Sage wall sitting there in mid, or you can block off any single site with just a single wall, excuse me. I mean, that's so much power, but what can you do with that on the attack? I mean, you can possibly get the wall up for a res, probably try to make a single lane, try to find something in that, but besides that, there's not a lot you can really do.
Yeah, but honestly, that's kind of you're on the right path there for a second, I got to say. But, I mean, already, the wall, you got to consider that is an extremely powerful tool. I mean, not only creating these lanes, as you mentioned, right there towards B main, you also consider you not only have yourself a Sage, but you got the chamber as well. We were talking about fake outs. We were talking about getting from one side to the other, using that neon to quickly make a rotate from one side of the map to the other. Chamberbutt does that same thing.
Yeah.
He places a rendezvous towards one of these sites. He places it towards where the team maybe wants to go. He can say, you know what? If we're not feeling this, I'll go ahead and clear things out. I'll sit there, alleviate the attention. I'll push onto a site, throw a rendezvous around a corner, and if things aren't looking too good here, I'll at least grab myself maybe 1 or 2 kills in the meantime, ideally, and then say, all right, well, they're going to have to rotate off this. They are scared now. They are peeing their pants. They're going to be running onto site. I just snap my fingers. I'm back with my team on A site. We're going ahead and planting down right now. Or even then, I'm playing towards middle because that's really how the range lines up.
Yeah.
And you're saying, well, I'm good there as well. I can go ahead and create these roadblocks. Now I'm right here towards the middle of the map. They're probably playing towards heaven. All I have to do is break out my knife, throw down a couple trademarks here and there, give ourselves that roadblock, just buy more time onto the board, and we have ourselves an easy round on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, and also talking, kind of going off topic a little bit, that Raze pick coming out, I mean, you were talking about that in the beginning coming in from the side of Auburn.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping that it works for them on this side. I mean, this is very close quarters. I mean, the showstopper ultimate just in of itself is really, really big, especially if you can get 1 or 2. Even just a single pick off the board is something that you can get, but having the possibility of having 2, 3, maybe even 4, a whole team, for God's sake, just in a single ultimate from showstopper is just really, really huge. But talking for a little bit too long as we're finally, as the remake is going on, finally able to get into this next map as we go on ahead and look at this agent selection again.
Yeah, and even then we can go ahead and look at, we sat there mentioned the double Sentinels. We can go ahead and at least just give a little bit of attention to the likes of Auburn who's running this double controller. That's the thing I'm excited to see because this isn't something we see NA do a lot. I mean, sure, we get it. We have the whole joke to where NA, we're the dumb ones. We're just the aggressive ones who sit there and like to hit our shots, and we most definitely can. I mean, both these teams can most definitely do that. It all comes down to who can really use their brain more so in this environment. And we sat there and mentioned that obviously Slay being a team manager, not really much of a coach, I better see some brains being whipped out today by that man specifically because if you're going to be running double controller, it all comes down to lineups. It comes down to setups. It comes down to smokes aren't like a wall. Smokes aren't like a Viper wall. What they are is they stay up for maybe about 30 seconds, then they're gone. That's all it comes down to. You have to know not only how to make the most of that. I mean, either find yourself with the Astra, use 2 of those stars to get onto site, followed up for the post plant, make sure you have yourself one for maybe a concuss and a gravity well or another smoke or whatever need be, and then you have your Viper there to back things up because I think we're going to see that Viper wall as the entry. We're going to see Dex playing more of a backhand role, looking for frags more than anything else, kind of playing some of that surprise wild card. And then once you get around to the other side and you say, okay, now we can play on the site. Now we can sit there and pace for this post plant. That's where Dex is saying, look, I have all the crowd control in the world. I can make sure I can keep these guys busy.
Yeah, I mean, and as we were talking about just how powerful that Sage wall is, just completely halting that B side right there. Or just holding that A side, excuse me, just that wall right there, you're going to have to shoot it off, just make some noise. They're going to know that you're there. This is the amount of utility, the amount of information that the side of Auburn needs. And, I mean, playing a little slow here, holding a little bit more toward a mid side. We do see that the initiation will be coming in from the sky and just kind of playing a little bit here and there, playing really slow. This is something very different from the side of Alabama that we've never seen, playing a lot more slow, kind of seeing the rotate coming out a little bit toward A side now, all 5 of them pushing in a little bit more, and I don't think Auburn Auburn sees that this rotate's coming toward A side.
Well, Cy better be ready for it because he's already going to be running into Rue up here in the top. We may see a first blood come down here soon, and you can already see the swing come out. Cy is going to look for the shot, so can't necessarily find it. But guy's got 4 more players to back him up, so it's no big deal. You got to sit there and look towards heaven whether or not Dex can really find these shots. He does go ahead and find himself one, but then gets a good trade as well, so it's in a 4v3. And as we still don't see a spike down just yet, Alabama's definitely going to make sure they can grab it because sitting in a situation like this, you know that Auburn doesn't really have too much to work with, but thankfully they still have the Rays alive and well. And this is where Ray starts to excel. You have these paint cans. You can get that damage down. Bubs is able to go ahead and pick off one of these players, which is outstanding, but can't really grab another. So that's going to be the first round going to the side of Alabama. That pistol round plus the next one will probably go into their favor, but it all comes down to whether or not what we saw off that round, we didn't really see too much because classic round, I want to say at least a good rule of thumb in my opinion is the first 4 rounds. That's where you start to get a feel for these teams because you sit there, you see their natural setups. Then also on round 3, you get to see how they play with rifles. Then on round 4, you get to see how the other team plays with rifles. I mean, it's just generally the best rule of thumb to see you can get the most broad spectrum to see how they play the game. But already a big setup and a lot of, I would say, influence towards mid out of that Viper wall. I love this. I'm going to be quite honest. I have never seen this, and I love every single second of it because it has just as much impact as a Sage wall because it just scares them off. But even then, you still have that control. You allow Sage to completely block off these lines towards B, towards A, and they just can't play the game. But great content. He's playing the game right now, and so is in his double kill. And Toasty to go ahead and capitalize on Cy's kill right there is going to make it a flawless. And we expected Alabama to win that round. We're not really too stressed out or freaking out about it, but this is the round that really shows what these teams are made of. This shows whether or not Alabama really has that bigger skill difference on the table to show that whether or not they can sit there, work with these Spectres, find themselves not only just kills, but guns to pick up and really put a dent in Auburn for this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think Auburn on that last play, I mean, I don't know if it was just kind of like going ahead and send this into the 3rd round or something, but I think they might have didn't realize they were on the defending side, all 5 of them pushing straight in toward mid, and because of that, it's a flawless round going in for the side of Alabama. But like you said, Auburn now is going to have some rifles. Alabama is going to just stick strictly to nothing but those Spectres. I mean, if you didn't lose any money last round, why would you spend it this round, you know? So, I mean, and just like that, we see a little bit more of a push coming in. One going off toward the A side, but the majority of Bama sitting over toward B. Looks like Bubs right there getting a 2-piece, but Zen right there getting the trade off onto Bubs. A really good 2-piece coming out from Bubs, just halting it entirely as you see Zen grabbing this ult orb, and it looks like Alabama is going to have to push back.
Yeah, I like the flush out there, and even then my biggest concern there was the fact that Toasty wasn't on site. You had Cy on your team. You had that chamber. He can play for mid, then automatically snap onto site to play with the rest of his team, but instead, you had your initiator, your flashes, your stuns, all of that crowd control moving to another side of the map. So, I mean, Alabama really just robbing themselves of resources right now. But speaking of resources robbed, there's not really too much just yet in the hands of Alabama. They kill one of these players off. They went ahead, picked off that Sky back there towards the B side, but they can't pick that gun up. That's not a rifle in their hands. That's typically what you're looking for is these Spectres to get close, find a kill, pick up a gun, then make sure your line of sight and your range becomes that much more open. So we can already see Dex getting in a really sticky situation, but it doesn't matter. He finds himself that shot and makes it now 2v4 situation as we still see Alabama looking to try push onto this B side. But as they move back towards spawn, this is a move I really enjoy. They get the double swing even then, but it's not going to matter because Dex still staying alive and well, only had 20 health, and he managed at least one more kill. This is where Gavin, as I mentioned, you got to pick up these guns. You have to make yourself relevant in these fights. He knows he can't get the spike down now. He knows he has it, but he's got to fight for site control, and he can take down at least one player in the meantime. So, making it for the majority of the teams to stay alive when it comes around to having those guns still in hand is now a minority purely off that one shot. So instead of a 3v5, which seems pretty doable, for in terms of rifles, it's only a 2v5 this time, which doesn't sound nearly as good.
Yeah, I mean, it may have been a round loss for the side of Alabama, but definitely economy-wise, they definitely had the upper hand with that. Getting 3 off the board, meaning 3 rifles, and leaving the rest of the side of Auburn completely broke. We do see that they will be able to pull out some Guardian and Bulldog coming in from Smooth and Dex, kind of just because of that low utility. We will see the Phantom coming in from Bub, so will I be able to still buy some rifles here and there, but now Alabama's going to be able to play with these rifles as well.
Yeah, and even in there, we got the showstopper already coming out here from Alabama, looking to get very aggressive, but Dex finds a gorgeous kill right there through the smoke, knowing exactly where these players are within his Nova to go ahead and get that Guardian kill, and that's going to be huge. As you can sit there and have a player on the flank to possibly pick that thing up. It all comes down to Poison, who's going to hold things out as well. Able to grab one now, sitting in a 5v3 situation with Auburn being having the upper hand right now. You know that Cy's in a pretty sticky predicament. He has that rendezvous there, so he can get out anytime he wants to. Problem is, there it comes. You had the flash, you don't know where you're shooting, and the last thing you want to do is go ahead and get picked off when you know you had the round retaliation. But there it is. The spike's going to be down. You know if you have the stance, it all comes down to whether you can shut down Cy. This man's strafing back and forth. He's looking to go ahead and and get the spike control, and he definitely has it, as they already had themselves a lot more momentum towards that heaven area, and they've also picked it up because Gavin has that spike in hand. But we don't see a cross setup. Instead, we see a 1-1 swing, but it doesn't matter. Bub still finds that kill. A 3v1 situation inside. Looking to go ahead and get himself on the site with only 45 health remaining. He already has a vandalism, and he picked that up, but he keeps finding the kill in the meantime. One shot is all it takes to close the man out. Buzz for a 3K, and we can go ahead and see this at a tie game.
I mean, yeah, you talked about those first 4 rounds really showing a lot, and Auburn really coming out and showing. And one person in particular, the one that you were questioning the most, Dex on this Astra, really able to just get out there and get those picks, being 4-4 right now on the score line. And we're really seeing a lot of good things come out from Dex, seeing a lot of versatility. I mean, we haven't seen the Astra coming out from him yet, and I mean, we're normally used to him on that Neon, on that Chamber that we were talking about before, but I think he's doing a pretty good job on this Astra.
Yeah, and honestly, that's what I said earlier. I mean, so long as you find the right frag, so long as you are a fragger, we've seen Astras almost play like duelists because, I mean, duelists, you got to think about it. They like to set up the site around themselves. They like to put themselves in a good situation, and they try to make the most of it. I mean, you got to look at Reyna. Just go ahead and throw out a blind. You get yourself a dismiss to reposition for it. Jet, you have that tailwind, which is getting completely scrapped in the next update, but well, that's a different topic in itself. Already, I mean, you got to look at Astra almost doing that same thing. Instead of saying, look, I can't move nearly as fast as others and I don't have an easy escape, but what I can do is, if I set myself up correctly, I'm not worried about how I'm escaping. I'm worried about how I'm messing up my opponent. I have gravity wells. I have novas. I have concussions. I have all the tools at my disposal to make sure their job gets that much more difficult. So already going here into this 5th round, we see Rue still having a Phantom alive and well there towards the middle of the map, trying to hold things down. Had that wall up there for a second and slow hard to back it up, but honestly, he's going to be called for reinforcements right now. We've got so many players out there. He can find himself 1 kill, and Poison is there for the backup. I'm going to go ahead and find a kill there towards Mail, but I mean, looking at great content, already finding one of those kills as well. So looking to have yourself a 2v4 situation. I mean, Auburn is obviously favored for this right here because Alabama doesn't have much of a buy. So now they have spike control. It all comes down to whether or not they can shut down Gavin, the resident lurker of the side of Alabama. And there you go. An outstanding shot comes out for the man, goes ahead and picks off Poison. But, I mean, he has 25 seconds remaining. He's looking to go ahead and just kind of create some chaos in the time being. He knows he wants to die eventually, find that money, but he's going to take down as many players as possible with him. And as he's gone ahead and given a little control towards the B side, you see these players are just looking to play around the spike. And this is something I haven't really seen Auburn do too much when it comes around situations like this. They like to go ahead and spread out. They like to go ahead and make their jobs that much more difficult by getting a scout would be the best term for it. But as it stands right now, they stand strong and steady. They have themselves 3 players still standing towards the end of that, and they go into the 6th round. I
mean, yeah, going into the 6th round, and that's 3-round wins straight off the back of those being down 2. I mean, Auburn kind of showing out, getting up a little bit more in this economy, seeing the difference in the money. Neither side really has a lot of money to be working with, but Auburn definitely in that favored side, only holding about 1.5 to 2K really, but that's a lot better than the stat line coming in from Alabama. Yeah. And I want to talk real quick about Poison. Poison right there just being a very pivotal player right there in that 1 round, getting 3 right there, getting a flick onto one of them, if I do say so myself. I saw that Poison was a really good play. It was able to get a lot, and then this jet wall, or this sage wall over and over again in mid. We talked about how powerful it is, just completely halting it. Yep. And Alabama so far have really, really enjoyed this mid push, and because of that, and because of Rue, having that wall alone is just halting them, and having these slows, having over and over and over again, it's just halting the amount of aggression that we normally see coming in from Alabama.
Yeah, and the crazy thing I'm seeing that Auburn hasn't really done too much yet is this sage wall isn't only control. It's not only creating somewhat of a stall. It is creating pressure across the map. You sit there, C-Dex already with the first kill of the round here right now, but, I mean, you put that sage wall up, you hear all those shots. You know that Alabama wants to take that wall down. They want to get rid of it. So what does it take? It takes all 5 players to mow it down. They do that every single time. What does that give you? Intel that everybody is towards mid. You make sure that some of your players towards B. Don't sit there and linger in B. Take control of the map. Push up into B main. Get control there. Yeah. Go ahead, find yourself complete control of the map, choke them up, and then make sure they can't play the game. But even then, great content, can't really play the game. We already see Sai looking to go ahead and get that as well. So a little bit of an exchange, a 4v4 situation, and that's kind of a little bit of a shame. We already see Gavin looking to whip out that Omen TP as the ultimate comes through, and then also we got the Resurrection to come out from great content as well. So Sai is right back in the fray. It's a 5v4 situation. We got to see Auburn on this retake because it looks like Alabama could definitely get this spike down, but instead, 2 kills already come out, 13 seconds left on the clock still. You got plenty of time to get this down. I think we're going to see a retake.
Yeah, I mean, definitely see a retake. We see Spike finally getting planted now. It's just 5 seconds remaining, but it doesn't matter as the Spike is planted, resetting that time. And, I mean, coming in, a lot better than a 4-3 situation. Sitting at a 3-3 now with the retake is definitely possible, especially if they know where they are. But Poison just pushing it a little bit too far, getting picked off by Zen. Zen picking up another one on a Smooth to end the round, and Gavin with the cleanup right there under the sky. And Alabama, that was a very pivotal round for them, and I don't know if you noticed, but they popped 3 ultimates that round. They popped the Ultimate TP, they popped the Sage Res, and they popped Sky Ultimate.
Yep.
So, I mean, we saw the Initiator. We talked about how powerful the Initiator is. We saw that Ultimate come into play. They knew that they were down a man. After that, they popped the Ultimate, got to pick on Naru on top mid, and because of that, they were able to push in, know the information on where they were, and because of that, they were able to get the plant down, and Auburn played a little bit too aggressive, even though they had some time left on the clock.
Yeah, and I think the ultimates were well invested. I mean, all things considered, you only had 2 players still surviving there towards the end, but you still have yourself some of a backup buy and some money onto the board for the side of Alabama thus far. But you got to sit there and consider what Auburn has set up for them right now. They have themselves a retaliation round here in the get-go. They just have to, once again, as we mentioned earlier, have some of these setups to make sure to just make the job that much harder. This is where we see the impact for Chamber come in. This is what we could have seen. I mean, Sai, going to be on that defensive end, could have been able to make a play like this, grab that Torty force, make absolute work of these players, and find themselves some free kills with it. But, I mean, we don't see any of those free resources here for Auburn. We see the showstopper. That's the only ultimate that can really kill somebody here on this side.
Yeah.
I mean, we got the Sage Resurrection available, but I don't see Auburn getting into a situation where they could say, all right, we get this res up, we pick up a gun, and then we make ourselves a much more doable situation in our hands. I don't think they have that luxury right now. As you can see, all the Alabama players are looking to push up right through the middle of the map. You can see the stance coming out. Dex just doesn't have enough time to really pop the util while getting the star down as well. So Boo's going to push up as a little bit of a second retreat, but it's not going to really get too much. Alabama is expected to win this, not this map, but at least this round thus far. But Bub's can at least manage one, and as you see the approach coming on the B side, there's a second one on the board now, an outstanding shot out of Bub.
Oh,
a third one on top of it. This man is making this round entirely doable, but instead he gets to reload at just a little bit of an inconvenient time. Shmoon is looking for somewhat of an exchange. It's a 1v1 situation. A round we thought was completely improbable. It's now looking so much better as Rook can go ahead and get that resurrection. That is going to be a rifle picked up for both of them. A Bucky also on the hands, but Toasty getting a little bit aggressive, looking to get the spike down. He only has 6 seconds, and Rue has a Bucky in hand. This is actually ideal, but instead he picks up the Reaver Vandal, wants to go ahead and find a little exchange, and gives the intel to saying where the man is. Can't find the shots. There's Toasty with the 4K. And a little bit of a clutch for a round that we expected Alabama to take by a mile.
I mean, yeah, and just like that, in a split second, it went from the side of Auburn. It went from the side of favor of Alabama. It's just straight over to the side of Auburn. And I mean, just Bubs right there, just making it look completely easy.
Yep.
Just getting 1, 2, 3, just like that, popping that Sky Ultimate, trying to get some more information out, but wasn't able to get that 4th pick in the end. And speaking of 4Ks, 4K coming out right there from Toasty.
Yeah, and Toasty, honestly, the fact that man had to step up in a round like that, no one Alabama had provided to him. We already saw, I mean, sure, Auburn, they sat there, burnt the resurrection, but good God if they didn't make Alabama's job hard in that last round, considering they had full rifles against the likes of full sheriffs. I mean, that was just really good. Honestly, a round like that, even though you lose it, you know you had the exchange this time. You know you have something to deal with. Thing is, Alabama still has 3 ultimates to work with. As you mentioned, Toasty with that 4K. That's more the majority of his ultimates still just being given right back to him. So he's already going to go ahead and pop those, so you know if I'm going to get some more kills and get some more ticks on the board as well. Doesn't even matter. Problem is, all of them just run right into Poison's grasp, able to go ahead and get shut down, and you know a player's right there towards heaven anyways. And Zen's going to be stalled here for a little bit. Showstopper to come out, literally getting no effect. This is a great stall here from Auburn. Problem is, it's too much of a stall towards the B side while these players are moving towards A, but there we go. I mentioned it earlier. Dex having to be one of those fraggers, whipping out the operator, but not getting the influence with it that he needed. So maybe another player can go ahead and pick that up, but in the meantime, Toast's going to grab one more here for the round.
Yeah, I mean, Toasty right there just having another one added to his name, and Dex with that operator, we saw a little bit of it coming in, getting 1 pick, but wasn't able to get anything else as the trade was able to come in. And it looks like Alabama going to be rotating from this A side over to this B side. They have the util, they know exactly where this Auburn side is, and they know that the side of A or this B side is a completely free take, and now leaving Auburn on this defensive side into more of a retake. 3 to 4 right now, not just the stat line, but also this round as a whole. 3 for the side of Auburn, 4 for the side of Alabama. Kind of looking a little grim for the side of Auburn, but better not speak too soon, as we've seen it come in split second before, just into an opposite side. And like that again, Bubs making it a 3v3. The same person from that last round that completely turned it around is alive right now and is possibly able to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, Bub, sure, we see somewhat of an advantage here, but, I mean, it doesn't even matter. When you got Sai right there towards having grabbing a double kill, it makes your job almost nearly impossible. Even then with the 3K, makes it that much more difficult when you close out the round with it as well. So this is Alabama going ahead and creating the biggest round differential that we've seen thus far in the rifle rounds, sitting at 2. I mean, sure, it's a very small number. We can't really be super impressed or anything, but, I mean, considering, look at how these two teams have really faced off thus far. It's been a lot closer than we expected. Even then, Alabama is giving us a run for our money being on the attacking side when we sit there and know that the attacking side isn't really favored. And honestly, I have to give props to it over on side. Picking that chamber, able to make those quick exchanges on the site. Say, look, I can create attention here. I switch things up. Literally, as I mentioned, the man is doing exactly that. Wants to push up, create that attention. Get that cut off, see great content, see if he can find a kill, and then say, all right, well, now they're going to be a little bit scared, but the rest of the team doesn't even care, honestly. They're pushing right up middle. They're trying to find themselves a kill. They're just playing off the Viper wall, and even then you see Alabama trying to retreat. But, I mean, Auburn just creating a setup, just creating somewhat of a massive border control right now. But Side, thankfully, stepping in, going ahead and picking off through. A huge exchange there through the middle. The only one to find a kill in the meantime is Dex, and that's going to be all for the round here. So Alabama finding a 6 in a very dominant fashion, but when you got nothing but Sheriffs going up against you, unless somebody goes off like Bubs in that last one, you can't really expect too much out of it.
Yeah, Auburn again, all 5 just pushing in through that mid side. 0-2 now for it. I don't know if that should be something you go for again. You only have about 3 rounds left in this half for you to be able to do anything. I don't know exactly how the money situation is looking in for both of these teams. Looking at it now, not a lot of money coming in for the side of Auburn. The side of Alabama, you do see a lot more of that economy building up and building up. For the side of Auburn, that definitely needs to be something you pay attention to, because this is kind of a make it or break it. Because if you don't get this round win, that's a possible another 2 or 3 round win for the rest of this half could be going in for the side of Alabama if you just can't get this round win with these weapons.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, bigger consideration right now is you got to sit there and look at Dex on that operator. We've already seen it come out once, but I mean, you got to sit there and really harp down on that, knowing that he's the one who's going to have the full force of players right now, knowing that Side's there towards the back, knowing that Zen, that duelist, if he can pick off either one of these, there it goes. But he hits there, gets some definite damage on the side there, and Poison with a great follow-up there to get 2 kills with the paint can. An outstanding job, at least get that damage down, find the follow-up, and get yourself 2 free kills. But, I mean, knowing that you didn't even have to peek off that was purely just Dex finding that shot, creating a catalyst for that moment, and then following up on it with the rest of his team. So now, already off the get-go, we're only about 10 seconds into this round, or at least into the push that we've seen out of Alabama thus far, and it's looking pretty grim already. But Gavin can go ahead and manage a kill, knowing he has a player to go ahead and pick that gun off of, and knowing that Dex is still there towards the back, he has the smokes. He's been playing around that, hoping that one of his teammates can cover that area, get close, and there it is. The pick comes down, a 2v4 situation. We see Alabama still trying to push towards its A site, but they're going to have to retreat eventually because it's just not working out unless Toasty can manage a couple more.
Yeah, Toasty able to find one there on the Dex. Dex losing that operator again. Had a little bit of a one-way, but looked away for just a split second. Was able to get picked. Great content right there, picking up one against Smoovin. 13 seconds remaining, and it's a quick rotate coming in from both teams coming into this B side. 8 seconds remaining. Alabama's going to have to go for this plant here. And if they are able to get the pick off, I don't think they're going to be able to, especially. But one player remaining. They know what the bomb is, and Rube right there with the 2-piece going straight in through those boxes, getting the picks, getting the defuses, Bubs, and making it 4-6 on the stat line. Auburn needed that round win, and they sure did get it.
Oh, they most definitely did. I mean, looking at the scoreline thus far, I mean, we see the biggest deficit in the game thus far, sitting at 3 rounds and now make it 2. And sure, you only have 2 players survive, but I mean, for Auburn to get back into this, to show that they still have some resilience left in them, to know that this game is still doable for themselves. I mean, that's all it comes down to. Even then, getting a timeout afterwards, they're saying, okay, we're looking good, we have promise, but we have to know how to follow that up. We have to know how to find some consistency in this, because we got to make sure this gap gets that much smaller. They now have a guaranteed half. They are sitting at 6 rounds. Alabama, no matter what, have a 6-6 half, and that's worst case situation. They're going to fight for more. Look at how this game's played out thus far. They're going to probably get 7, and that's Auburn's entire timeout is to say, how do we stop that? How do we make sure that doesn't happen? And honestly, that hole in the last round, I would say, would be a pretty good indicator to sit there and show how you can do that. But honestly, it was just creating that pressure, making sure to have that slow, I would say, stall towards the start, knowing that you go ahead and get that first pick. We saw a huge 2K come out of Poison off that paint can, and you're not going to get situations like that very often. Let's be real. That was a very, very ideal situation. You're hoping to just toss that Joker up and find one that was guaranteed already with the damage done by Dex and that operator. But when you get the follow-up, when you know you get that second one to back it up, that's just massive. So going forward, we're going to need to see Auburn do that same kind of deal. Make Alabama scared. Have such powerful weaponry, such massive angles that choke these guys up that where they say, we need to play the game even slower. Even then, we already see the respect from them when they're playing slow already in comparison to what they've done all season.
Yeah, no, and I think one thing, too, that you forgot to mention, too, for the side of Auburn and what they need to figure out is that, yes, they did get that round win. Yes, it was something that they needed, but they also lost 3 people, and one of those people was Dex with that operator only having like a little 100 left remaining of that credit, so not able to really buy a lot, not able to have full team of rifles, and you see Sai here with the Tour de Force just peeking these angles, just kind of going in at it, being an initiator for this side of Alabama, just kind of pushing it a little bit more toward this A side, just holding these angles, thinking someone's there, just playing just as aggressive as possible. You see the raises on both sides will be going in. Showstopper will be going, but it won't be getting picked off as Dex will be there instead to get the pick onto Zen, and 5v4 situation, slowing it down a little bit. Alabama is going to be pushing in a little bit more toward this heaven side over here toward A, kind of getting out on this heaven side, trying to make sure that it's clear, make sure that this high point advantage is something that they have, and like that, great content getting one right there on the Dex, making it a 4v4 situation.
And even then, Dex had a great hold there. He was playing towards side, he was making sure to create that control, and even then getting some tags on the side who had the Tour de Force. I mean, that's surprising enough in itself. You gotta look at Poison right now, though. Already holding that angle. You have the Resurrection for the side of Alabama, which is massive. Already being going ahead and throwing it on the Zen. And you get that wall back there towards side. But all the defenders aren't coming from backside. They're not coming from CT. They're looking to push in right through heaven, but the thing is they have so many obstacles in between them. They are concerned about where Gavin may be. He is just creating time. He's trying to alleviate this space. You can already see him doing a great job of doing that. Not even TPing behind these players, saying, look, let's play it slow. Let me go right back on the site. Let's just get in their heads, make sure they want to take their time, and just give ourselves this extra round. Because, I mean, in a 3v2 situation, you see the sense that Auburn is in. They don't have some kind of a split. They have to work back towards spawn. They have to work back towards CT. They have to breach this site. They can't just go ahead and get right back onto it with the regular retake. So they already do check the right corner. They grab themselves Gavin, but instead, great content and Zen are still alive and want to make that exchange and get a 7th round here on the board for Alabama.
Yeah, no, 7th round indeed. Last round and a half, so none of this money can be going over to the next one, as the next round will be pistol round, and the sides will be swapped up, so we won't be seeing any saves here coming out, but possibly not a lot of rifle buys, as we do see the side of Auburn and the kind of situation that they're in right now. But nevertheless, might as well just go ahead and look forward, able to at least buy 2 Vandals, just going into this, not able to do a whole lot else besides that. Having a Sheriff, having a Bulldog, and having a Marshal compared to 5 rifles is definitely a heavy task, but we've seen it done before. We've seen that 3-piece coming out from the sky, able to just swap it around, not able to get the round in, but they are able to just get those picks that they still need. And I mean, ultimates-wise, they still have 2 up. They have the Astra Wall that is able to be played at any time, as well as the Sage Res if they're able to get onto a potential retake, find a body that's clear and able to get the res off to potentially have another man pushing in. And again, Alabama playing more of a default this time. We do see the initiation coming in from Toasty on the Sky, coming in a little bit more toward this B side. Then you see the opposition of the other Sky coming in with the dog going in on the B. So just playing very passive here, knowing it's that last round, minute remaining on the clock, playing very slow.
Yeah, and honestly, the biggest thing that Auburn's hoping for right now is an overextension of one of these players. You find yourself 1 kill. You get yourself that kill. You get the resurrection. You get that gun into the hands of one of your Auburn players, and you make this game look a heck of a lot more doable because, I mean, 8-4 half, not too shabby, quite honestly. But knowing what we've seen out of Alabama thus far, knowing that they're going to grab themselves 7 rounds already guaranteed on the attacking side, I got to say it's pretty concerning. So, I mean, looking at what else they have to provide, already getting these Seekers out, Auburn's looking to hold on. They're trying to save these ultimates for last-second situations. And Rue is sure as heck the last guy who needs to die, if anything, because he has that resurrection. Yeah. He can completely bring not only a player, but a round back from the grave. So he needs to make sure he's not going to be the first player to die here. So he's going to go ahead, back off. All these players are going to move towards that B site, and the smooth is going to be the first little obstacle they run into. Alabama has played this extremely slow. Quite honestly, if they swing out and just find the kill on the planter, they can go ahead and win this round, but that's not going to be it. Step Bubs coming around on the edge, able to get to 4K here, absolutely running the B side as an extension and making sure to close out this last round of the half here for the side of Auburn, clutching things up. You better thank this man, if anything, if you're Auburn right now. You're saying, okay, our duelist isn't really feeling themselves, but thank God our initiator is.
Yeah, and land pressure surely isn't something in the back of the mind of Bubs right now. Having a 4K right there, being one of the top players, if not the top player for the side of Auburn right now, kind of holding it on and being one of the main reasons why it's a 5-7 stat line right now, and we will see a timeout coming in from the side of Alabama.
We most definitely will, and I mean, I really can't blame them. Thing is, I don't blame it. I think at some point.
They said their microphone wasn't working.
Oh, we could have just done a tech timeout for that. They didn't need to burn their timeout for it. LMAO, even Rue's sitting there agreeing with the man. But, I mean, it doesn't even matter. So if we don't have a mic working, we could at least go ahead and refresh and take a little review of that last map. Looking at how everything really sat there and looked so far and how the game kind of panned out, we got to sit there and consider what we saw in that half. We saw some good plays out of Auburn. We saw some good plays out of Bama. saw, I mean, just an outstanding half overall. We saw, 7-5. But,
Yeah.
I mean, knowing that still, on that attacking side, Alabama still managed 7 rounds.
Yeah.
You got to give credit to these guys for what they just did. It's so darn good. I mean, you have to sit there and give credit to that. So, I mean, considering what they got going forward, looking at what they have to do here in these next couple rounds, Auburn needs to grab themselves these first 2. That's a guaranteed, obviously. I mean, it's going to be pretty stupid for me to say, but, I mean, you got to consider they can grab themselves those 2 rounds tied up and get it right back to a 1-1-1-1 basis. And if Auburn just turns things up like they have here earlier, you get Tosi to go off like he did in that last half as an initiator inside of his element where he's supposed to be playing the aggressor, you're going to sit there and see yourself with the first map.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely going to come out and see which side is going to be a little bit more aggressive, able to get those first picks. I mean, this is a FPS game after all. Able to get those first picks really does mean a lot coming in, especially starting out with the second half underway. Auburn playing a little bit more toward A side. All 5 of them going to be pushing off to this A side, going in a little bit more toward heaven. All 5 looks like they're going to be pushing up, kind of getting in, just playing very aggressive. Alabama in the beginning playing very passive, just trying to get as much intel as possible. Auburn said, if you're not going to give us the intel, we're going to come right for it and just find it ourselves, and just like that, able to get in. But Sai sitting there, getting the pick onto Rue, but Dex sitting there, able to get the trade onto Sai, making it a 4v4 situation. Auburn now swarming onto Sai a little bit, able to get the plant, but great content getting the pick onto Poison. Might make this retake for the side of Alabama a little bit easier.
Yeah, some great kills managed thus far, and even then some better trades to go ahead and warrant these kills. Sitting in a 3v2 situation, Auburn's really stepping things up, and it all comes down to whether we can see these kills come through. And there it is, Alabama not able to really go ahead and create a dominant force of a round by any means, but I mean, it's the classic round. You're not really worried about it. You're sitting on pistols. You know you don't have too much to work with, and we sat there and knew that Auburn didn't really have too much to work with. I mean, we saw the players. We saw how many they had. We saw the trades come through in favor of Alabama there early, and especially in these pistol rounds, that makes these rounds much more difficult. I mean, knowing that Alabama not only won the first round here of the last half, but this half as well. These are 4 free rounds for the board for them, and knowing they can get themselves a 9 off this round, knowing they could still also create all that pressure. If Alabama plays aggressive enough on this defense, they can pick up these guns, these Vandals, these Phantoms that are going to come out in the retaliation round for Auburn and make themselves possibly a 10th on the board and reach that double-digit checkpoint we talk about so much.
Yeah, I mean, very good for them. I mean, we were talking about Auburn needing to get that first round, getting those first 2 rounds on the board. Now that's not the case. Maybe able to get the second round onto the board potentially, but now being down in economy, possibly being down in guns as well, might be that much harder for them, just coming in. We do see 2 Spectres for the side, and Auburn just kind of sitting more toward those pistols. Sitting with classics, kind of full saving here a little bit, not seeing any shields, no utility bot. I think that's a good play coming in from Auburn.
Yeah, just a full save is all it comes down to. You want to make sure you can manage these guns. You want to sit there and kind of just consider what you're doing. Just make sure you have yourself comfortable standing in the long game right now, because there's still plenty of rounds left. You're not concerned about the stance of the game. Alabama has to get 5 rounds on the board to close this thing out, and even then, if you get yourself 7, they get themselves 4, you can go ahead and create yourself an overtime situation. But already, great content getting the first kill here this round right there towards the middle, and that's going to go ahead and call for somewhat of a rotation out of Auburn, and even then a very lackluster one, I'd say. Somewhat of a funnel rather than an actual full team rotate, which I understand Deck's still playing towards the middle. He's naturally going to have that influence in the game anyway, but Gavin stepping things up, able to get himself a 3K, and knowing what this guy's provided, obviously, I'm not going to say this round's over just yet, because Dex is definitely a shooter, but not enough to go ahead and win a 1v5, as we see Alabama here with the flawless for the second round to be expected. And now as we move ourselves into the retaliation round, as I like to label it, we're going to see these rifles come onto the board. We're going to see Auburn break out these guns and really see what they have to throw down onto the table, and really, if we can have the beef, grill it, and eat it too, because that's what it comes down for now. Whether or not we can see Auburn capitalize on having these guns, make sure it's a darn good round, able to go ahead, even with these half armor, that's the biggest concerning factor, because they missed that plant in the last round.
Yeah.
They didn't get those 300 creds. That could have been the difference maker for them to get that full shield, because they know that utility is that much more important.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, 100%. Any type of credit, any type of economy that you can get in this game, for sure, you need to take it. But that 300 not able to be put in their pocket, so not a lot they can do there about it. But having this gun advantage now, having some rifles in their hands, having Alabama just sitting on full Spectres, looking a lot better for the side of Auburn. But you got to remember, they did win this round last time going from this last half. They did have that retaliation round when they bought those rifles, were able to get the win off, but that just allowed Alabama to buy their rifles up, and were just allowed to just get in there and get the picks that they need. Alabama know that they're down guns. They're going to have to play it very slow, all playing just kind of towards sight now, playing those close quarters, which is what you need to do, especially if you have a Spectre against a rifle like a Vandal or a Phantom. So just playing their cards right, able to do what they need to do. And Auburn now making their push a little bit more present as you see them pushing onto this A site, a little bit more of their team in toward mid, and a little bit kind of going in toward heaven.
Yeah, already looking to go ahead and give themselves a little bit of an influence towards this A side, and I gotta say I like that first pick coming out of Bubs. You know that player's gonna get on the site, you know they're gonna make this play, and you know they're gonna do it pretty darn well. And Bubs has also been one of those players that you're hoping that can go ahead and step up because I mean being in this year with prior, it's huge to get yourself on the game. So Poison able to grab a kill right there, but then making the exchange, saying that's now a body down. We have a rifle to work with, boys. Let's see what we can manage out of this. And not only anybody's rifle, it's Bub's rifle. So not only do we know we have a new gun now to play with, we also have a player, one of the most influential ones on the side of Auburn down as well, because we can't really hold things out. But Dex able to go ahead and manage to. This guy's saying, you know what, Bubs may be down, but I can step up still as in my own respect and find some kills on the board. Poison comes up for the swing. The retaliation round has 4 Auburn players still remaining at the end of it and sitting at a 6-9 lineup. So, I mean, making a comeback here, making themselves look pretty good thus far, knowing how many players are still alive. You really have to invest anything in this round whatsoever. I say this is like a tie game right now. You have one player, sure, but Bubs is saying, you know what, screw it. I'll go ahead and force it out. I'll find myself a half shield, see how can we work off of this, knowing that you have that ultimate to work with. You have Dex's Cosmic Divide. You have Poison, 3 kills off from that kind of ordeal. Bubs is 2 ticks and a kill off from getting his Seekers as well. So, honestly, I say you go ahead, find yourself that ultimate. You can work off that, find that influence through the map after you go ahead and break down this wall in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead and go for it. I mean, just sitting at top frag right now, not just for your team, but I believe for the map as a whole right now. If you're fragging, if you're feeling you're on fire right now, might as well go ahead and send for that full buy, like high risk, high reward situation right here. And I do think that he might be able to pull something out of it, but only time will tell about that as we get started here. A little bit slower, a little bit more of a default here coming in. Alabama's still playing very patient, and like you mentioned, Auburn had 4 up for that round. A lot better than what happened last time, as they only had 2 up. That meaning only had 2 rifles, and the rest of them have subs. And now all 5 of them, all 10 people on the field right now do have rifles, so an even playing field coming out, and this is something that Auburn needed in order for them to potentially have a comeback.
Yeah, the biggest thing they really consider is just utility. How much do you have of that? I mean, we saw the force come through. We see that Bubs didn't really have too much to work with, and knowing he forced everything out, but he still has a Trailblazer. He still has a Guiding Light. Another one coming up in 30 seconds here is he invested one early. His Skies most definitely should get that intel because, I mean, Sovas aren't very good on this map. KOs, I mean, they work, but they're not really the most efficient in comparison to Sky. So you get that intel, you get the flash, you get all that, and you get it right back as well. I mean, it's just outstanding. So you go ahead and look at Gavin and how he's going to be having to hold down this A site all by his lunge burst. He's got decided to force it back, but he's already managed himself one, and you see the trade coming up from Bub, so go ahead and pick off that man. Sai is on side. The man's swinging out. He's grabbing himself a double kill, so it makes things definitely very doable for him. Auburn's on side. This plant finally goes down, and the problem is, Rue is the last player standing. All of his teammates got picked off in the meantime. There's nothing he could do there. It's a 3-player advantage there towards the prior end of that round. And honestly, Alabama, it was definitely a little bit of a rough run, as you can tell by the health pool there in the top. But nonetheless, they managed things out. They have 3 rifles to work with, and a majority carrying things over because this is where the econ really starts to really hurt over the course of the game because Auburn doesn't have that streak to work with anymore. They don't have a good look in on what their money could be, and that's why they're taking this time out right now to say, okay, we had ourselves a good round. We didn't have to invest too much. We can buy on this one, but this is all we get, quite honestly. If we have another round switch up, next round, say if we do win this one, it all comes down to how many players are still alive. I mean, look at Dex with 4,900. This guy is balling. You got Rue with 3,800. Honestly, they can make a switch up. Dex could buy 4 Rue. Rue could buy 4 Dex, and they can find themselves those even guns to be working with. But, I mean, Bubs is kind of left on the rear end, and I mean, when you got your top frag, when you got the man going 18 and 12, being top frag in the game, not just of his team, you would have put a rifle in his hands.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Might as well go to – someone might want to go ahead and give up one of those rifles if they're not going to be able to all 5 get them because Bubs is definitely the one that needs to have that rifle in hand. And, I mean, going back to that last round, you did talk about how it was pretty rough, and I wouldn't even really call that last round a retake coming from the side of Alabama. I think it was just an overall skirmish over here on the A side.
That's fair.
And it just kind of put him in a rough situation. Auburn was able to get in, find that pocket. We're able to get the plant down. That's those 300 extra credits that you were talking about that can be very pivotal in certain situations. And 300 creds might not be a lot here and there, but definitely will add up as the time progresses, especially with them being down 4 rounds. 3 rounds remaining for the side of Alabama to win in order for them to take this first map. And 5 seconds remaining until this next round.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, looking at the stance, look at these players, I think I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but I think honestly, Schmoovin, he should have tossed that gun over to the likes of Bumps. Looking at the stance of the game, you're playing a smoke character, Schmoovin, he can play around the platform, play around whatever. But there it is, great content. One already, a second one to back it up with the judge. Looking for a third, and he gets it as well. The judge, it's a problem. It's going to go ahead. It's the judge and it's the jury, and it's going to send you home, or at least to the guillotine if we're looking at ourselves a little bit more of a dominated society already. But instead, Dex can make a trade, at least get one off the board here for Alabama. That's a big problem, knowing that, sure, a 1-for-4 ratio. Alabama says, we'll take those all day.
I mean, with a single judge right there able to pick off 3, that is a huge amount of money left off the board for the side of Auburn. And Toasty and Zen right there picking up the last 2 on the Dex and Bubs to end the round off with 11 now on the stat line for the side of Alabama. Just 2 rounds remaining for them to be able to win this first map. A really good play coming out right there. They heard the Sage Wall being broken. That was the utility that we were talking about earlier before the match even started, about how Sage Wall can be used not just on attack but defense as well. Able to just see that all 5 for the side of Auburn, or however many there was, just pushing in, just mowing this wall down and just sitting there. Perfect timing, perfect place to have a judge, and just like that, having a 3-piece, dropping the bomb and leaving the side of Auburn's attacking side just in the dust.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to right now how we see these rounds pan out, because obviously Alabama, they're closing this game out. I'm not going to say that definitively, but they're obviously in the stages according to the score that, I mean, sitting 11-6. Auburn's going to have to make a comeback. And looking at Zan already grabbing this first pick, Schmoovin makes a nice little exchange there, picks off Gavin. But, I mean, when you see that Auburn is pushing onto this B side, honestly, I see you just pick up the gun and move over towards A. You know that these rotations are coming through. You know the player. You have a minute, 13 seconds. You have all the time in the world. But instead, you just run right into great content. Find yourself 6 feet under. Sai follows up, finds another there. Does get one onto the board, but it's a 1v2. Make it a 1v3 as the ultimate red direction comes out. And great content saying, you know what? What about the classic? What do we have to lose at this point? We have an overwhelming number advantage. We have a round advantage as well. 12-6 is going to be the standing so far for this first map. And Auburn has to play perfect Valorant from this point out. Otherwise, they're going to see themselves at map 2 pretty quick.
Yeah, I know 6 rounds are needed in total, and 6 rounds is all they're going to get if they're going to even think about possibly getting to this overtime. And Ultimate's coming up on the board now. We did know that the Rays for the side of Alabama did have that showstopper on line, not popping it last round. But now, Chamber with that Tour de Force, definitely something you need to watch out for, especially on this defensive side. Just able to just pop it at any time, able to just grab it, just go and do whatever you need to. Playing a little bit more aggressive toward the wall, you do see that they will pick up the ult orb there from great content, or the wall will be destroyed, but will be able to get out safely. Showstopper popped, might be able to get one, not able to get one.
Oh!
Dies to the fall damage poison, very unlucky. You definitely hate to see that, especially in a time like this when you need as every man possible. And just like that, it's all falling apart as Gavin picks off one. Dex is able to get the pick on a Zen, but great content sitting there to get the trade.
Already looking to go ahead. I mean, Auburn's really going to clutch things up. I mentioned Perfect Valor earlier, and Schmibby can go ahead and create somewhat of a start for that. Knowing Sai is still somewhere around sight with that 24 pop. Knowing the Viper's pick comes out, but great content has the exact read on it to find those kills, find a third one to back it up, and close out this first map in favor of Alabama. 13-6 is the lineup. I got to say, compared to that first half that we had, I was expecting a little bit of a closer matchup. But, I mean, knowing how the game really panned out, looking at great content go off, I also like that play that I saw there towards that last round. He said, you know what, I'm going to pick up the ult orb. It's not even for my own sake. I used it last round. I don't need it, really. I just need to make sure that I can pick things up, that I can make sure to say that this resource isn't available for the attacking side. And that's more important in my case. So, already, Alabama looking really good in that first map. My only deal is now that after we go to this break and, you know, get all this settled and, you know, feel better here for a little bit, our second map's going to be Fractured.
Yeah.
That's what I'm excited for, because we sit there and know that the picks and bans are going to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That first map was Alabama's pick. And for Auburn to have themselves a pretty good stance, at least on that first half, I got to say that's a dub at the end of the day. You find yourself somewhat of a relativity in that match. You say, okay, things are looking good. We picked up at least 6 on them. And Alabama obviously know this map, which a lot of teams just typically hate. And the collegiate scene is an entirety. And North America is an entirety. But when you get that switch up and now Auburn's saying, look, this is our map. This is our map, and I can say that for a fact. This is Auburn's map, every single time. They are the only ones to sit there and select this place. They know they're going to break out the neon. I'm literally calling it right now. I'll put my whole family lineage on the fact that Dex is going to be playing that neon, and I'm super excited to see it as well.
It's definitely possible. We could possibly see it coming out. And going back to that last map that you were talking about, I mean, you did say it. We did talk about at the beginning how that defensive side was just so much powerful compared to that offensive side. And I think Alabama just was able to continue that lead from that first half.
Yeah.
And with that, they were just able to continue on. But with that, like you mentioned, that next map being Fracture, Auburn being a little bit more well known for this Fracture. You talked about how everybody hates it. I personally am one of the people that hate this map specifically. And I'm excited to see this. I haven't got to see a lot of gameplay on Fracture competitively, and I'm super excited. But with that, we're going to go to a quick intermission. We'll be back here in about 5 to 6 minutes or so. We're going to have a quick ad break, and we'll be back here momentarily.
3, 2, 1, go.
Sounds great. You here often?
Yes, every day.
Ooh. Spending a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this guy.
Ooh, wait, what's that stuff?
Check it out.
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. Oh, you get to paint, dude. That seems pretty cool. What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love the most.
Oh, wow. That sounds great. I'm gonna have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it on there.
Everything's okay. It's just... Man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice, actually. I think it was... you were in the middle of your turn?
Yes. Let's see. So I was going to play this guy
Oh.
by banishing these two.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? Oh, 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
You good, man?
Yeah, man, I'm good. It's just a dope shirt.
breaks my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you break me, but something about it makes us whole, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold.
good. All right. Now that we're back in the hall. So welcome back, everybody, here to the main stage. We're now moving on to the second map of the series of the best of 5 that we got laid out in front of us for the likes of Auburn and Alabama. We saw Alabama take map 1 on split in a 13-6 fashion. Obviously, a weird map, a weird kind of setup, but Alabama felt comfortable enough in it to pick it and also to run it as well because Auburn obviously wasn't really feeling it too much. Half 1 was pretty comfortable overall. I mean, Auburn was looking pretty good there. I want to say they had themselves a chance. We were expecting a pretty good half there to follow things up in that second, but Alabama just kind of ran away with it. So now that all that's kind of done and dusted, we can just kind of put that behind us because obviously we're hoping the series can elongate a little bit. We can have some exciting news being brought to us because now that we're moving on to the likes of Fracture, we kind of alluded to it before the break. We sat there and saw what it has to provide and talking about Auburn and how they love this map so much. I got to say, man, I love watching these guys on this map. It is outstanding. I even sat there and told you during the break that anytime we see a regular standout map, that typically Alabama will probably take that. But when you look at the likes of maybe Haven, when you look at Fracture, when you look at these maps that have this crazy, wacky, wavy kind of aspect to it that just really twists things up, these Auburn guys are a bunch of memesters, to say plain and simple. They like to have fun. They like to joke around. They're the guys who are – while Alabama's out here just trying to 13-0 teams for the heck of it so they can get in and out as fast as possible, Auburn, they're like, you know what? Let's change some crosshairs. Let's break out a triple air east. Let's do what we got. Why not? Let's go ahead and see if we can just try something. Maybe, go for match point, full ghost round, every kill with a knife, whatever need be. We never know what's going to be brought out from them. But even then, Fracture, that's the great thing about it. You never know what's going to be brought on this map. I think it fits them perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, you have to kind of watch them Fracture just every single where on the map. Just having those grapple, just able to just go behind the enemy lines, just kind of being in 2 separate areas, having to watch 2 different sides is kind of very complicated. And Auburn, just plays that very, very well.
They do.
I mean, we talked about putting that last map in the past. I mean, this is a best 3 of 5.
Yeah.
This is not 2 of 3 like we have been for this entire term so far. This is the one best 3 of 5 that we have. So Auburn, this isn't make it or break it for them. It is kind of a bad situation if they do lose this Fracture map, especially with this being their map pick.
Yeah.
Just going down to a 2-0 deficit. But I think Auburn has a very good shot of potentially taking this Fracture map.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you because, even in the follow-up, we know that map 3 is going to be sent here soon, and that's going to be Alabama's pick. And I like to mention it as a Mona Lisa when it comes around to Valorant maps. It's a very, very static map, not really anything too special about it. But even then, we can sit there and talk all day. We have agent selects to go ahead and negotiate first because those are already being brought out here for the likes of Fracture. And obviously, before even anything happens, man, we obviously know that Dex is going to be here on this Neon pick. So, I mean, I'm not going to talk about it too much because I want to castle curse the guy because it's so much freaking fun to watch. If this man starts bottom fragging, I'm going to cry for him. I just love watching it so much, and even then just Neon in general, I love seeing this map. So overall, we're going to sit there and really see what's going to be provided to us because looking at the stage, looking at these players, look what they got to provide. Psy, right back on that chamber to be expected. Zen on the raise. Not a double duelist like the likes of Auburn because, I mean, I guess for them, aggression's the name of the game.
Yeah.
The biggest thing I'm looking at, though, is that switch up. We saw the double Sentinel come out from Alabama on that map 1. Now, we're not seeing a double Sentinel this time around, but we're seeing the chamber be brought out. So, obviously, Auburn, they're looking to play for frags here just from top to bottom.
I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, talking about Auburn, they're running a double duelist combo. I mean, you put it on before the half, you put it on your whole family lineage that Dexter's going to be picking this Neon.
And thank God I get to have children. Maybe some people aren't happy about that one, but at least I am.
Hey, you take those W's wherever you can, But I mean, yes, Dex on that Neon, we've seen it throughout this entire time. Really good plays coming out from him. And this double duelist comp on this, like you said, playing very, very aggressive. Same initiators coming out from both sides, though. We see a breach coming in for both sides, and we do see some smokes coming in from Brimstone, but they have a double smoke coming in for the side of Alabama as they have the Viper as well, with Gavin playing it.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the teams thus far, Boosted, he's a guy who was sitting there. We saw him in the coach role in that last matchup. We know that, obviously, at Auburn, they have multiple players. They have guys who feel more comfortable on other maps. But even then, we saw Poison. He's sitting there now in the coach role for this time around because he's going to be watching from the sidelines in this one. And even then, I feel like he had a pretty good impact in that last map. I kind of like what he had to provide. But, I mean, Boosted, obviously breaking out the breach, he's essential for this map. If you have a man who's going to feel comfortable on breach, you break that joker out. But already we're breaking ourselves out into the A side for the likes of Auburn, looking to get some aggression here on the side, and there it is. Bub's just rushing right in. We got these stuns from Neon coming right under heaven, and there it is, man. Dex just getting right in your face, not even giving you a chance to reload. It's stuff like this. It's sure it's round one, but I mean I can't help but get excited.
I mean, yeah, and that quick aggression that we were talking about, within split seconds, you see Dex getting in there, getting the pick, but just like that, in a flip of a dime, Zen getting a two-piece right there and just moving in onto Rue, making it a 3v4, making it more likely for the possible retake coming for the side of Alabama. Make that more likely that Toasty gets that headshot kill right there onto Dex, making it 3v2. Make that 4v1, half HP, and great content getting a two-piece as well as the defuse to end the round off.
Yeah, an outstanding start here from Alabama, and that's all they really need because as the game kind of goes along, as we see the diversity of sites really start to shine a little bit more, so that's all it comes down to. Whether or not you can see the diversity, you can see the hits, because I know what Alabama was doing when they were starting on defense. They know that, Auburn, they are going to play aggressive. When they get these guns, when they get the setups, they're not selected for you can look at their composition. They are wanting to play attack. They're not going to excel in defense. It all comes down to the reliance of these guys hitting their shots, moving, going ahead and stepping up as that sentinel, able to hold down these sites, and even then TP from one to the other and hold down not only sites but the entire map at the same time. Yeah. Meanwhile, you got Dex going around on flanks and so forth. But I mean, considering what these players are doing thus far, looking at what they have to do, we have to see some kind of guns robbed out. We have to see Auburn really fight to rob some of these guns out to make not only their round 3 that much easier, because they have to have all those rifles as much as possible when it comes around to that round 4.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good thing coming in from Alabama. We were talking about how confident that Auburn is on this map, and taking map 1 for the side of Alabama is a very big confidence booster, you know? I mean, taking this off, being one of their best maps, if I do say so myself, just really, really good. But, I mean, we've talked about it before, being that full round rule. You know, this one round doesn't dictate the entire game. There's only pistols, there's only submachine guns on the field right now, so very passive play coming in. But, I mean, like I said, there's not a lot to be talked about right now, especially with only one round on the board. A lot of slow play coming in, just checking your corners, just making sure, you know, you don't get picked off where you need to. Schmoovin, very good, just checking your corners. That's something we've kind of harped on throughout this entire tournament with a lot of the teams that are in it, but nonetheless, kind of more of an initiation now. We see Auburn kind of now leaning now more toward this B side, kind of splitting the team up in half, one coming from one side, one coming from the other. Let's see if they can push something off of it.
Yeah, and even look at the setups thus far. I mean, we see the split coming through. We see the players trying to go right there towards heaven. Even then, Toasty could be one of those big optimal picks if you can find that really quickly right in there in heaven. But even then, it doesn't even matter. Alabama to go ahead and close out 2. Toasty and great content, go ahead and collaborating for those. But Shmuel with that Hay Hunter, that's going to be a big impact in this game if this guy can really manage to go off with that thing. But it all comes down to 3 health and a dream here for Rue, but not enough as we see Toasty closing that thing out. Getting the second round on the board here for the likes of Alabama and making sure they can get themselves one more round here. But they robbed some guns out. That's kind of the good takeaway here. They got 2 players down. They make sure this round looks that much better. But already this is going to be the retaliation round. I like to label it as every single time. And this is the biggest thing right now. We have to see Auburn just come back with a fury right now. They have to not only obviously, I mean, a flawless would be ideal here. Yeah. You want to make sure to have all those guns on the field. But, I mean, in terms of the stance, looking at what the game's going to be, we have to think about the longevity of it. We have to go ahead and shut down the economy of Alabama. They have to make sure their jobs are that much harder. They have to get that utility, make their jobs extremely simplistic. But, I mean, Alabama's just pushing right up into spawn. And I got to say, it's a little of a desperation attempt knowing what they got to work with.
I mean, yeah, kind of taking a page of Auburn's book from that last map as they pushed in toward mid 2 times now. Alabama now pushing out of this B side, being very aggressive, and now paying for it as 3 go down. Rue picking up 2, and Bubs getting 1 right there on his side. Zen will get the trade onto Rue, but Dex leaving Zen in the dust, getting the trade off, and leaving Gavin alone in a 1v4 situation, getting picked off, getting caught out right there by that chamber utility, kind of playing the smoke, kind of playing very aggressive, or very passive, as he's in a 1v4 situation, not able to really do a lot, stuck in this corner, getting flashed in the slide coming in from Dex with the easy headshot onto Gavin, with the plant down, the extra 300 credits going into the pockets of Auburn, and that first round as well.
Yeah, I mean, already we sit there and expected Auburn to win that round, but I mean, 4 players still alive. That's an outstanding look for them, knowing that going forward, they're just looking to go ahead and once again face the likes of Alabama, and they're not going to be pushing towards spawn this time. They're not going to be giving up these kills unnecessarily. They're going to be sticking onto these sites. I mean, when you look at Alabama's composition, you can see the breach, obviously, for that for the attacking side. You have a Viper who can cover the majority of the map from the standing of it. I mean, you can already see entire A control will be the name of the game for this Viper pick on so many different occasions, and Chamber as well. So, I mean, you got a lot more control in terms of the map rather than just having that one Brimstone. So, looking at the game and how you already can see the aggression coming out, you see some plays trying to come from this A site for the side of Auburn. But, I mean, you see Dex trying to make a little bit of a play, trying to joke around. But when you go ahead and see Cy miss that first shot, you know you have free leeway onto this A side at least for a little bit. But instead they opt for the rotation, which is pretty interesting to say the least.
I mean, yeah, seeing an operator right there, especially in the hands of that chamber, I mean, it's definitely a scary sight. Missing that one shot could have been a possible fluke. I mean, we've seen those shots hit time and time and time again. I'm not surprised that they go for the switch here. I mean, just going in, knowing that the majority of them coming in from that side are sitting there. Chamber's still sitting on toward that A side, and it's now a complete skirmish over here on this B side as Dex picks up 2 and Great Content gets a pick on a boosted, making it a 3v4 situation. And we see the Chamber rotating in through mid, kind of getting into a position, having that operator might be able to find something out of it, but not able to because of the smokes in position, and because of that Schmoovin getting another pick on a Gavin, Toasty getting the trade on the Dex, but Rue sitting there to get the pick on a Toasty, and Sai right there getting the headshot pick right there on a Rue, making it a 2v1 situation. Very doable with Sai's positioning right now with this operator just being a one-shot, one-kill potential, and you know, it could be possible to happen, but this retake is going to have to be very slow as he doesn't have a lot of utility, doesn't have a lot of information to know where these players are on this site.
You know, already you gotta look at the sights, and there's a massive shot on the side. Good God, the flick on that man already. But I mean, Bubs has a setup, and Sai with the outstanding shot there. What a conclusion for the third round on a clutch out of him, and 2 flicks of a lifetime to go ahead and compliment it as well. A massive clutch for Alabama here, able to follow things up. I gotta say, we're all sitting here in awe. I mean, that's the great thing about Lamb, man. I hear the shouts outside. I don't think anybody was expecting that one.
Yeah, I mean, Sai right there just kind of leaving the entire venue just speechless right now. Just getting those two picks right there. 2 amazing flicks, if I do say so myself. And that was one of the main reasons why I was talking about that flip in the beginning. I mean, seeing Sai with that operator is just so scary for the side of Auburn. And he was just able to come back and bite him in the butt for it.
Yeah, that's all it really dwindles down to. I mean, I was even sitting there already getting ready for my point to be made to say, you know, Auburn, this is a really good shutdown for him. But even then, all things considered, when you see that round come out, when you know they get that exchange, it's still going to look pretty good for him. Dex has an overcharge, so he can make sure to play in for Palpatine for a little bit, possibly have a couple kills, and there it is. Already getting 3 onto the board. You turn this round on its head, but he has literally no health remaining at this stage of the game, and he's in a 1v2 situation. He's got to go ahead, knowing how loud Neon is, that's going to be a massive sound cue just constantly. He has to check everything, so he does manage a 4th. This man can pull off the 8th, but just barely Gavin is able to go ahead and close out that kill and the round to follow up with a judge in hand, just barely by the grit of his teeth. But regardless, whether win or loss, that is an outstanding look for Auburn, knowing that Dex rubbed that many guns away. You have yourself a bye round right now, and look at it. Regardless, I mean, if they end up winning this round, Auburn will have themselves a huge lead in the economy because they have a massive shutdown on their hands.
Yeah, this is definitely a big round coming in for the side of Auburn on this attack because, I mean, like you said, the economy kind of dictates majority of the time the rounds and which side they will go. And if they have those guns up, if they have those Phantoms, if they have those Vandals, and sitting on the side of Alabama, if they just have those Sheriffs in hand, there's not going to really be a lot they can do unless they just have the outplay potentially to do anything about it. But pushing in now, Auburn playing very aggressive over here in this B site, going to look like it's a complete skirmish, and you see Zen with that showstopper getting the pick right there into Bubs. Boosted getting 1 onto Zen, and Great Content getting a 2-piece on the Smooth and onto Boosted. We do see the slide coming in, but Toasty will be able to finish it off onto Dex, leaving Rue with only about 36 HP in a 1v4 situation.
Yeah, and with them with the Guardian hand as well. I mean, the Guardian is one of those big sleeper guns, knowing its first shot hip fire accuracy is one of the best in the game, if not the best in the game. But already you got to sit there and find these correct picks. You got to find these angles. I mean, we saw Toasty. That could have been an ideal situation. The headshot came through, but it just didn't. Instead, a 5th round comes out for Alabama. So, I mean, a pretty definitive lead is looking this far for them on this defense, knowing that Auburn, this was supposed to be their half, man. Yeah. I mean, things aren't over just yet, but, I mean, best case situation, they get themselves to a 7-5 lead, and that's if they play flawlessly at this point, which I'm sure they're definitely hoping to do so they can get themselves momentum going into that second half. But, I mean, there's just too much stacked up right now. Thankfully, you have a lot to be working with. You have the Torty Force. You have yourself the Blade Storm. You got a lot of free guns on your hands. 3 of these players have free guns that they can win entire rounds off of. But, yeah. I mean, you got to sit there and line those up. You got to make sure that they can work off of each other. Whether or not you can alternate them on rounds, because you can't over-invest and say, okay, you're hoping that one of these players can get these kills. Another player follows up and picks that gun, and you make the round look that much more normal in comparison to what you see anywhere else, rather than just 3 players cashing in like that. But, I mean, in a round where you saw Dex get that 4K, for example, You need to sit there and pray that, I mean, you have to get your initiator to line him up.
Yeah.
That's kind of the big miss there is you only have one initiator. And even then, breach is, I say his utility when going back-to-back is pretty delayed overall. So if you go ahead and miss that first concussion wave, you're pretty out of it. I mean, Neon's all by her lonesome. You don't have your other duelist following up. You don't have your chamber with the head under there towards the back. You are not wanting to swing anything at all. You are praying Dex can find those kills. You go ahead, get on the site, pick up those guns, and you say, all right, we literally are nothing but a single overcharge and 4 rifles now. Sweet. We go ahead into the next round. But, I mean, in a situation like this, we see Auburn looking to cash in on this chamber, on this Torty Force, praying it can get those kills. But instead, I'm actually surprised enough to see that they're not doing that. Instead, they're looking to go for the buy and the Torty Force at the same time, which I feel is a little unnecessary knowing how much ultimates they have at their disposal.
Yeah, I mean, and all 5 of them now pushing over here toward this B side. I see the Brimstone placing some smokes down on site potentially. You do know that the breach does have that ultimate, and you do know that the ultimate catches anybody out. It will be able to do anything, but it doesn't catch anybody out, and instead Toasty gets the pick right there into Rue, just completely swapping it around. That ultimate coming out from breach, just not able to find anything off of it besides the take on to point, which they do have now, leaving Alabama to give a retake. But in a 5v4 situation, you have all of your players up. You have a breach ultimate of your own now that you can potentially do a retake if you needed to. You just have a lot in your hands right now, but you need to watch out as Schmoovin does have that Torty Force in hand.
Yeah, I mean, already looking pretty good here for Alabama, knowing they got that first kill on the board, and that's all it really comes down to is these first bloods are just monumental. And Gavin going ahead and having the follow-up, knowing that players are on site, knowing they're around, you can see him just kind of wandering, looking for whatever he can. But, I mean, knowing these kills are coming through as swiftly as they are, it's a swift end of the round there for the likes of Alabama. I mean, I feel like it almost looks like they're doing their homework. They knew this game was coming up. They knew that Auburn excels in this map, and they're just making them not look nearly as good as they have in the past.
Yeah, I mean, and like I talked about, having that breach online, they were able to just pop it and initiate a fight straight in, able to just find people on site, get them a little messed up here and there just because the trimmers just going through the map, not able to really do a lot, and because of that just were able to just go in. And now Auburn being down 5 rounds, the best that they can possibly do on this half of the attacking side is a 6-6, and looking at this money right now, they're not really doing all that well. Only really able to buy one rifle right now, maybe potentially not going to swap it off potentially for a sheriff, only sitting with subs and a sheriff right now. We talked about how potentially economy works and how this round can be different based on just guns alone, and because of that, Toasty getting that first pick and great content getting another one right there on a Schmoovin.
Yeah, great start here once again for Alabama, knowing they got the first 2 picks. And it all comes down to that blade storm. I mean, we're seeing reliance on these ultimates every single round. But, I mean, in the last one, you saw not reliance on it. It was just there. Yeah. You sit there and invest that kind of a gun, and you're not getting too much out of it. You're getting kills. You just have a gun at that point. There's nothing special about it. You're just using an operator. So, I mean, to know that Auburn is really investing on this, some great shots at least for that first kill on the Buzz, but Sai has the Torty Force in hand. It all comes down to Dex. And this guy has a Spectre, and he still has a slot available to him, so he can at least find an easy first pick. But knowing that Spike is going to be towards the back and side, he hasn't even an easy exchange over to the A side. So, I mean, honestly, so long as he can just slide across, get this fast lane up, get that coverage for himself, make sure to guarantee this plant, he can at least get across the map before anybody else. That's the luxury you have of the Neon. You fast.
Yeah.
You straight fast. You do be running. So, I mean, this guy has to pick it up. He has to get across the map. He has to hit this A side because there's nothing available. So, finally, the fast lane does come out. He wants to start sprinting a little bit. He is concerned about what is in front of him. He's concerned where these players may be, but he doesn't have the luxury knowing that there's nobody on A. And even then, he doesn't have the luxury of getting the spike in either. There's great content, finds that kill, making Alabama have a guaranteed lead at the end of this half. As it's now sitting at 7-1 right now on Auburn's map pick.
Yeah, Dex was able to finally get that bomb. Might would have potentially done a flip right there, but he decided to go back. Was able to find that first initiation, then onto great content right there, but just unlucky placement right there. Wasn't able to get the pick off, and because of that, losing the life, losing the round. 7-1, down 6 right now. The best that Auburn can do right now is 6-5, but now they finally have some money in their back pocket. Not a lot remaining after this bye round, but they still have some money. They have the rifles in play, and you see Schmoovin with that operator again.
Yeah, and Schmoovin with this operator I think could be massive. That is if he wasn't the first one to die in the round. But, I mean, I was looking forward to it, knowing that you can go ahead and get that momentum stacked up in an operator in your hands. Feeling good about that, especially as a chamber, knowing that this guy's the only sitting on the team. You're going to be relying on him in that next round. or in the next half, excuse me. You're praying that operator goes off, but at least Bubs can go off for 2 here in this round. So a nice little consolation prize there for Auburn to make sure this round looks that much more doable. But already all the util coming out. Toasty looking for a little bit of spray, but can't find too much. Instead, you just know that the counter util's coming out. Everybody's just throwing down whatever they can. A 3v3 situation as the spike is now down. So retake is on our hands. Alabama is hauled up right there towards spawn, and they're looking to pan things out. Left split, right split. Have 1 towards the right, 2 towards the left. But, I mean, it's a much bigger space towards the middle, and Gavin's got to have some kind of utility, but he doesn't even need it. He doesn't need to pop any Viper util so long as he had that kill, but Rue makes an even exchange. Sai is the last one standing at least on the team, or at least one of 2, and with that operator, you got to sit there considering those clutches he had earlier. With Toasty there to back him up, he's not concerned about anything.
Yeah, no, Toasty was just sitting there, but Rue able to get the pick, but the defuse will go off, and Sai will be able to get it, but Rue will be able to get the pick off right there. Able to pick up that operator, hearing it out in the crowd, kind of some excitement.
Yeah.
Don't really know what for,
but
I know. Just getting the operator.
It's exactly. You give Schmoovin the operator once again. We sat there and saw the huge investment in that gun in the last round, and you're saying, oh my God, it got shut down immediately. Run it back. Run it back. That's all it comes down to. Give this man another shot every single time. Get the gun in his hands. Let him feel that momentum because the rest of the team had to buy, regardless. I mean, we saw what they had. We knew they died. We knew we got that extra money from the plant, and that gave them just enough to really get over the edge. I mean, look at Buffs sitting at 50 credits. I mean, this guy would have had nothing if it weren't for that plant. So, I mean, a good standing for him. They can at least get themselves 3 more rounds to get somewhat of a, I'd say, a fighting chance. But even then, 2 more, we all know how the curse works. And, I mean, honestly, if you feel like things are really that desperate, you could always rely on it to come through.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, Auburn just kind of looking for something, anything that they can grasp onto to potentially get something. See, Bub's kind of checking the box right there, not able to get a lot, but Schmoovin losing the operator right there against Sai. Schmoovin goes down first, again losing that operator, but possibly picked up by one of his teammates. Auburn now going to make this advantage over toward A side. We do see Sai kind of sitting up toward top of that site right now, just with that operator in hand. We know how deadly he can be with that. Auburn now playing a little bit more slow. You do see how they are just sitting around in the corners, just trying to find a pick, and now especially with them down a man, not really able to do a lot, especially if Alabama can get the trades off, down 5-4, and just like that, Dex is able to find something off of it, only having 11 HP left, but able to find the pick right there into Gavin, and that could be what Auburn needs to start this fight, as Dex picks up another one right there into Sai.
There it is. Just keep your players alive. And Dex, quite honestly, now that you're in this retake situation, guys got to play back, but he just can't do it. Rue and him both fall. Toasty and Zane collapse onto this A site, and they're looking for a little bit of the split. And you can already see the plant going down, now actually being guaranteed. But Bubs is taking so much damage in the meantime. That's a huge problem, knowing that he's sitting on 15 health. You could spit on this guy. He could stub his toenail for all I care and still find a way to die in the meantime. But he still manages one. So that is massive that you still have a cross available. You can get yourself somewhat of a bait and play off of that, but it all comes down to great content. He's the last man standing. The Rolling Thunder comes out. Stuns on stuns for the guy, but regardless, Boosted able to go and swing out. Last player standing. Honestly, I don't think that Bubs needed to swing there. You play it safe, buddy. You see your teammates coming up. You get the call there. Say, I'm keeping my gun. Don't worry about it. I need this money, because he was the last player to really go ahead and manage a buy in that last round. But regardless, you get yourself 2 rounds on the board. This half is looking more doable now. You're not out for the count just yet. You have 2 more rounds available, and you can make it either 8-4, 9-3. So, I mean, 10-2 worst case. But honestly, I think Auburn, they're going to have to find themselves one more.
Yeah, I know, and I definitely think that they might have the things in their back pocket that they could use to potentially get that. I mean, we do see the Neon Ultimate is up, as well as the Jet Ultimate, and we've seen Dex with that Neon ult just not too long ago getting a 4-piece, just almost completely getting an ace all by himself in that single round, just wasn't able to pick it up in the end. No ultimates popped, but we do see the Breach on for the side of Alabama does have that Rolling Thunder available, so something potentially for a retake. Again, we've seen it from time and time again, just was able to just get that retake, able to just push in, able to get the defuse off. So Auburn, again, playing super slow. I mean, I like this aggression. I mean, not aggression. This non-aggression from them, as they know that they need to get this first pick. As of late, they're always the one down first. They're always in that 4v5 situation, 3v5 situation. They need to get that first pick off, and I think that's the starting factor.
Yeah, that's not going to be the case this time. You mentioned Dex with an overcharge absolutely going off. The guy's already really banged up in this round. I mean, so is Sai. So you find yourself in even exchange. Guy has a lot more health off the board, and knowing he has an operator in hand, it's really nice to go ahead and make sure that he's much less of a problem. But I mean, you see the aggression coming in towards B-side. You know these players are pushing in, and great content managed to kill there with the Molotov onto Dex. But Buzz finds an even exchange, finally capitalizes off the side, so both these two low-health players are now out the get-go, and honestly, it's kind of nice to get those weak links out to make sure you're not too stressed about keeping these guys alive. But I mean, speaking of not staying alive, there's a couple players also falling off the board. So 3v3 situation. You see Auburn just trying to stall for time as best as possible, and Naru does find that one pick to make sure that job gets that much easier. But when Toasty manages a huge pick right there on the Bubs, and gorgeous shot to follow up as well, it's another one of these situations where it comes down to the defuse. You have to hold things out. Rue can find at least one, but it's a 1v1 situation. Gavin is looking up towards heaven, manages the kill, gets a 3K for the round, and manages a 9th round here for the side of Alabama, guaranteeing at least 9-3 here for the half.
Yeah, 9-3 guaranteed, a possible 10-2 going in for this last round in the half. Make it or break it here. You have ultimates, go ahead and use them. If you have the creds, go ahead and spend them because they're not going to be going with you over to the next round. And looking at this, I mean, Auburn kind of in a very bad state. We've talked about it before, about that score line, like that 6-6 up to that 9-3 position. You can make something out of that.
Yeah.
You can do something, but if that 10-2, that's going to be a very big problem for Auburn. And we talk so great about how this was their map. This was their map pick. This is what they were well known for, and Alabama just completely shutting it down.
It's another one of these situations, man, where you see the overcharge come out. I expected Dex to do this. He had nothing but frenzy in hand, but I mean, already getting picked off like that, it makes things look extremely grim. I mean, thankfully for the rest of Auburn, they went ahead. You got 3 of these players who bought up, but I was expecting them not to buy there. And I mean, thankfully they did, but in a situation like that, you're starting to concern and say, look, man, we expected Dex to kind of do the same thing, but instead he just kind of really got shut down. I mean, they shut him up right off the get-go. Knowing what he was capable of the last time the overcharge was popped, it's nice to go ahead and get that stress off of Alabama's shoulders. I mean, making 10-2 look much more doable now. But with 4 players still alive and well, looking to make plays across the map and great content, making a very, very strong hold here towards B-Man with these smokes. It all comes down to whether or not the aggression can come out. There it is. Great content. Can manage that kill. Can get that judge play. And really just stay alive towards the end as well, taking almost no damage off in the meantime. So, I mean, with all this utility coming out, that's a flawless here to capitalize on the end of that half for Alabama. Things are looking extremely bad here now for Auburn.
Yeah, dude, I definitely think the flawless on top of that round win right there is definitely some salt in the wound. And, I mean, just like that, Poison making the right call, just wanting to tell his players, you know, hey, I know we're down 10-2. I know that this is a lot, but, hey, we're not still out of this yet.
Yeah.
New half, pistol rounds. We know what we can do here. This is an even playing field. Don't worry about the scoreboard. Don't worry about your stat line right now. We have pistol. This is pistol round. We have 2 rounds to work with, 3 rounds to work with until they win the second map. Just play patiently. Play your game.
Yeah, I love how it's coming out from Poison more specifically. It's not coming out from any of these team members. Poison's the sub right now. He doesn't play on this map. But to know that he's going ahead and clocking that in, saying, look, I know you guys are rolling your head right now. I need to intervene. I'm taking this time out whether you like it or not, and I'm telling you what you need to hear because I know you're not in the right mindset to make these calls right now. You need to calm down. This is our map for a reason. Sure, this isn't the optimal side where we start running away with this map and we really go off, but we definitely have an opportune chance here. We have to make sure to capitalize, mostly on Schmoovin. This guy has to step up. I mean, I don't really like calling out players specifically, but he's the only Sentinel on their team. Their controller is a Brimstone. They don't have a Viper like Alabama does.
Yeah.
They are at a very lackluster position for utility, and every single one of their things is a very split-second kind of instance rather than an actual longevity play to set up the map for their control. So, I mean, they got to make the most of every single second. So, I mean, with the kind of setup they have, with the kind of agent composition they have no room for leeway, really. I mean, things are definitely doable for them, but, I mean, they have to keep these clear minds and say, if we have these things that sit there and act off of a second, we need to know how to act off that second. And if we're in our own heads like that, even a second of delay, your window's already gone.
Yeah, I mean, especially right now with the start of the half, I mean, this could be make it or break it for them. I mean, giving Alabama potential weapons for the next half, getting those submachine guns, getting potentially a rifle. Who knows what they'll be coming out with? I mean, we've seen Auburn before going 3 Aries on round 2, so I mean, we never know what we will see. But now Alabama on this offensive side playing a little bit slower now. You see how they. Now just kind of splitting the field up, just all 5 of them pushing over here toward this backside, all taking grapple. They're all looking like they're going to be rotating over toward this B side, and they're just going to be playing like a team, playing packed together. That's a good and bad thing because if they get caught off by one person, all of them could be down in an instant.
Yeah, Dex is already making the call here. He's sitting there saying, all right, they're coming up towards Arcade. If you're in heaven, if you're close, make the plays right now. Rue had to get some damage off, and that's exactly what he did, make it into a manageable 3v2 situation after all these exchanges come out. So, I mean, this game's looking much better for Auburn now. They have to win out this round. They have to play it slow. They got to play it steady, but instead, Dex just can't manage to kill there and instead gets picked off. So there's Toasty still with 47 health at his disposal in a 2v2 situation. But Schmovit, the guy that we said needs to go off in this half, so long as he is alive, so long as he grabs a couple more kills, makes this game look that much more doable, that's all it dwindles down to. And he's already setting up the rendezvous. So the guy has the patience. He's making the plays. He's working around his utility, which a lot of chambers have a tendency to kind of forget about over the course of this game. But he's not checking his left for great content. Instead, Bubs comes in for the clutch, able to manage that 1v2 in the last second situation and get this third round onto the board for Auburn. So, we sat there, we saw the timeout come in at the start of the round. We see Auburn win their first pistol round here just in the entire series thus far. This could be somewhat of a light. We already heard him shouting out there. We heard him rallying a little bit. They seem like they can get themselves back in this game. It all starts to how well they can also follow it up, get themselves a darn good round right here and say, we got full thing, we got Dex on the aggression, he can sit there, push up towards spawn, and the next round at least grab a couple of these rifles off, and we can play for the retake, pick up these guns, and make our jobs look that much easier.
I mean, yeah, and now with them winning that pistol round, they're now on the winning side of it, now being the ones with the submachine guns in hand. Now Schmovin with that Marshall in hand. We've seen him before with that operator. Marshall needing a headshot here and there, but we know that he's able to do it just as long as he doesn't get picked off first, having to just rendezvous out of there, not really able to do a lot back onto site with that Marshall, especially being in a close range situation. And now he knows that utility. He knows the information, though. He knows where he saw those players, and now the side of Auburn is completely rotating over to this A side, leaving one over at B, excuse me.
I mean, I really can't blame him here. I mean, you see the stance. You see what Alabama's doing. They're making a huge split right now, and already Cy was scouting out towards that B side. He had no attention towards A, so he said, you know, if it works out, it works out. I got a rendezvous set up. I can get over there with you in an instant. But even then, speaking of an instant, the guy already finds himself a pick in the round in an instant, making sure it's the first blood as well, which is that much more hindering to the side of Auburn. So, I mean, we can see the setup. We can see the split on the map. We can see that Viper trying to set up towards A, but it's just not going to work. Zen is just standing in a Molotov, taking all the damage in the world as it stands right now. And I mean, Dex has a pretty easy chance to get a kill there, but it just doesn't come out as then grabs a gorgeous shot there with that sheriff in hand. So, I mean, the follow-up comes. We see the retake now being active right now. Alabama is in a 5v3 situation in a round where they are not really favored, but Auburn is finally stepping things up. Schmovin can grab one and Rue can follow him up. But still, in a 3v3 scenario, it's not all over just yet. The timer is not ticked down. The DAPs is coming out. Auburn is giving it their best shot, and Schmovin is able to go ahead and step things up, find those kills. But it all comes down to the 1v2 situation. Schmovin is in a 1v2, and he has to grab these kills. And he knows that one's pushing onto him, but Cy just getting right in his face, pulling the trigger and getting that headshot. It makes it easy round 11 here for Alabama to make a follow-up, get the bye, and know that Auburn is really down bad for it.
I mean, yeah, and I honestly thought that Schmovin was going to be able to pick up that pick there, make it a 1v1 situation. I mean, having that Spectre in hand in that close quarter situation, definitely, in my opinion, give him that advantage state. But, I mean, Cy sitting there with that Headhunter, just flicking straight to the head, just one-tapping him completely, making it now 11-3, 1-1 in the half so far, but only 2 rounds remaining before Alabama takes map 2.
Yeah, and it just stinks in scenarios like these. You expect at least some of these guns to still be in their hands, but knowing that you had the good round after that one, you're saying, okay, look, we're good here. And knowing that, I mean, these kills just come out so instantaneously, and knowing that the insult to injury is seeing your players already getting picked off right now, Auburn's playing for some aggression. They're trying to make some kind of compensation, but they just really can't do it. A flawless run comes out for Alabama. They hit themselves at the match point threshold, and Auburn, they sat there and had a pretty good standing in that first map, and we sat there and said, okay, you know, things are looking doable. They can win themselves a couple rounds in a row and get themselves some momentum to work with. In this map, it's got to be 9 rounds in a row.
Yeah, this is definitely 9 rounds. I mean, 3 more rounds compared to the 6 that they had last time. You know, 3 more rounds, a lot more perfect Valorant you have to play, you know, especially being down. But hey, everybody has rifles now. You see 3 coming in for the side of Alabama. You see multiple coming in for the side of Auburn. This is an even playing field, in my opinion. Either way, I mean, they're going to have to play the perfect Valorant that they need to, but getting a first pick here and there, getting 2. I mean, just like I said, but I mean, before I can say anything, Toasty just finding that first pick right there in a row, and that's just a complete momentum shift straight over to the side of Bama, is now leaving 1 down, make that 2 down for the side of Auburn, 3 down as I continue to talk. Great content, getting 1. Toasty getting another, Schmoovin getting 1 with that tour de force, but Schmoovin all alone now with that tour de force. Bomb has been planted, and Gavin gets that pick right there off the swing, making it 13-3. 2-0, Alabama.
Yeah, a very difficult map there for the side of Auburn, and quite honestly, it was more difficult to watch than it was to actually play, I'm sure. I mean, knowing that the expectations we have for Auburn in this map, we've seen them on this map all season long, all semester long. They have looked outstanding on every single occasion, but to know that once the pressure's finally on, once we finally see them get into that groove, that, and even then, after a really good first half, what we saw in Split on Alabama's pick, we're saying, okay, this is going to be it.
Yeah.
It's going to be them finally stepping up, creating a tie series on our hands, making things look doable, making things look good. But, I mean, knowing that things just kind of got thrown out the window, I mean, that was completely off script right there.
Yeah.
You know, that this isn't something we really expected. And, quite honestly, as I said earlier, it shows Alabama did their homework.
Yeah.
That, I mean, we see every single time that Auburn, they love fracture, they play on it. You can literally have VODs on VODs on VODs of these guys playing this map and studying how their tendencies work, how they set themselves up across the map, how they manipulate decks and playing that neon and how he can set up the map, and even then Bubs on that jet as well. And I think it all came down to a couple of little key factors there.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, I could just say they didn't hit their shots. That's kind of broad and dumb and whenever you sit there and say it. But I think it comes down more specifically to the setup for those shots.
Yeah.
We didn't see too much utility come out. We didn't see too much impactful utility come out. Alabama knew the tendencies of where, say, that breach stone was going to come through. They set up on the opposite side. You see, whenever you know that jet is going to be tailwinding into sight, there's not too much of an overextension there. If anything, we saw Alabama actually put the smoke deeper into sight compared to just the regular cutoff.
Yeah.
So they're not only open up sight for themselves, but they know when Jet dashes in, they don't have a coverage just for that smoke. They have a coverage for the player as well, off of Brimstone as well. I mean, it's just the adjustments that are being made from Alabama specifically that made their job so much harder for Auburn that, I mean, we have to see a perfect descent out of them. And I'm not going to say perfect. I feel like that's a little bit of an overstatement. I feel like we're asking too much out of them. We have to see a good ascent out of them. We have to see them fight for it because, quite honestly, I think instead of getting, a 13-0 or 13-2, whatever it may be, I think if Auburn gets themselves a 13-11, that speaks a lot more volume. They start skirmishing a little bit. They get some more experience in these gunfights. They start feeling a lot more heat on that mouse, and then they can say, all right, now that we also closed it out in such a close fashion, we're feeling good now. Yeah. We won that. We came out with the win. We can follow this thing up, especially knowing that fourth map will be their map pick as well, and they can really bounce back.
I mean, yeah, no, for sure. I mean, hate to see it, hate to say it. I mean, but that Auburn, that first pick, that fracture pick for Auburn, that was their map, and doing worse than that first map,
Yep.
But hey, I know that this is crunch time for you. Alabama is up 2-0. You are now on Alabama's pick, which is going to be Ascent. The favor is in for the side of Alabama, but I always love a good underdog story.
I do too.
I mean,
I also love some good breeze if we can get to that map.
I mean,
5.
yeah, the possible breeze on map 5. Who knows?
I'm in for that.
I'm hoping that Auburn's able to figure something out within this intermission. And speaking of that, we will be going to about a 5 to 6 minute intermission, and we will be back with you guys momentarily.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, sounds great. You here often?
Yes, every day.
Ooh. Spending a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this card.
Ooh, wait, what's that stuff?
Check it out.
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. Oh, you get to paint, dude. That seems pretty cool. What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love the most.
Oh, wow. That sounds great. I'm going to have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it on there. Everything's okay. It's just man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice, actually. I think it was you were in the middle of your turn.
Yes. Let's see. So I was gonna play this guy.
Oh.
By banishing these two.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
I thought so.
You missed it? No.
You good, man?
Yeah, man, I'm good. It's just a dope shirt.
streams of light, something familiar. Do you remember the love of a blinding light, a flash of clarity to become one? Know that that was yet to come. But in the fading wind, I heard 1,000 dreams collide. Will you make it back again? Will you make it back again?
And welcome back, everybody, here to the main stage. We are now moving our way on to map 3, what could be, theoretically, the final map here this series in Valorant, here for the grand finals of main stage, at least in the Valorant section here for the day. Auburn, they had themselves a pretty rough awakening, I want to say, after that last map.
Yeah.
Fracture did not go their way whatsoever. They set their close out the entire map with 3 rounds overall, and we're typically used to seeing 10 more out of them getting that 13-round win on a consistent basis overall. But with everything being said, I mean, that's all we really could say.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not really too much to it, and even then these players are already looking to get ready to hop right into Ascent, because goodness gracious, they're already ready inside of here. So already, instead, we'll just go ahead and skip the formalities, man. We'll talk about these agent selections, being we already have them laid out in front of us. We got Alabama going for a little bit of a more passive defense, and honestly, I even sat there and told you during the break that if Auburn needs to do anything, it needs to be frag out a little bit more, so their shots have to line up a little bit more. And honestly, their duelists are looking perfectly fine.
Yeah.
I think there's no problem with that. I think it just comes out of the rest of the team in the stationary. And even then, more importantly, getting your players who are really fragging out onto these roles that can have a much bigger influence. So I got to say, I am a huge fan because, I mean, we know that Alabama's doing good. We can sit there and talk about how well they're doing all day and such, but obviously we want to see somewhat of a series on our hands. We're not really sitting there rooting for Auburn right now, but we're encouraging them to go ahead and get a couple rounds on the board, get at least a map here within the series to make things go a little bit longer. And I think Dex, a guy who's really been outstanding today so far, at least on the side of Auburn, moving him on the chamber while still keeping Bubs on that jet is going to be huge, I feel, for him.
Yeah, I mean, no, 100%. I mean, him swapping off of that Neon, we saw how great he could play. I mean, kind of the versatility just coming out from this player Dex alone. I mean, seeing him on the Astra map 1, seeing him on the Neon map 2, and then now seeing him on the chamber, 3 complete different types of agents, you know, just being played out. Map around now, starting round 1, Alabama kind of sitting here toward this mid side, but no, I completely agree. I do like this pick coming out from Dex being on this chamber. We've seen it all throughout the tournament. We know what he can do with that tour de force. We can see with that headhunter as he has it for this first round. I'm just excited to see what we can possibly see. And plus, I mean, Auburn, they're going to have to pick it up here. I mean, the momentum is now gone. That 5-minute break, you know, really does stop that momentum coming in. And as long as they can get their mental back into this game, they definitely have a match that they can play.
Yeah, they most definitely do. But speaking of the match, we're already inside of it. We're in map 1 already, or excuse me, round 1. So I'm getting ourselves a little bit started, a little bit of mid-control coming out from Alabama, which is usually encouraged here, especially on round 1. And we see some crazy things come out of Auburn on round 1s like these, on the attacking side, pushing into market, making the push out, and whether or not even going through spawn back towards A. But we can see Auburn trying to go ahead and collapse on him, and Poison with a great little double kill there to get that shock dart off of the Ghost to really back things up. And still 40 health in a Dream, and a 3rd kill into the board as well. He could find himself a 4th to back things up, and almost there for the ace, but the man had to reload. It's going to be in a 1v3 situation. Toasty able to go ahead and get 2 there, but it's not going to be enough. Auburn going ahead, going and defining the odds as they grab themselves a first round onto the board here. We expected something out of him on that first, or not first. We expected, you know, a pistol round out of him just period over the course of this game. And even last time, when we saw him on map 2, we saw a pistol round go to their favor, but the rest of the rounds just didn't. They got shut down and shut up immediately afterwards. So we're hoping that at least for the longevity of this series, we could see him step things up, get a pretty clean round 2 in their hands, and follow it up afterwards.
Yeah, hoping for a clean round 2, but that was indeed a clean round 1. We didn't get to talk about it, but Boosted would be subbed in for Poison, and I mean, I think that sub was going to just show in of itself. Poison finding 4 in that round alone, and just kind of being that catalyst for that first round win for the side of Auburn. Starting on this round 2, no, kind of swapping things up a little bit, a lot more slow, kind of more of a default now, seeing a lot more toward everywhere along the map for both sides of the field, both attacking and defending, just kind of finding something, and Bubs finding Psy right there with the pick on the Marshall, making it 4-5, making Auburn have a possible opportunity to go. They do know, or Alabama does know, that they have people over there on that B side, but now that full rotate coming over toward A side, now Auburn's just going to put, or not, excuse me, Alabama is just going to try to probably push in here, try to get some picks off here.
And even then, I mean, looking at the buys already coming out, I'm a little confused about what Dex is going for here, breaking out that Guardian. I mean, I'm sure he has a warrant behind it inside of his own head, but, I mean, when you consider you're going to be warming up for this operator, obviously. A Guardian, I understand the one-shot threshold. You want to make sure to get these easy shots. You want to have a big hitting gun inside of your hands and make sure it can get yourself some swift kills. But, I mean, a Marshall, I feel like on a second round where these players aren't going to be buying things up, get yourself accumulated with that scope. Get yourself adjusted to it. Make sure your right clicks that your entire scope down is going to work out for you. But speaking of working out for you, Schmidt with a 3K already right there towards Catwalk. Sin does find a quick little exchange there, knowing how much damage he took in the meantime. But already possibly a kill to come out, but no. Instead, 4 players still standing to the prior end of that round for round 2 on the side of Auburn as they find themselves a clean into it overall. So now, round 3, the retaliation round. Instead of being on the side of Auburn looking to go ahead and bring some light to their table, instead it's Alabama looking for an answer.
Yeah, no, Alabama on the receiving side now being on this retaliation, able to buy these rifles very early, making it round 3. You know, possibly, hopefully able to find a round win here, as they're going to need it unless they're going to just lose their economy fully, as well as give Auburn some rifles. So they're going to have to definitely be careful here, especially with the picks and the trades that they decide to go for. But I mean, Schmoovin right there, we talked about how he needed to step it up, and I mean, getting a 3-piece right there with an amazing flash right out there toward Catwalk, and just finding 3 right there in that round, being that catalyst I talked about, Poison being in that round 1, just kind of getting those picks that he needs. Now playing a little bit toward that A main, just getting that intel. He knows that he saw the players of Alabama there. Alabama now pushing onto site, taking almost complete control, and now a 5v5 situation, and now it's playing retake for the side of Auburn.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, the spike still isn't down just yet. They still have a little bit more time, but as that plan is going down, honestly, I'm surprised we don't see the aggression coming out yet when you know it's a 5v4 situation and you can make the most of that. But instead, a flank is not an option right now. You have to sit there knowing that the entire turret and the KJ Sentinel, all that kind of util is being allocated towards the back of site and towards your spawn. You know it's going to be covered. Even then, we have the covers being brought out from Auburn. We know they're trying to breach the site. They're trying to come in from multiple angles. But, I mean, already some of this util being allocated so far. You're trying to push onto site. You're trying to grab some of these kills. But Gavin is going to be the first one to strike. Buzz can make an even exchange. And, honestly, this stim is working out great dividends for the side of Auburn now as they go ahead, find themselves a cleanup. It all comes down to the 1v3 situation with everything lying on Gavin's hand for the spy round, the retaliation round as I label it. And he's just going ahead shooting. That's all it comes down to. He finds the second, the third, and the fourth to back it up. And that's an answer out of Alabama on the board. Just when we thought Auburn could have closed things out and picked the guns up to back it up.
And I mean, just like that, I mean, just complete and total chaos right there, in my opinion. Gavin just sitting there looking like it was a complete 100% side win for the side of Auburn. And then just spraying through the smoke. As soon as that smoke ended, the spike was killed, you know. They was able to get 1, 2, 3 just like that. And just, I mean, just very frequently, we've talked about this before, just a single second can change the rounds within this match and this entire game as a whole.
You not think, honestly, being around and like that when you could have found yourself a massive advantage over the course of your opponents. I mean, they still have themselves a lead, Auburn does, but I think that's a great little light to shine on them, considering that last round that you find yourself in greedy situations on so many different bases. I mean, they like to go ahead, go for that spike defuse, put the timer, put the pressure on these players, but if you know where they are, just play numbers. Go ahead, get that kill. Make sure it happens quickly. Make sure this pressure comes out. You win those because you can't sleep on these Alabama players. Yeah. You will end up losing if you sleep on these guys for even a second, and that's going to be your biggest downfall. And we see Auburn doing that a little bit too much, even after those first 2 rounds. But still, now the 4th is on the board. You see Rue with that first frag to make it a 4v5 situation. And even with, I mean, Alabama has no real idea where to go just yet. You can see the split: 2 players towards B main, 2 players trying to move on towards A main, and just real intel trying to come out right now because Alabama's a little bit robbed for resources. It all comes down to Gavin with that 1 gun in hand, and the rest of them are just really trying to free ball it.
Yeah, Toasty getting that intel right there, throwing that knife, just seeing that Rue was just, that Rue was just sitting there, just playing that little angle and market right there, just knowing that and just backing off now. Being at a man disadvantage right now, looks like they're going to be swapping over here toward this B side now. Omen now on site is the TP going in. TP again, caught Dex in the reload, very unlucky, but Schmoovin getting a pick right there into great content, but Sin sitting 1, getting 2 right there into Bubs and onto Schmoovin, making it a 3v2 situation, making it a 3v1 situation for the side of Alabama, being up right now, and 11 seconds remaining. They have the bomb. They have a good plant situation, the plant goes down.
It most definitely does, and even then, if Poison can get the timing on this, he does deny the plant, but, I mean, in the bigger scheme of things, we see Zen able to close out that kill, and not only that, a second round to tie things up here for Alabama. So a quick operator investment, a switch up out of these players, and a little bit more money put onto the board apparently could go ahead and pay a lot more in terms of longevity and at least a lead here for Alabama. But, I mean, we can't speak on that just yet because we don't see it definitively by either side. Instead, we see 2 ultimates on the board for each of them, and it's really going to be that big curveball thrown onto the board because, I mean, Auburn, they don't have much to work with. You're praying that, I mean, obviously that Bubs could have gone off, grabbed at least a Blade Storm by now to make this job, and this round that much more difficult for the side of Alabama. But, I mean, you just don't have it at your disposal. Instead, say you're looking to push her right up towards the middle, work with what you got, play aggression. Zen able to go ahead and grab that first shot and just move it, knowing that he was me running across catwalk. But that does give some intel, saying, okay, well, you got your jet right there on the other side of panels, but if you can't really close that distance because you got great content in the middle, you can't do too much with that. So Zen caught in a really bad spot to really go ahead and move up with that operator, and there it is. Flawless here for the side of Alabama. And a massive uproar to follow things up as well.
Yeah, no, the massive uproar coming through kind of startled me there a little bit, Dallas, not going to lie. But and I think that might have been coming from the Auburn side, if I do say so myself. Talking about some memers indeed. But, I mean, just like that, now Alabama up now one single round, making it 2-3 now in their favor. I mean, Alabama kind of possibly, you know, getting this lead now and possibly having some economy advantage. We don't get to see the econ right now. If we could see the economy. You know, yep, just like that. We see the Odin and the operator coming up from the side of Auburn. We do see the operators on both sides, though. The Odin pick, very, very interesting. You know, I know they like to meme here and there, but, you know, it is what it is as the round gets started.
And even then, I got to say one thing. Infernos is another guy who casts on me. He always mentions every single game I got to talk about skins at one point or another. For some reason, with how much money I spent on it. Dex not running like a legendary or an ultimate version of a skin, running just the Prism backup. Buddy, if you hit shots like that and you find yourself a map win and make this go that much longer, I'll make you a guarantee right now. I'll buy you an operator skin when it shows up in your store. But in the meantime, you got to win things out. You got to make sure the series goes that much longer. And already Schmidman looking to go ahead and back things up with a no command, looking to get some pressure on its main area. Also having the backup and the intel there to give him the information to say, we know the players are here. It's a 5v4 situation. They are locked in up on the side. They can't really push out just yet. And they have no utility to back themselves up to make the job that much easier. So finally, the no command runs out. You gave yourself some more time on the board. 40 seconds remaining, and this fight still isn't down, but the pressure is still moving towards that.
Yeah, no, I mean, pressure is still over here toward A, and I think that's just because the Sov is just in a very bad position, sitting over there toward Wine Cellar, just not really able to get out, especially if someone's just watching over there from heaven, just not able to do a lot. Good nade coming out from Toasty, just seeing Smoovin over there in the corner, knowing that he was low, able to get the pick off right there, making it a 4v4, making it even now, as they push on to site. Bubs with the amazing pick right there into Zen, just completely nullifying that ult ultimate, getting nothing out of it. We do see the Brimstone ult popping down, 10 seconds remaining and ticking down as Gavin starts to plant the bomb.
And even then, the passivity is really notable here from Auburn. I mean, the Hunter's Fury coming out, that just can't be ignored by any means necessary. And Poison able to go ahead and grab at least one of these kills. And it all comes down to the trades, whether or not you can buy these exchanges. Instead, Toasty able to clutch things out with the ace. The man, he literally carried the entire round from start to finish, knowing, getting that nade, picking out that first player into A introduction. And then Auburn going ahead and playing slow. I mentioned the passivity. They were letting the spike go down. They weren't putting that pressure on. They were expecting the Hunter's Fury to clear everything out. But, I mean, things just don't work out the way you expect them to.
I mean, yeah, especially with Toasty and just how crazy he can be. I mean, with that KO, you know, being the initiator, having that flash, having the ability to just go in and just get out if you need to, just getting those picks. I mean, and if you see it, that 8-3, 8-4 stat line right now is continuing to grow as we go into round 7.
I mean, things aren't looking too well right now for Auburn, but they still got plenty of Valorant left to play, at least in this map thus far. And also, you got to look at the ultimates that are at their disposal. I mean, you see Bubs had that Blade Storm, but didn't even use it. Instead, just opted for the Classic against the likes of great content. And Dex has that Torty Force available because he went off so well and just held down these sites so well when it came around to having that operator for the past 2 rounds that he wants to make sure to continue that. Make sure he can buy another one when it comes down to this next round and even then get some guns in the meantime for his teammates. But he's got to find these kills. He's got to create these opportunities for his teammates. And honestly, it all starts with whether he can find the shots. Still checking corners. They know that nobody's up towards market. They're going to be a little concerned about towards main, but that's not too big of a deal when you have yourself the angle, the nade on the back, and the Torty Force and missing that first shot. But it's a 3v4 situation still. You have the angle. Sai has a kill as well, now sitting at a 2v4. It all comes down to whether or not this utility that Rue is going to be robbed of, whether or not the shots can follow up for it. Zen swings out and just makes sure he makes quick work of them. But there's Jackson 1 able to make some work and some light out of the situation. But, I mean, there's a lot more still here on the table because Dex can find at least 1 kill there. He knows the spike's counting down. He knows he's going to go ahead and detonate. He's going to go ahead and die along with it. But in the meantime, taking down 4 bodies with it is a pretty impressive feat here for Auburn, knowing the kind of grim situation they were in that last round.
I mean, yeah, I mean, Auburn getting those first 2 round wins. I mean, we talked about how they needed that just to push them forward, to potentially just have that push that they need, getting that economy up, having those rifles in hand, and making sure that Alabama is just shut down at all points. Alabama just completely swapping it around. Now having 5 rounds in total straight to their name, now making it 5-7. I mean, going into the 8th round, 4 rounds remaining. I mean, looking really good. We do see that rifles are coming in from both sides. Dex is going to miss that operator shot right there and is going to have to teleport out. But he does have that information, and he does send it to his team. See some potential rotates coming in, and we do see the KJ ult coming down.
This is the concerning part right here, because knowing that KJ, obviously Chamber has a lot more versatility inside of his kit compared to the KJ, who's very, very defense heavy. So knowing that you get that lockdown to come out, knowing that's the one piece of utility you can actually use offensively to get onto his side, these are the rounds that Alabama are supposed to say, okay, we're guaranteed these, right? Knowing we're already winning these rounds and things are already looking good for us, and our KJ really hasn't had the impact of the game just besides finding kills, you got to consider the rest of the team and what they're doing, because right now it's a 4v5 situation. You know these players. The Hunter's Fury just went ahead and get popped out as well, and it just wasn't enough because Alabama didn't find any kills off it, but did find a little bit of damage. But Shriven still can make the best of this market, at least find one in the meantime. So in a 4v4 situation, the retake comes on. We're fighting for some B side. There's Poison finding some control, able to go ahead and pick up Vandal as well in the meantime. Getting another one as Shriven can manage a kill as well. So in this 1v2 situation, Poison has literally no health, can't pull out the shock dart, and as Rue is there to have the follow-up, it's not going to work out for him. Alabama clutch things up once again. As I mentioned, the KJ, the round with the lockdown, he also locks the site down in the post plant as well. So that's going to be things stepped up. Sai able to go ahead and close things out and clutch it up once more here for the side of Alabama here in this entire series. And a 6th round onto the board from as they make themselves a 4-round lead.
And I think that's one of the biggest factors in this entire set as a whole, Dallas, is that, like, Alabama or Auburn, they get that foot, they get that step ahead. You know, they feel like that they have that time, that they have 3-4 men up, leaving 1 remaining for the side of Alabama. They get comfortable. That's where Alabama begins to strike. They know that their players are capable of clutching these out, and we've seen it twice, 3 times now on this map alone, making it 6-2. I mean, worst case scenario for the side of Alabama is that it's an even half coming in from this attacker's side, knowing the defender's side, in my personal opinion, is a little bit better than this attacking side. But nevertheless, Gavin getting the pick right there, starting it out on Schmoovin over here toward this mid side. It looked like he's going to TP a little bit in toward mid, try to get some more information, try to get some more, you know, positioning in. You see the door is going to be shut. Excuse me. Zen's going to get the pick right there in a Roo. Seeing another one, might be able to get it, but Dex is going to be able to get that win, and Bubs is going to get the pick on the side.
Yeah, and already, I mean, I think it comes down to the comms right now. When we see these players dwindle down, when we see what Auburn has to offer, I feel like the comms are a little discombobulated overall. I mean, it seems like they want to win these rounds. Obviously, they have to win these rounds, but every single time they have a numbers advantage, it just kind of gets thrown away off a single player every single time. And I got to say, it's probably been Sai in the majority of these cases thus far. So, I mean, knowing what this dude has done, knowing the kind of damage he's really hindered onto these Auburn players, now sitting in a 2v3 situation trying to play for this retake, it makes their job so difficult knowing that both of them are coming up from heaven. They really have no leeway. They can't do anything else. And, I mean, Alabama's fully aware of it. They're not trying to really work things around. They're not setting up even back towards spawn because, you know, Gavin's holding things out over there. Even with that 3K that we saw earlier is great content. Just go ahead and find that kill. It all comes down to Poison, and he almost has no health remaining in him. So I think it's going to come down to a save. He's going to opt to not really fight this out for another day and see if he can grab some possible exit frags, as you know that Alabama's going to be pushing up towards the spawn.
Yeah, no, I think Grape is sitting right here on the... He sees one. Oh, wow. Great content's going to see him through right above the wall, just his head peeking out a little bit, so he's going to get the wall bang in and just end the round there. So the save not going to be able to be fulfilled in the end. Another round in for the side of Alabama, making it 7 straight in a row for them.
Yeah, a huge streak on their hands, and not only just a streak that just says, okay, in a row, you guaranteed yourself an advantage on this half, all off one cumulative streak. It's pretty impressive of a feat that we've seen out of Alabama, knowing that this is their map pick, so, I mean, we're expecting performance out of them, but, I mean, going ahead, a feat like that is outstanding. Ever since the 3rd round, you say retaliation. Well, it all started, think about it, off that streak would be much shorter. You'd still have an even half possible if it just weren't for that 3K off of Gavin. It's these small instances that you kind of put on the back burner of your mind and forget about, but I feel like those, you should make sure to be aware of what happened there, learn from it, and know how to make these adjustments. But already this round is really starting to pan out. Sai is able to grab a kill here to get us started in this one, and the plant is going down as well as a 5v4 scenario. Rue, it's a budget buy here for Auburn, so not too much to be done unless you just see a player absolutely go off.
Yeah, I mean, not really a lot that they can do, especially with no creds in the bank. I mean, Dex right there getting picked, only leaving with 24 HP and walking straight into that KO mine right there. Toasty getting the pick, but Poison with that Sheriff in hand getting the headshot trade onto Toasty, making it a 4v3. But I mean, looking at the side of Auburn, I mean, looking at the top left, I mean, you see that they're all 2 of 3 of them are now below 50 HP. Poison the only one with about 125. Zen sitting at about 29 HP, possibly able to get something. Great content getting 2 off screen, and Poison getting the pick right there to Zen, but great content with a 3rd right there on the Poison, ending the round, making it 8-2. 2 rounds remaining in the half, and a possible 10-2 stat line again for another map.
And Poison once again being the player to make the call for this timeout. I think it's a little too late to be calling something like this. I think 2 rounds ago would have been sufficient for him. But, I mean, we're all in different scenarios in terms of mind states and where we want to be popping these timeouts. But in the meantime, I mean, Auburn going ahead and opting for this. They definitely need to make sure to use it while they still have it. They have 1 per half. They need to make sure to have the most of it, manipulate that fact, and really take that time to figure out what's going on. And honestly, when you only have 2 rounds remaining, you're saying, okay, we're taking this time out. We're seeing what we can do, how we can get ourselves to an 8-4, and that is if everything goes perfectly past this point. And it's just a lot to ask for. So when you look at the stance and what Auburn has, it all just comes down to how they make these setups. We're seeing them play for a lot of retakes.
Yeah.
And knowing that these retakes still aren't working out for their favor, it looks very concerning for their attacking side.
Yeah.
Knowing that they're going to have to fulfill those same shoes to take over control of a site. And it's just looking extremely difficult for them thus far. So I think, I mean, a little bit more utility usage. Honestly, maybe some over-allocation towards A, because we are seeing some of an even split. I got to say, I'm pretty impressed by Alabama in that aspect. They're making sure to use the entire map. They're not just saying, okay, well, we obviously favor B or we obviously favor A. I don't see any favorites. I just see good control of the entire map and swapping things up where necessary. Auburn needs to play for the middle of the map, quite frankly. They have to take control. They have to be able to siege the site from multiple angles, because we haven't seen any flank plays. We haven't seen any control of the top. We haven't seen any massive shock darts or lineups come out that really get some damage onto the board just from an unexpected angle. It's all very, very predictable. And speaking of predictable, you know, and you can predict that they're going to be hitting this B side, especially when you see that lockdown come out.
Yeah, no, and I mean, as you were talking, Zen right there getting 1, Bubs getting the trade onto Zen, and you see great content, or Schmoovin right there getting 1 with that Odin pick right there, making it 3, and Gavin sitting over here on this A side. Just kind of getting that bomb down, just planting. I mean, you saw the KJ ult popped over by B, just kind of, you know, kind of a little trade-off here and there, just TP going in. You know, his location is found, though Poison was able to get it off, but the recon dart coming in might be able to find something. Probably find 1 there, but wasn't able to find to locate Poison. However, and Auburn again in this disadvantaged state, and again, the retake's just not coming in. Great content finding that shock dart on the Dex, making it 4v2 and making it harder and harder. Make that a 1v4 as great content gets a 3rd right there on the Poison. But Rue getting 1 on the Toasty. It could be possible. We do hear the uproar coming in from the side of Auburn, but in the end, Sai is going to be the one to get the pick on Aru, making it 9-2 as we go into the final round of the half.
And once again, it's those situations, man, it's just a lack of control towards mid. I mean, we've seen no flanks come out from Auburn. We've seen nothing that seems just crazy or unorthodox out of them, and which is really weird to say, knowing that that's what we're typically used to seeing out of them. As we mentioned earlier, sure, they're minsters. They like to go ahead and throw around some things here and there, make some crosshair changes, triple Aries, whatever it may be, but knowing that none of that's been brought out, knowing that none of it has even been theorized inside this matchup yet, it's a little concerning in itself to know that, I mean, I don't know if they're not feeling in their element or if, you know, there's some land jitters going on right now that they're trying to shake off. But speaking of things being shaken off, a lot of creds being shaken off right here as Toasty and Zen on the side of Alabama both have operators in their hands. So a lot of creds up for grabs if you can find these kills.
Yeah, not to mention 2 ultimates coming in for both sides. I mean, we see the Brimstone ult and the KO ult coming for the side of Auburn, and we see that the Hunter's Fury popped in for the side of Alabama, not able to find anything, but we also know that Jet does have her ultimate up. So they have some ultimates to play with here, you know. Last round and the half, might as well use them while you can, especially if you're a man up and Jet already having those knives popped. Might be able to find something here as you see Alabama now pushing in, being aggressive over here toward this B side. Dex kind of with this Marshall sitting in a corner or at this angle trying to find something but not able to find anything as Alabama pushes on the site. Zen shooting those darts over toward over there, and you see great content getting 1, but an amazing Brimstone leaving him at 10 HP. Rue finding 2, Gavin finding the trade right there under Rue, leaving Schmoovin all by himself and Gavin picking up a 3rd. And the deja vu strikes Dallas.
Yeah, good exchanges off the get-go, but not good enough to really create some space for the rest of the round to close things out with an advantage. So, I mean, an entire half closed out 10-2 once again, as you mentioned. Deja vu, PTSD. It's the same thing depending on what your perspective may be.
Yeah.
It's a really difficult situation here for Auburn, knowing that, I mean, this isn't their map where they feel comfortable on. This isn't their pick. I mean, we've seen them have success on Ascent, but I haven't seen nearly as much success on Ascent as what I have on Fracture out of them. And to know that they just kind of lost that, knowing they kind of completely got dissected on that last map, it leaves some concerns here, at least for this one, of what could be the time of tale going forward now. I mean, if Auburn can go ahead and really get themselves into high gear, that's all it comes down to. If they can get into high gear right now, if they can find themselves this pistol round, follow it up afterwards. We saw that round 3 in the last half almost go into their favor.
Yeah.
Where they could have gotten those free guns to pick up. If they can do that one more time and just hold things down, man, play some defense when they take control of a side, they can find themselves an easy half to tie things up or even grab a lead.
Yeah, I mean, no, for sure. I mean, they're having to getting in that push right there, but side with that KJ nade just sitting there, right there, getting the pick onto Smooth and just tough luck being on low HP, just finding some shots here and there, not able to do a lot. Able to get the bomb plant down, that's 300 creds guaranteed in their back pocket, and Dex with that headhunter finding one onto Toasty, making it a 4v4. Now Alabama sitting on this retake and now looking drastic for them as Rue picks up one, Bubs picks up another, Poison drops 2 on Gavin and Zen, making it a round win for the side of Auburn.
That's exactly what they needed, man. I mean, I said it, and I really meant it. They needed that round. They didn't have any way to really get that space for round 11, for round 12, guaranteed on the side of Alabama, knowing that if anything slipped up at any point in time, they were going to see themselves going home almost immediately. So to create that leeway, to create that opportunity, knowing they could get themselves one more onto the board, this is all it comes down to. Once again, you can see Dex with that Guardian in hand. The rest of the team followed it with these Spectres. It's these opportunities to know that if Dex can go off with that Guardian, knowing that's one of the guns that can actually equate to the firepower of the other things that Alabama will be providing on this defense, if he can find himself in a really good spot and start hitting these shots, especially to carry his team forward, it's a really good standing. But even then, a massive rush right through the middle, a really good standing thus far, and some nice aggression as well, knowing that they're really just taking control of the map. That's what they need to do, and they're feeling it, at least on this one.
I mean, yeah, they got the utility, that they got the information that they needed. They saw what was happening with that KO knife that was sitting right there through B long, and because of that, they rotated instantly over toward A site, got the bomb down, now in a 4v4 situation, got some HP up compared to the Sova on the side of Alabama. Again, Alabama in this retake situation, it seems like both sides so far, I mean, unless Alabama is able to just make me eat my own words here, just unable to just kind of figure out what to do on this retake against these aggressive sides of both teams on this attacker side, and possibly Alabama might be able to do something as Zen dashes straight onto point. You see great content getting one, Zen getting another on a Bubs, Toasty picking up another, making it 4v1, and Rue not able to clutch anything, but getting two with the Molotov, make that 3 with the Molotov. What is going on? Oh my god! What? Oh my god!
I gotta say, man, Brimmy's kind of busted. I'm not gonna lie. That Molly's kind of nasty.
Molly.
Molly.
Molly. I hardly know her.
I mean, I had never taken her.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, though, we expected a round. Knowing how scratchy that was, though. Still, I mean, it was pulled out. Outstanding round for even Auburn to pull that out. But to know it got around to a clutch situation, knowing that they've really gotten to that point where they had to rely on a single piece of utility to clutch things up for them from a player that was already done and dusted from the round. And none of this can carry over to this next one. This is really concerning for Auburn.
Yeah.
Knowing that they're still going to be working with nothing but scraps to follow through, to find themselves an extra couple rounds, to really create this presence on the scoreboard in comparison. But there it is. You're thankful that Dex can find that first frag. Man has an initial engagement, at least towards the middle of the map. And even then, I feel like that's a gun that you can pick up as well, all things considered. So that's really good for Auburn if they do want to opt for that. But, I mean, they're really forcing their hand right now.
I mean, yeah, we've seen something here that we never got to see in that last half, and if I'm going to be quite frank, those last 2 maps is that Auburn is finally getting those first picks. They're finally winning those first initial gun duels, and because of that, they're up at man advantage. They know that they can push here if they wanted to, now having all 5 over here toward B main. We do see that recon dart coming in, finding all of them for the side, and great content finding one on the Rue, Bubs finding one on the Toasty, great content finding another trade on the Bubs, and again, I mean, just because of that single recon dart found all 5 of them because of that great content Content was able to find 2. Gavin finding another on the rotate out onto Dex, making it a 3v2 situation. And now Auburn's kind of in a bad state right now. They know that the majority of them for the side of Alabama were over there toward that B site, but now they're trying to seem like they're having to force it now. Poison kind of sitting, looking around, sees the turret, shooting at it, gets it down. But I wonder if he sees Size here, if he knows this is going to be able to peek this corner. I mean, they're going to have to do something here. He sees Size, Size gets the pick on a Poison, and Gavin against the cross right there on a Marky, getting the headshot kill into Schmoovin. And Alabama finally picking up a round now.
Yeah, and picking up a pretty good one as well when you sit there and consider that Dex even forced that off the get-go. He didn't have too much to work with even then, just to start with. Better yet, saying, you know what, I'm going to take away what I can. Almost go into the negatives if possible, just to cash in on this round. It just didn't work out for him, knowing they're really going to sit there rebutting the dust right now. But you got plenty of Valorant left in you. You still have 2 rounds for the side of Alabama before they really get themselves to this map win, but I mean, you still have some leeway at least one of these rounds. You have to find a streak going. You have to strand these rounds together. You have to be consistent. Get this win streak going. Get them on that back forth. Get them on the Sheriffs and get them over to the Rifles. Sheriffs, Rifles. Make them feel pressure. Make them be more concerned about the buys and the stance rather than the actual spots, but even then, it's really hard to do that when you see Toasty with a big double there off the get-go towards A-Main.
Yeah, Toasty right there just sitting there in that Omen smoke with that Judge, able to find 2 and just kind of completely halting the side of Auburn's in their attack. I mean, they have 3 up. They have that Brimstone ultimate up, but I mean, unless he has any any information, he's not going to really be able to get a lot out of it unless it's for retake, retake positioning, things like that. But nonetheless, a minute remaining on the clock. Auburn kind of having to play a lot more passive now. Understandable, you're down 2 men. There's not a lot you can do. 2 rounds remaining before Alabama's crowned Valorant's first ever, or MainStage's first ever Valorant champion. And Toasty with the 3rd right there with the Judge on the Poison, making it almost grim and impossible for the side of Auburn. But they do have the B swap. They do go rotate over, but great content sitting there with that Odin just in the corner, getting the pick on the Rude, leaving in a 1v5 situation for Dex. His location's already been found with that recon dart. You see shots being shot out onto him, and it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, I mean, even then, he could find at least a couple kills in the meantime. I don't think there's going to be too much really to be impressed by unless he can just absolutely manage some crazy things. But instead, you see Zen just swinging out, managing that kill, and finding the match point here for Alabama. One more round until we see this entire series being done for. And, I mean, Auburn, they have themselves a chance, but good God, they have to want it more than anything else in the world now.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to have to play Perfect Valor. I mean, a lot better than stat. I mean, kind of a similar stat line to what they had the last 2. Not much better. But 4-12, a lot better than 3-12. I just say so myself, even though it's a single round. I mean, Perfect Valorant is still Perfect Valorant. You're going to have to do a lot here, especially with not a lot of money in your back pocket. You do see some rifles are going to be bought in for the side of Auburn. But, I mean, regardless, I mean, you're going to have to buy up here to make it or break it at this point.
I mean, that's all it comes down to. It's exactly as you said. It is make it or break it. It is what you have. To spend, you spend it. Yeah. Whether or not you know what to need, whether or not you got the money for it, whether or not you feel like you have the position for it, whether or not you have anything to provide at all in the meantime, you need to sit there and throw down what you got. If you have, I don't care if you got pennies on the table, find a way to make them choke on that copper for all I care. You need to make them feel the impact of your team at this stage of the game. So as everything goes along and we see ourselves kind of being back and forth to the timeout, I think we're actually still good though. But I mean, everything, oh no, we just can't unpause. Interesting enough. But, I mean, I think this gives us a really good opportunity to kind of create what could be this moment for Auburn if they really do decide to bring this back. If they really do stand themselves out, they really do find these huge clutches, and even then, they're not going to find much as the first kill already goes over to Sai. They're taking a note once again out of Auburn's book to say, you know what, we'll do you one better. How about a triple Aries? Nah, let's go with a double Odin.
I mean, hey, double Odin, in my opinion, a lot better than triple Aries. I mean, having a taste of their own medicine definitely got to be hurtful, but hey, they're still only down a single player. This is definitely something that they can possibly do. They just have to watch out, but I mean, more and more, this is looking more and more grim as Zing gets one and Great Content gets another. Zing getting a second one right there on the Dex, leaving it a 1v5 situation with Poison remaining, and it looks like that this might be it for the side of Auburn.
And even then, he has absolutely no utility left at his disposal, and even when he does, he's still suppressed by the KO null command that's coming in. Everybody's trying to knife the guy. What a surprise, but even then, Alabama, you want to make sure not to give these guys any chance in the world. The recon dart comes out. He has a Hunter's Fury. He's shaking his head no. Please don't do it to me. Run to spawn. He can't jump off the map. He's going to possibly try to play a little bit of a parkour maze that he's just being toyed with at this stage. Somebody do it. There it goes. Great content to close out the entire series. 3-0 in favor of Alabama by a long mile.
I mean, yeah, definitely in dominant fashion. Alabama, you are the first ever annual main stage Valorant champions. Congratulations to you guys. You did it, and you did it in dominant fashion indeed.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at the stat line right now. I mean, you see great content up there going 18-9 right there. I mean, the entire side of Alabama just doing dominant work throughout this entire game, throughout this entire set as a whole. And I mean, there's not a lot less else you can say about that.
Yeah, and even then, man, it's even more disappointing to look at the bottom of the leaderboard. Looking at what we saw in these past couple maps, we saw Dex look so good in these past couple maps.
Yeah.
Bubs do the same exact thing. We talked about the duelist players of Auburn and how efficient they were. But, I mean, that got snuffed out in this map. Even on Split, which is also Alabama's pick, we didn't see that kind of impact. We didn't see these players falling asleep into such a stint as they did in this one. And Poison, actually the player, this guy, you can tell – you can literally tell by the leaderboard right here how much of an impact that second map had on Auburn.
Yeah.
Poison was the one player who wasn't playing in that map. He wasn't feeling the impact of losing on such a consistent basis for him to turn things around and still move that into third map. He was the one who was calling timeouts. He was the man to say, look, we got to keep ourselves together. He most definitely was, but you could tell the rest of the team definitely had felt it.
I mean, you definitely saw Poison throughout this entire set just being that IGO for the team.
Yeah.
I mean, just calling those timeouts. He was the one, like, just putting that team in that right mindset. Like, hey, even though we might be down so much, I mean, you saw it on that Ascent map, just having to just get that timeout in, and you just saw it get 2-3 maps or rounds in instantly. But there's not a lot you could do, especially with these score lines. Not even really close, if I'm going to be honest. But, again, Alabama, congratulations. You guys are the first annual Valorant champions, and I believe we have a trophy ceremony here coming up pretty soon. Actually, we believe we're going to that right now.
Welcome back to the stage, everybody. My name is Zane Mooney, the president here of North Alabama Gaming. It's a pleasure to be able to be your stage host tonight for Main Stage 2022. I would like to first congratulate Alabama for being our Valorant champions here at Main Stage. If I can get a Toasty down here, please, sir, whenever you are available. Toasty has been named the finals MVP for his great performance here at the Main Stage 2022. And I've got some questions here for you, sir. Now that you officially have the title of being the best team in Alabama in Valorant, how does that make you feel?
Feels pretty good. We've been playing against a lot of top competition and a bunch of other leagues, so it feels good to have the title for Alabama.
Great. How would you describe the competition here on this tournament in comparison to the other leagues that you've played in?
I think a lot of teams just need like a lot more experience, like especially like team coordination against some of the top teams. They're insane. Like they're so much better than us in terms of like teamwork. So I just say teams need a bunch more experience just playing together. So
yes, sir. And one final thing: do you have anybody to shout out, or you'd like to say anything out there to Twitch?
Dude, Justin's insane on land. Sorry, bro. That quick scope was insane on Fracture. So yeah.
Hey, thank you. And here's your trophy, sir. Y'all enjoy, and congratulations to Alabama for winning 3-0 in the Main Stage 22 event. One other thing, folks, we will be heading into an intermission with a skit provided from our production team. Thank you.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, sounds great. You here on?
Yes, there we go.
Ooh. You spending a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this guy.
Ooh, wait, what's that stuff?
Check it out.
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. Oh, you get to paint, dude. That seems pretty cool. you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love the most.
Oh wow, that sounds great. I'm gonna have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
Everything's okay. It's just man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice actually. I think it was you were in the middle of your turn.
Yes. So I was going to play this guy.
Oh.
By banishing these two.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
I thought you.
You missed it? No.
You good, man? Yeah, man, I'm good. It's just a dope shirt.
breaks my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you break me, but something about it makes us so, baby. Every piece keeps us together.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Main Stage 2022, where we will start to begin our League of Legends match. It is another Iron Bowl against Auburn and Alabama. I will first grab this trophy. I want to show you guys what it looks like at the best of my ability. I really can't see what you guys can see, but that'll be okay. We have a great match that's going to be coming up today, but before that happens, we do have a skit that the production team has produced and would love to show you guys.
Hey, bud. Hey, bud. Who are you? I'm. Come here. I need to show you something. Come on. Where are you taking me?
Bro, where are you taking me, man?
Give me my lead game. Touch it. Feel it. Do you know what that is?
What is this? I've never seen this before.
This is grass.
Grass?
Is it not a wonderful thing?
Just like in the jungle?
Yeah.
League of Legends?
Yes. Just like League of Legends.
God, I didn't think that was real.
I know. It's crazy, isn't it?
There's more.
There's so much of it. Look everywhere. Just come on, join me. Just bask in the greatness. This is nice, isn't it?
This might be the best day of my life.
We should do this again sometime.
We should.
Next week?
Next week. Yep, I'm down.
All right, let's do it. I'll put you out of the game again.
Our League of Legends matches tonight, I want to shout out our sponsors, Zozodelic, For the Win Game Store, Maples Rugs, and especially this venue that we're in here today, Eplex. We are honored to have this facility to be able to host this LAN, first of many, hopefully. If now that we are going to begin, I think we're ready. Mr. Durza and Brad, are we good to go on y'all's end? Alrighty, they are good to go. So we are going to begin the matches today. It is a best of 5 against Alabama and Auburn. I can't wait to see what happens. Thank you.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Main Stage. I'm very excited to get into this game of League of Legends. We got Alabama versus Auburn today. Another Iron Bowl. Iron Bowl 2.0. One left. We have this one, and then we have one more to go. We got Rocket League Iron Bowl as well. And I'm excited to watch them. I'm excited to see both of them. Are you, Jake?
Oh, yeah, I'm extremely excited to see these games today.
I mean, I honestly don't know which way it's going to go. It could go either way.
Yeah, I've had a great time this semester watching these teams play against each other. Like, Alabama has definitely proven their worth, and Auburn has put up a good fight for sure. I am very excited to see how this plays out today.
Oh, most definitely. I want to know what weird stuff they're going to do this time, because both these teams have kind of played some weird stuff in the past, and I hope they pull out something crazy tonight as well.
Yeah,
some off-meta pick, something that no one else will expect to see.
Oh yeah, I'm sure someone will, Brad, one way or another.
One way or another. Maybe we'll see some funny stuff. I hope so. For now, I believe they're about to start drafting, and then we will cover that afterwards. Until then, how have you been enjoying your time at the Eplex here today?
I'm going to be honest with you, Brad. I'm a tired boy.
You're a tired boy? I'm also very tired.
I am so grateful the league is second and not third because
yeah. I'm running on 4 hours of sleep in the past 3 days, so I understand.
Yeah. I'm about the same, honestly. Yeah, we're pretty close.
It's the life to live.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't want it any other way.
Of course, that is the gamer way.
True, we are true gamers. Who do you think has this one?
I don't know, honestly. This could definitely go either way. Alabama's put up a really good fight this season, but Auburn has definitely shown that they can compete with Alabama. I don't think that this will be a stomp from Alabama if it even is anything close to that. I definitely think this is going to be an even game. Definitely might not be a game 3.
I mean, honestly, what I want Auburn to get the reverse sweep.
Mm-hmm.
Alabama showed up and they sweeped them last time. I want Auburn to show up today, and I want them to get them back. Auburn. Let's go Tigers. Let's go Tigers.
I think it would be super interesting if we could get a game 5 here. I really like watching both these teams play. They're so explosive. Both of these teams have put up such outstanding showings over the course of the season, and so I'm excited. I'm really excited for this.
I feel like we're just repeating ourselves and saying that we're
Yeah, I
excited
mean,
over and over
what
again.
else-
But
what
you
else
know
we
what?
have to say?
What else are we gonna say? We're just waiting. This is a waiting game. The time goes on. I can feel the clock ticking. I don't know if it's there, but I sure can hear it.
Yeah.
Maybe we're having some player difficulties. Maybe they're having issues with something. Maybe one of them's thinking about playing without a monitor on today.
Well, that would be nice. Yeah.
That would be quite funny. Or maybe without a keyboard, just playing mouse only.
Yeah, we're still currently waiting for the first draft to start.
I'm looking at this screen real intently. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm having a good time. I'm here with my best buddy Jake.
Thank you, Brad. I
Auburn
appreciate it.
is R. Let's go. Let's go. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. This just in. Oh, and the draft begins. Let's get right
Let's go.
into it. All right. Now, I don't know why I'm talking about it because I don't think we're streaming it. So we're just going to stand here
So we're
and
gonna
continue to have a casual conversation while we stall for time. So,
What did you do yesterday, Brad?
yesterday. So I didn't sleep last night.
Right, of
Or no, I
course.
didn't sleep the night before.
Okay,
Sorry.
Yep.
Played Elden Ring most of the night.
Oh, that's a good game.
It was
to
a good
play.
game. It's a good game. I'm ashamed to say I farmed. I farmed for runes. I did it. I did it for like 3 or
But
4
you're not
hours.
playing a magic build, right?
No.
Of course not.
No.
Okay,
No. It's Faith Ooga Booga.
yeah, of course.
I mean, big sword go burn.
If you're not doing a fourth of something's HP every hit, then you're not doing anything.
Exactly.
That's all
Like,
I'm
why
saying.
play the game? Why play the game? And then, incantations. I get to buff everything for
Yeah,
no
of
reason.
course.
I get to run you down even faster, even harder.
Yeah, we're about halfway through the draft at this point.
Yep, halfway, if you want to say so. What did you do yesterday, Mr. Jake?
I did finals.
Finals?
Yeah, it's
Finals.
finals week for us college kids, and I'm not having a
Pain.
good time with it. This
Pain.
is stressful.
This is pain.
18 hours is not a good thing to do.
No. No, it's not. But, here we are. We're living.
Yep.
We're living
Yeah.
life. We ball regardless.
Of course.
I believe that Alabama has blue side and Auburn has red side this game.
Mhm.
So I don't know if that's going to add any form of advantage, but I do know that I believe blue buff has a slightly higher win rate than red side.
Yes, it's 51-49 and
Yep.
blue favored. Yep, that is where the winner's Q term has come from. If you've ever heard someone say that,
Yep.
It's, that originated because people on blue side have a higher chance to win than red side. But then whenever Tyler 1 started saying it, then it just became a whole thing that wasn't the original thing. So.
Oh, Tyler 1.
Yeah.
What a lovely, lovely man.
What else we got going on? What, you got anything else to say? I got
Drove
nothing else
8
to say.
hours on Wednesday
why'd you do that?
to record an hour and a half skit. Or a minute and a half skit, sorry.
Okay.
I think that's good.
It's a good
That's
use of your time.
worth. It's the grass one actually, the one that just played.
Oh, that was a good skit.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Brandy
I
and I
giggled.
drove up to Auburn.
Okay.
We're there for maybe 45 minutes to an hour, ate and then left.
All right.
I did, however, get to drive the Tesla on the way back.
Oh, that's
was
that's
nice.
Pretty cool.
That was nice. The Tesla is a lovely thing.
Yeah, that Tesla's pretty hot.
And then, not last night, but the night before last, I had the privilege of having Korean barbecue for the first time, which was absolutely delicious. Would do it anytime, ever again. It was very good.
How expensive was it?
It
if
was
you don't mind me asking.
$35 a person, I believe.
That's about it.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm going to be completely honest here, I've spent more on food.
Have
I've
you
spent
really?
more.
Dang,
Yeah.
I have not.
I spare no expense on food. I will happily spend $50 at a restaurant for myself.
No, I don't know about that. you got me messed up on that one.
I guess I do. Would there be any way for us to see chat?
What do you mean in game?
Like just over here?
Oh, no. Yeah, draft is wrapping up here, so we will be moving into the game pretty shortly, or at least the actual draft. So we can start talking about things. Are you pulling up chat?
Yeah, I want to pull up chat. Why no chat? Wait. There it is.
Yeah, I see that.
They're getting toxic in chat, though. Not towards the other team, but towards their own team.
I don't want to talk about the draft yet.
I don't want to talk about the draft
I
yet.
keep trying to say something.
I keep wanting to say something about it as well, but I'm like, no one else can see this.
We
We're the
can't talk
only
about it
people
yet.
who can see this right now. It's very frustrating. But, you know, maybe in the next 10 years or so, we'll actually get this game moving.
Hopefully it's a little bit faster than that. Maybe 9 years. I don't know if I want to wait 10.
Yeah, you know, waiting for League's 20th birthday would be nice. Man. Spring. So, throughout this season, we have seen Alabama and Auburn absolutely dominate the competition. It was almost no contest. The only time that Auburn has lost a game so far was to Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember that game. It turned into an ARAM really quickly.
Yeah.
So maybe if Auburn can keep the team more separated, more solo play, they have a better chance. Because I genuinely believe the only person on Alabama that might be able to keep up in 1v1s with the rest of the cast would be their jungler.
Yeah, their jungler has put up a hefty showing this season. I think Alabama has clean swept every team they've played against.
Yep.
Have they lost even like a single game this semester?
I don't believe so. I don't think they've dropped a single game.
Damn, that's pretty crazy. I think I agree with you. Their jungler is pretty hyphy.
But I think in a 1v1 between Jokage and I don't even know how to say that name. Ogawa? Sure, good enough.
Yeah.
Ogawa. I think that Jokage probably loses it because ADC.
I mean,
think
it
ADC
depends
is
on what
just
the champs are.
Yeah, I guess so, but I think ADC is just objectively a worse role.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's an argument that can be made there.
All right, it looks like the teams are ready. So we should be shortly getting into our
draft
here.
analysis. I've been dying to do it so far. They're having audio issues. Oh no. Oh no. Someone help the boys.
I should move this chair back.
You should move that chair back.
There
I think.
we go. Oh, never mind. I can't even go that far.
Oh, that's tragic.
I got pranked.
You got memed on by a cord. Outplayed and outsmarted at every time.
Yeah, I'm just dumb. I don't even know if that was an outplay. I outplayed myself.
True. All right. Is that a Pokemon reference?
Which one?
Youngster Joey?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy with the Rattata.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I thought so, but I wasn't sure. I'm about to just go out there. I'm about to go fix this myself. I'm about to just go start the game.
Ready to get this thing started.
I might just go play for them. It might just be a Jake and I 1v1. I don't know.
Howling Abyss. No items, Fox only.
True.
Looks like we are having some technical difficulties. We do have staff on the scene.
Intermission. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a second. I hope everyone has a wonderful time. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
3, 2, 1, go.
Let's go!
Okay, sounds great. You here often?
Yes, every day.
Ooh. Spending a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this card.
Ooh, wait, what is... What's that stuff?
Check it out.
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. Oh, you get to paint, dude. That seems pretty cool. What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love the most.
Oh, wow. That sounds great. I'm going to have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it on there. Everything's okay. It's just... Man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice, actually. I think it was... you were in the middle of your turn?
Yes. Let's see. So I was going to play this guy.
Oh.
By banishing these two.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
I thought so.
You missed it? No.
You overstep.
I'm absolutely livid. Come on, I won't hurt you. I promise.
Ignorant thrall.
He got a quadra kill when he was playing Olaf.
Yeah,
last
that
time.
Olaf was nasty last time.
Fine.
For sure. Zaya down.
Sharpening my feathers.
I don't remember if I've seen their Zaya before, but banning safe stuff, always a good thing. I do think Zaya is very good right now.
Okay, starting off with a Kled pick.
Safe. Yep, 2
Nar.
safe picks from the top lane. Xin Zhao.
Gwyn.
Yep, the Gwyn has shown up multiple times for the Alabama jungler. He seems to really just like to pick champs that have a lot of health and run people down.
Now, they have to get a hold of Gwyn early game, or Gwyn's just going to run away. They will not have any options.
We have seen that in the past. Whenever they've picked Gwyn, well, I guess they've only picked it once, but the one time they picked Gwyn, they couldn't kill her early, and she just scaled to oblivion, and there was nothing they could do.
Yep. An Orn ban, which I think is a little odd, but, you know.
LeBlanc ban, we've seen LeBlanc before.
Yeah. And also, a little bit of caster insight about that LeBlanc ban.
Never pick a
the
fight
coach
you can't
for
win.
Alabama likes to draw the champions they're going to play for the game. And I think someone might have gotten a little sneak peek at the sketchbook. Oh, saw the LeBlanc, banned it. Get it out of here.
Was it cute?
It was cute. I thought it was quite cute.
That's all I care about.
Lucian Nami balling. Went into an Ezreal Karma. Do you think they still have killing power?
I think Lucian Nami is so strong right now. It is disgusting. Lucian is the best ADC in the game right now, besides like Veigar. And then Nami, of course, just being a solid enchanter and being able to augment that Lucian if she takes Electrocute, puts the E on him. Lucian just blows people the heck up on top of being the best ADC in the game right now. So into the Ezreal Karma, I don't even think it matters that they have such a safe lane. If Lucian gets his paws on that Ezreal, he's just going to explode.
Yeah. I see what you're saying, and I do completely agree. I'm a little scared for the Vex in the mid lane.
I don't know if we should be scared for her or for the Aurelia.
I know. I can't decide. This has completely come down to a skill matchup.
Because Ezreal's going to have to either take Cleanse or buy QSS, or else this Vex is going to run the show. Because if she lands anything on the Ezreal, Lucian is just going to obliterate him, and there's nothing they're going to be able to do. I do definitely think that Auburn is one draft here. While Alabama does have a solid team comp, Auburn's is just really meta right now.
So, now that we're about to get into things, I just want to take a moment to look at the jungle picks here. Xin Zhao and Gwyn. Xin Zhao has a really easy way of getting on top of somebody. He just has an ability that just moves him to you.
Right, the early game crusher.
Yep.
He's so good at dueling early game.
Auto Q, and, you know, they might as well just be dead. And there's Gwyn. Gwyn, on the other hand, funny champion. She doesn't have to be on top of you to hit you. She can be halfway across the map, and she might as well be autoing you at that point.
Right.
That range is absolutely disgusting.
She did get her range nerfed recently, but I don't think it matters. I still think Gwyn's a really strong champ.
I don't think it's enough to really slow her down. And especially with her Q, the cone in the center doing true damage to anybody, it's really going to tear this Gnar apart, I think.
Yeah. And even with Gwyn being not as strong as Xin Zhao early game, I do think that she can just press W as soon as he tries to W her, and there's nothing he can do to get on top of her. Because if he doesn't hit his W on her, he's not going to be able to catch her. And that's going to be a huge factor, I think, playing into this jungle, unless we have some outside factors that lock the Gwen down.
Oh, most definitely. That W is going to be a very big problem, especially having 4 ranged champions on the team. I think her W is going to have a big impact this game.
I do want to talk about this mid matchup a little bit more because we have seen the Pie Crusader just absolutely demolish some lanes that he's played this season, but he is into a Vex who does hard counter Irelia. But the thing with Irelia is she's never really hard countered.
Yeah.
If she hits her ability, she's still just going to kill you because it doesn't matter if the Vex blocks her Q. She's going to lock her down anyways.
Do you think it's important for Irelia to go a little bit MR early?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I think she'll start MR runes, and then I think after that she's going to build like a Death Dance or something, and she'll never have any more MR. Because I don't think they're going to build for the Vex, although Vex does do a lot of damage right now, because I also think Vex is very strong. I don't think Irelia is going to have to bother with her, because she can always just press W and then negate Vex's entire kit, and why would she have to build magic resist for that?
I do see Vex building Armguard early.
Yeah,
I don't
Vex
think
is
she's
just a
going to
safe
finish
pick.
it out, but I think she will buy Armguard very early.
I agree with that. I do think that's going to happen, because Gwen is their only big AP threat besides the Karma base damage. And Gwen's just going to do true damage anyways, so why would you itemize against her?
Yep, I completely agree.
The only issue is that with the Kled and the Ezreal, their AD threats are not strong besides Irelia. So they do have actually a fairly good mixed spread of damage here, despite the fact that they have 3 AD and 1 AP. With the Ezreal and the Kled not having like huge damage outputs, they're going to be doing about even AD AP damage.
Oh, yeah. I want to see them get this Gwen under wraps. I want to see them shut her down. I want to see them make her not be allowed to play the video game.
Yeah, jungle is definitely going to be the way in this game.
This, I believe, by the end will somehow, one way or another, be a jungle diff.
Never count out that top lane though. Those are both pretty volatile champions.
Oh yeah, I completely agree. But hey, you know, we're finally getting into this loading screen. Finally about to get into the Alabama versus Auburn League of Legends game at MANESTAGE 2022. And I hope that everyone else is just as excited as I am.
I am ready for this content, baby. That Irelia skin is one of my favorite skins in the game. I'll just go ahead and say it right now.
I think that Kled skin's actually pretty good.
In game, that Irelia skin is so nice, especially like every single chroma for it.
Oh yeah, I honestly couldn't agree more. It's a very nice skin. I think my favorite skin in the game, probably Pinnacle Mordekaiser, like the original Pinnacle Mordekaiser.
That one is pretty good, yeah. You mean like pre-rework Mordekaiser?
Yeah.
Oh, that's spicy.
That is
a hot take. I like that.
Spicy.
Looks like the Gwen did run Ghost, of course, in the classic Gwen fashion, not running Flash. Having a bit of a weird freeze here. Press the play button on the caster thing.
Oh no, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties.
Maybe restart the client.
Before you do that, drag it all the way to the right.
Oh, stand up.
Well, sorry. Oh, wait.
Oh, hold on.
Fast, go to +8 until it stops, or ×8 until it stops.
There we go. Technical difficulty solved.
We're just too good. Only professionalism here.
Alrighty. It looks like Auburn is going for a cheese invade. Everyone's stacking up in the bot lane. Running through the bush. Gonna look to go through the river. Most likely. Will Ezreal get spotted here? Is the question everyone's wanting to answer for. Ezreal's gonna sit in the bush. Ooh. Joe Kage is looking... Oh, maybe not. It looks like he's in not a great position because Ezreal's gonna see him before he sees the rest of the team. Okay, never mind. He's fixing the positioning. Alright, let's see. Can we get the Vex Sphere? Vex Sphere is critical here. No,
Oop.
he missed the... Oh, okay, it didn't matter. He didn't blow sums. No E-skill, no flash burned. So, that is just going to be a kill for no resources lost on the side of Ezreal. Interesting decision.
Invading is insecure.
I disagree.
Says the jungler from Alabama.
Invading is Giga Chad.
Invading is very Giga Chad. I could not agree more.
Alright, well, since they got the kill, I feel kind of bad about saying this, but I do think that invade was not super optimal because I do think the best play was for the Vex to skill W and then flash, or skill Q and then flash. But it didn't matter because the Ezreal didn't pick any options to get away. So
oh yeah,
that's how that's gonna go. It looks like the Auburn bot lane is sitting in the tri-bush to cheese.
Okay.
And Alabama is gonna walk into it. Never mind. Maybe they're gonna lose
backing
XP
it.
for killing that ward. The Auburn jungler did start top. I don't know if Alabama knows that.
That was a big fear coming out onto Aurelia. Do a very good trade in favor of Vex, but I don't know how long it'll last. With Vex hitting, or with Aurelia hitting level 2 there, she might just be able to go in soon and completely murder Vex.
Yeah, that right there is what we're going to be seeing for most of the game from the Lucian, is that auto and then E-auto just absolutely destroys with the Nami Electrocute. Ezra lost 3/4 of his HP from 3 auto attacks.
Yeah, and it's a valid strategy, and they tried to choose a super safe lane, so I'm not exactly, I don't know. Maybe this is punishment for choosing such a safe lane with such squishy characters.
Lucian with the E-forwards again.
Ooh,
Yeah,
so
so
close.
much HP taken for so little burned. Oh, Nara eating through the minions. Let's see if he can land the stun. Oh. I guess. Oh, here we go. Stun is landed, and the Kled is eating through the Nara.
Ooh,
Running
Kled
flash. Getting knocked off his mount. And getting access to the rest of his Qs.
Ooh.
It does not look like the
big
Nara will
trade.
decide to trade any summoner spells for that, but that was a flash burn from Kled, so that was a successful trade from Nara.
Oh, most definitely. Definitely a very good play. At this time, I would like to request our spectator to hit O. Thank you very much. And if you wouldn't mind just leaving it up, that would be great. So already off to a pretty good start. Aurelia up in CS in the mid lane by a very slight margin, but is down in health. Down in the bot lane. Now, Lucian has an assist, and he's up 4 CS. So this might turn into a pretty big lead for him. I'm not sure. I'm glad Gwen's asking how everyone's day has been going. My day's been going pretty good so far here at the E-Plex for MANESTAGE 2022. And I hope his day is going well as well.
Looks like a gank is coming out from the Xin Zhao. The Vex lands the Fear and then flashes forwards to land the W and cancel the Aurelia jump. And that will be a clean pickup for the Xin Zhao. Those
And the
early
fish
kills on
is
him are going to be nasty.
Gwen is bot lane, as is Karma and Ezreal.
Looks like they're looking for a setup on the Lucian here.
I think the Nami is going to walk into the Gwen and die for it.
Oh, nope. They care more about the Lucian, and he will trade Flash.
He gets out. And Ignite. They burned Ignite and Flash for that.
Nami is forced to walk all the way around, but I definitely think that's a fair trade. They got the Flash out of the Lucian instead of turning around on the Nami, and the most they would have gotten from the Nami was a Flash as well, so I do think that was the correct play.
This Snar is playing incredibly aggressive.
I mean, he has arranged into a melee matchup.
Yeah.
What's he going to do? Looks like he's trying to set up for a freeze here. He's going to eat a lot of HP, but Xin Zhao is hanging out in the wings, maybe intentionally missing the Q there so that he would bait the Kled in.
Kled, I think, also intentionally
Kled,
missing the Q.
Yeah. Kled did not have Flash, so that was going to be another clean pickup for the Xin Zhao. That's, like we said in the pregame, the Xin Zhao getting early kills is going to be a huge threat in the jungle.
He's now sitting at 3-0 already.
This could definitely make or break the game. Looks like they're going to start on the Dragon.
Getting a very strong early lead. Seeing how long they can hold on to this is going to be an interesting one, because we've seen multiple teams this semester getting these very strong early leads and then falling apart as soon as they get to mid lane or mid game. And I hate to see it, but
yeah, got to keep your consistency up. That's a major part of League of Legends.
Without consistency, what's left?
Mechanics.
True. Couldn't.
But if they're only intermittent, then, you know. Yeah, actually, they threatened the Dragon, but they didn't actually take it.
Both jungles in their top side right now with Dragon being up.
I mean, they had their chance for Prio, and they just decided not to capitalize on it. I'm not entirely sure why. I think they walked down and farmed a couple of waves, but... Huh, looks like we're having a pause.
Oh, no.
Oh, never mind.
Wait, we're back. That's a pretty long 0.
Yeah, that's 0. There we go. But yeah, that Dragon is... every game that I've seen from Alabama has been pretty low priority, actually. You would think in a team setting that they'd be more actively prioritizing objectives, but Dragons seem to be something that are just continually ignored by every team that Alabama plays or plays against. Looks like they're going to start it up from Auburn now. They're just going to sneak it. No team fight needed. There's no wards on it.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
What's happening? Nope. Ah, I see. We got slightly above the, slightly below the 3 minutes that it's required. Because this is technically a live stream going out, and we got just a little bit too quick on it, so it automatically pauses the spectator view and causes a stutter.
Of course. Xin Zhao going to use his 3-kill lead to walk into the enemy jungle and try and attempt to steal the red. Gwen is here. Vex is here.
He does
Looks
have
like
smite.
Nami's moving as well, so they're just going to get this and get out. I don't think he needed to smite there, but, you know, better be safe than sorry.
He didn't have vision of the Gwen, so I don't blame him. She could have eaten out of that bush, warded, and then immediately Ard. Or not Ard, smited.
Smited, yeah. That's going to be a Kled ult, but the Nara is just going to walk to the side and walk away.
Gonna walk away? Oh, okay.
Kled might be picking up a free kill here. I think Nar still has Z. Oh, no, he doesn't. Never mind. Now he has it.
Oh, wow.
Kled. Okay, that was clean. Good, quick little EQ from the Kled to pick up that kill. The Nar E didn't come up in time for him to position himself out of that, and so that will be a free pickup for the Kled.
Really close top lane, almost got out, but unfortunately, and then here is...
Irelia is Ireliaing all over the Vex. Yep, that's how it goes. She had no fear, so Irelia is allowed to do whatever the heck she wants there. That's how the matchup goes. When Vex has fear, Irelia is invalidated. When Vex does not have fear, Irelia invalidates Vex.
Man. And she started Hex Drinker.
Yep. Yeah, Ma is incredibly strong right now. They got buffed this last patch, and it's just, like, super duper good. Both that and Death Stance.
Isn't it now the shield is 125% of your bonus AD?
Yeah, it's something like that. It's very strong. Looks like another fight breaking out in this top. They are scrapping it out. Flash being blown by Kled to avoid the stun. Will it matter? His cooldowns are coming back up, but so are Nars.
Ooh.
Dismounted. The stun landing on the mount, unfortunately, and that is going to make the difference with the Kled W just tearing apart the Nar. But yeah, if that Nar stun had landed on the Kled after he had got off his mount, I think he had a chance to win that. But since it hit him before he got off his mount, and it was what put him off his mount, he actually just didn't get stunned at all, because that's how that works for the Kled mechanic. CC does not last through him getting dismounted, so that's going to be a quick pickup. Looks like he might get his recall canceled. No. It's barely getting out. That was milliseconds for that Vexy to hit. And I'm pretty sure it would have forced him to cancel his recall too, even if he had gotten hit during the timer where you can still recall, because it would have feared him and made him move. So that was milliseconds away from death.
I think if Vex paths incorrectly here at all, she might just die to the Gwen. But it seems like she's going very safe and going behind her tier 1 tower.
That's going to be a quick sneak from the Gwen. Both objectives that have been taken this game have been sneaks from both teams. Just no words in the objectives at all.
Nar now in an interesting position where he has to find a way past this Kled.
Looks like he's just going to burn his E over the wall and then try and walk around it.
And then Xin Zhao not exactly moving to help him, instead deciding to try and go and gank mid lane. Flash
XR
coming out from Aurelia, but
Flash
also
used
the
to
R.
avoid it. Yeah, but it looks like the Aurelia will be turning on this gank here, though, because the Gwen has shown up, and that's going to be a free kill. Can they finish the Vex? No, it does not look like it. Ooh. Joe Kage here to clean up the rest of the kills. Use this cleanse. I think he maybe thought he had heal, or maybe muscle memory to heal there, because a heal would have killed, but a cleanse would not.
More than likely, yes. Or was expecting her to R and was trying to time it correctly.
Oh, yeah. Cleansing off the slow and the Gwen R definitely could have gotten him the kill. But she'd have Ghost on, so I think the only way he ever killed there is if he had heal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was an interesting fight. The Vex and Xin Zhao engaged on the Aurelia, but then the Auburn bot lane moved up and turned that bad boy around.
Kled is building a very large lead
Yeah,
here.
this
Up
Kled is
2
getting
kills
big.
and almost 30 CS.
Yeah, the pickup from the tabbies with this Kled is. Okay, move your mouse.
Gabe, thank you. Just for everyone that might be wondering, Gabe is the name of the person spectating for us today.
Sorry.
And I would like to say thank you, Gabe, for
Thank you,
spectating
Gabe.
for us. I appreciate it.
Looks like
Aurelia going for some slightly cheesy strats here, it seems. Allowing the Vex to think that she's not there so the Vex can shove out. Forcing Vex to walk into a pretty bad position. Does she go in off of the E?
So Zhao is here.
Unfortunately, she does not.
It looks like they're going to rotate up top lane to maybe get something on this Kled here. He does have flash and ult available, so he can get away if he plays this correctly. Going to E and then ult through, but his ult did get stopped by the Gnar. Vex landing the fear. Getting dismounted. How are they going to finish this? The Gnar ult to the wall after the dismount this time. That was very clean.
That was a good play. And now it's a 1v3 between Gwen.
I don't think she's going to commit to that.
She doesn't want any. I guess they're just going to settle
Looks
to
like,
take a mid tower.
yeah, I think they're going to herald mid here. They can probably finish the entire tower. There's no one on the side of Alabama that is rotating down. So that's looking like a mid tower gone. Oh, no plating though. Right after the 14-minute mark. If she hadn't rotated up for that top fight, they definitely could have gotten play it, but I don't know. That's a hard decision to make. So Zhao looking like he's about to run into the Gwen here. I think they do know she's here, but they will not find her.
They're all grouping very well at this moment. Even though the dragon's not up, there isn't really an objective to be grabbed here. They're just simply supporting their jungler, making sure that they don't get dove or don't get caught out in any way.
Yeah, definitely. A key factor of both of these teams so far this season has been how well they play together as a team. I do think that'll play a big factor in this game as well. Alabama has been notorious for grouping together and invading everyone else's jungle. And it looks like they're continuing that trend.
They're grouping up again for Dragon, or not even Dragon, just grouping.
Yeah, both Auburn and Alabama have 4 members on the spot side right now, though Ezreal is staying mid.
There is the first charge of Gwen R.
She got the reset off the ward, so she will not be forced to lose her ult here. The Nami ult is looking to catch the Gwen out, and it will not connect.
She does, however, waste her ult, or Nami and Gwen both waste their ult in this engagement. I'm not sure which has the shorter cooldown.
That's a good question. It looks like the Gwen ult has a shorter cooldown. Just looking at the cooldowns. Yep.
Not completely surprised. Gnar going back top lane to try and deal with this Kled, but I think it might just be too late.
That's going to be a gone tower. As Gnar is getting shut out by the Kled, there's now 40 CS difference in the top lane. I'm not sure how impactful that's going to be because most of Gnar's late game impact is not his damage, but the amount of CC he can put onto people in the back line after he uses gap close.
Oh, yeah.
Lucian is eating forwards, but cannot find the kill.
Nearly dying to minion damage here, actually.
Now Auburn is just going to be looking to fish for, oh, Ezreal sidesteps by the Lucian E. But Auburn is going to be looking to fish for picks and catching people out of position this game because they are down a hefty amount of gold, about 5K. It looks like they're going to start that with the Irelia. How many members they have? They have 3 members fishing for the Irelia. The Vex did miss her R, but the Xin Zhao will be able to knock her up and then clean that up. Kled is ulting in. 1v3.
Oh, and
Karma is here to bear him out.
Ezreal also there, but Gwen isn't. I think if they took that, they might have been able to win the 3v3.
I don't know. Lucian was way closer than the Gwen was.
Yeah.
So I'm not entirely sure. That one pickup is going to even the gold out just a little bit. And they're going to look to start a dragon fight. Vex did just use her ult on the Irelia, so I'm not entirely sure how they're going to engage this. The Hex Gate getting taken for better positioning by the Gwen, and a TP getting used by the Irelia who just spawned. Xin Zhao caught early by the Gwen.
Big bubble coming out from the Nami.
Yep, forced to burn flash, and that'll be a free dragon for Alabama.
Incredibly late smite, however.
That's alright, then another jungler and almost contesting. So let's see what they convert off this dragon fight. Looks like they're going to get the dragon, maybe 1 tower bot. Vex did move bot top to clear, and Irelia is going to look to finish out the tower mid. So it looks like they're going to get 2 towers and a dragon off of that fight, and 2 kills as well.
I couldn't agree more. I don't know. They had a pretty good lead early, but unfortunately they couldn't hold it together.
Yeah, as you said, that
Gwen just gets away with them. Or gets away from them, rather. My apologies.
Gwen W is a hilarious ability I enjoy very much. The Vex are landing. Fear following up. This is a huge engage for Auburn. Xin Zhao looking to chase down the Gnar and take, or sorry, the Kled and take him out. Flashing over the wall, but not working because the Lucian is tracked. And that is going to be, how many was that? 3 for 0?
Yep.
3 for 0. That was really good.
Really pushing up top lane. I unplugged the light on accident. I apologize.
I didn't kill the stream. We're all right.
No, stream's okay. I unplugged the light on mistake.
Yes, that was, while that was 3 kills for 0, they're still 5K gold down. This gold gap is going to be very, very difficult for them to surmount.
So here we are. We're getting a lot of the Auburn team up top lane, just pushing things out, getting ready to pressure for Baron, I suppose. Gwen is in the bot lane, along with Kled. They only really have Ezreal. Oh, my apologies. Aurelia and Karma.
That was a long snipe from the Gnar to pick up the Karma kill. That's going to be a kill right before the Baron when they're pressuring Baron. That could be game deciding. This might be the break that Auburn needs. It looks like they're going to try to push out mid before they start this Baron, but I do think they're going to pressure it. Or maybe they're just going to fish for a mid tower.
Lucian is being followed by Aurelia down river. That was a little scary for a second. I was worried.
They are going to look to just force this mid tower. The Gnarl coming out, forcing the Gwen into the tower. Nami ult looking to save the Xin Zhao, and they will get the kill for no returns. But Kled is in the bot lane pushing it out. They did 1-3-1. I'm not entirely sure if Kled or Irelia is going to be able to get anything here because Auburn is starting to respond. Actually, never mind. He has demolished. That's a tower. Irelia also will get a top tower on this as well. Because Alabama is just not moving. Xin Zhao was in the jungle, but Kled is going to commit for this inhib. He really wanted it. It's definitely a dead Kled, but he did trade the inhibitor, and Irelia got the top tower as well. That was 3 objectives for virtually nothing. Huge play from Alabama. Realizing that they were down and that Auburn was going to try and force Baron, so they just decided to cut their losses, and Auburn didn't even get Baron.
This is an incredibly close game with all things considered. Although Alabama is up still around 5,000 gold. Down goes Karma, falling to the Xin Zhao jungle.
Yep,
who's
solo warding.
Yeah, getting a little too deep, getting a little bit just too antsy, I guess. maybe they're lacking a little communication. They're not really playing as a team right now.
And that is going to open up Auburn to be able to start this Baron once again.
Now with 2 of them dead, Kled being up soon, he does have TP. He could TP straight to Baron.
His ult landing on 2. Irelia getting feared. Ulting to disengage, but the Kled is going in as well. The Gwen.
Irelia takes down Lucian.
Yep, some cleanup kills from the Irelia. Oh, Alabama is just so strong with how much gold they're up right now. That was a... I don't want to say that was a throw from Auburn, but that Baron fight was definitely iffy. They got 4v5'd.
I believe they should have backed out after the Aurelia ult and waited for the marks to go away before engaging
the Kled did
again.
ult in and forced the rest of the fight, so they had to peel back at best at that point.
And I don't think they do have a lot of appeal on their team. Well, I guess that's not true, but I believe that Nami did just use her ult right before this fight.
Yeah, they definitely have less peel than Alabama has engage.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. Because the key to that fight was that Auburn had used all of their peel to try and force the Baron fight back, and then by the time the Kled had engaged, they just had nothing left. They had no Vex Fear, they had no Gnar ult, they had no Nami ult, and so Alabama just ran the show and ran them over. And they're now up a clean 7k gold. And that's going to be another dragon for Alabama. The Vex ult not connecting, so they get no engage here. Gwen is engaging with her ult and her W. Will they be able to find anything? It does not look like it.
Good flash coming out from Nami to make sure that she's getting away from the
Gwen
Gwen.
eating the wall and finding her third ulti. That is going to be a huge engage from Irelia. Big Vex Fear, though.
That is a lot of CC coming out from Gnar. However, unfortunately, he does not do any damage to follow any of it up.
Lots of CC, lots of healing. The Kled ult is going to look to end the game. He has blood in his eyes. He wants this over. Nami's going to go down, and Vex is going to go down, and it looks like that is going to be it for game number 1. The huge Baron conversion into the huge bot lane chase. The Alabama jungler asking for Kindred. They did ban his champs out. That was an outstanding game.
What a game 1.
Auburn put up a huge fight there, but Alabama just shoved it down their throats and forced the issue. That's going to be it for game 1. A clean 2015 victory from Alabama.
Hello, everybody. We're back. And that was a fantastic game, if I'm going to be honest. It wasn't super one-sided. It was pretty back and forth the entire time.
Yep, Auburn did have that early lead, and Alabama took it from them. And then Auburn made some good plays, and Alabama took it from them again.
I think it really just took that one Baron push. That's all they needed, was a single Baron. Auburn might have done the exact same thing if they had gotten into that situation where they had been able to secure Baron.
I definitely think this matchup has the potential for not being a blowout. I don't think this will be a 3-0. I'm going to go ahead and say it.
I don't either. I genuinely do not believe this is a 3-0. So right after this game, we're going to go into an intermission, and we'll be right back. Please don't go anywhere. I hope you enjoy whatever it is we decide to show you today.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, sounds great. You here, Ahmed?
Yes, every day.
Ooh. Spending a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this guy.
Ooh, wait, what's that stuff?
Check it out?
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. Oh, you get to paint, dude. That seems pretty cool. What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love the most.
Oh, wow. That sounds great. I'm gonna have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it open.
Everything's okay. It's just man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice, actually. I think it was you were in the middle of your turn. Is that right?
Yes. Let's see. So I was gonna play this guy.
Oh.
By banishing these two.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
I thought
You good, man?
Yeah, man, I'm good. It's just a dope shirt.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to UNA Main Stage 2022. Back for Game 2 between Alabama and Auburn. Currently going through picks and bans. I don't think we're going to see a lot of different bans from last time. I think we'll see a Gwyn ban. But
I do think that they did ban the Gwyn. They did completely ban the jungler out. So we're going to see a new jungler for Alabama this game. With the Kindred, the Olaf, and the Gwyn all getting banned again. The Lucian ban actually coming out from Alabama. They did not like the Lucian Nami. I don't blame them.
I don't think they could find a way to really deal with it.
Yep, I do think that was their biggest threat last game.
Poppy top this time. That's an interesting one. Into an Ornn?
Dude,
that's going to be...
We have seen their Poppy top before.
That's a hard counter pick.
I love Poppy. Poppy is one of my favorite champions to watch.
Poppy into Ornn sounds so much fun.
Oh, that's a Fiddlesticks pick. That is super scary and competitive.
Ooh.
Especially if they can get early vision control. I do think that's going to be pretty nasty. The Galio? Oh my goodness. I don't remember what the Auburn bot lane picked, but if they pick like a big damage threat and then an enchanter, this could be a disgusting team.
Your commands tire me.
Auburn drafted last game very well.
Yeah, I do think Auburn's drafts have been consistently just really good. Let's see, LeBlanc Veigar, yep, banning the mid out.
Yasuo ADC.
I wonder why that happened.
I guess they're switching things up. Keep them on their toes.
Zillion, what a safe bot lane. Into Yasuo Renata, the opposite of a safe bot lane.
Yasuo's gonna run at him, I think.
Yeah, that's the plan.
I don't know if Yasuo's really gonna have an easy time staying on top of Xayah and Zillion here.
Xayah Zillion is just like the get the heck off me kind of bot lane. That's pretty interesting. I do think they have a pretty decent amount of damage. Trundle with lethal tempo is a very scary damage threat.
Oh yeah.
Because he can just shred through tanks. He steals the MR. Does he steal armor as well? He steals something.
Yes.
He steals things.
It's armor, MR, and AD.
And he just shreds people. Lethal tempo Trundle. If you fight him on his ground.
But hear me out. AP Trundle.
Yeah, suck them for half their health.
No.
No?
All of their health.
Oh, that's a lot.
That's a lot. Ornn? Killing Ornn with one button. That, I want to see it.
But what about, and hear me out, Guardian Emax Trundle?
That, you're scaring me.
Or Aftershock Emax Trundle.
You're scaring me. That is, I'm quaking in my boots.
Poking people with the pillar is some of the most satisfying League of Legends gameplay that you can have.
I want to auto Q and then get an electrocute proc with a Z.
Or instead, oh yeah, that one damage electrocute proc. Hold on a second.
I mean, I've done it with a Nivea multiple times on accident.
Okay. I like that.
It's very funny. Every time I do it, I'm like, oh, that works. I forget.
So yeah, let's see. Auburn has the go the heck in comp, and Alabama has the get the heck off me comp.
But I also think Galio works pretty well as a get off me.
Yeah, he has his W taunt, and of course the Akali can go in as well. But like full team oriented, the way they're going to be playing these team fights is definitely Alabama's going to be kiting back, and Auburn is going to be going in.
Yeah.
And Akali is going to be looking to assassinate the Yasuo because that's like the only person that she's going to be able to do anything to this game. Fiddlesticks is going to tell her no. Renata's going to tell her no. Galio is going to tell her no. Orange is going to run.
So, do you think the Yasuo is going to go Gale Force or Shield Bow this game?
That's a good question. There's definitely an argument for both here. Gale Force for actually more aggro play, but Shield Bow is just such a good item on Yasuo and Yone that...
I feel like it might be Shield Bow, i.e. Spirit Visage.
I know a lot of Yasuos don't actually like going IE second because it doesn't add in the extra effects that you could get from going like a Mortal Reminder, because Mortal Reminder is still going to get 100% crit. But the Infinity Edge is just like that big boy damage.
But I feel like he might go Shield Bow, IE, and then into full tank.
Okay. Yeah, that's respectable.
Because, like, that completely removes the Akali from the game. Like, then she's going to, assassinate Renata? She's not going to be looking at Fiddlesticks half the time. Like, Fiddlesticks should never, theoretically, be in a team fight when it starts.
Right.
Unless he is the engage.
Yeah.
He should never be there in the beginning.
I do think, actually, though, the Fiddlesticks is going to be engaging a lot this game. It's going to be Ornn ult and the Fiddlesticks ult, and then maybe a Galio follow-up. Or a Yasuo follow-up. Their whole comp is just oriented around Wombos.
It's like... And there's so many different options here, and I'm really liking that.
Yeah, lots of different ways to play this.
Even if the Yasuo goes in and, like, somehow manages to die, Renata's there. Renata just presses her, what, W? Is it her W?
I mean, yeah.
Is that the funny one?
She's got the 14-second Zillion ult.
Yeah, and then he just gets
And
to
they have
run
an
at
actual
Xayah.
ult.
Then he gets to choose one out of 3 options, a Kali, Xayah, or Zillion,
But
and just
then
make them disappear.
The issue with that is Poppy, first of all. Zillion, second of all. And, yeah, those 2 champions have, like, so much removal.
I feel like Poppy's going to have to use her W in a more defensive sense towards Galio and Ornn.
Yeah,
I
that
feel like
could be
she's
a
going
thing.
to have to stop those
But
engages.
she can always just E the Yasuo, and it doesn't even matter if she pins him. As long as she moves him away, then he's going to be dispositioned. He's going to have to E through people. And at that point, I don't know how the Yasuo is going to get follow-up off of anything other than a knock-up from the Galio Ornn. I don't know if Yasuo can ult off Renata Q.
Yeah, he can.
Okay, I've never seen that before.
I was asking them about this earlier because they did let me know a little early on that they were planning on playing this, and my first question was, is her like pull a knockup?
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, Yasuo can press his funny little R.
On displacements, that's interesting.
The 0 mastery point or the less than mastery for Gallia. That's going to be an interesting one.
I guess yeah, he can ult off of Gabe. You're moving the camera. Thank you. I guess he can ult off of other displacements like Poppy. Not that the Poppy's on their team. I'm just using that as an example. Yep. Oh, it looks like Alabama's going to look for the invade this game. They complained about getting invaded last game. Said that it was cringe.
No, they're cringe.
And now they're deciding to beat the Giga Chads.
No, they're cringe.
So they're just cringe either way.
Yeah, if they're going to say it's cringe and they're doing it themselves, that's like extra cringe. That's cringe squared.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. But I think they're going to get spotted out by this ward.
Yep,
definitely going to get spotted out.
Oh, the double vision. The double vision, baby.
That's
Let's
a
go.
ward, baby. A Jhin can't kill that.
That is true. Jhin cannot kill that, no matter what he does right there.
Thank goodness they got a second one.
Oh, go by Poppy. Oh, Ornn. That's a really nice skin, actually.
Yeah, Elder Warden is so good.
Womp Tater.
Womp Tater. That's such a good name.
That's a very good name.
I think that's so funny. I don't know why. Something about the way that's said. Trundle duty. I don't know. Trundle's pretty strong. I do think he's a bit boring, but I definitely think he has some skill expression as well. This early game is going to be interesting to see how it's going to play out. It's not as heavy as last game was. Not as much of a coin flip, but it definitely could still be scary. It definitely could be game defining.
How do you feel bot lane is going to go for the majority of the game?
Well, Xayah and Zillion are very good at running away, and Yasuo is not the best at going in. So I think it's going to be a good bit of Xayah and Zillion just spacing the heck out of the Yasuo.
Yep.
And if he can't get an early lead, then I don't think he's going to get a lead at all.
I agree. I think that they have to get at least 2 kills pre-6. Like that's going to be their win con here.
Or maybe they can get some fiddlestick shenanigans post-6.
Good trade coming out from the Ornn there. Oh, never mind. I've lied.
Yep.
Oh.
Well, Trundle did do an interesting path. He did his red straight into his top side. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't really like that path a lot. Wow, Yasuo landing the tornado and Renata landing the Q. It's going to be some hefty poke onto the Zillion. The fiddlesticks did start top and cleared down.
Press O, please. Thank you very much.
And it looks like the Trundle's going to look for something topside here. Looking at gank and Ornn first with a Poppy. That's a decision for sure.
I think that's a recipe for disaster. If the Ornn hits level 3 here, well,
that's
there.
a flash that's
Well,
worth. I call it. I'll say that's worth.
That was a quick flash.
Fiddlesticks going to clear 5 before moving on to the crab. Yasuo hitting a fat engage here in the bot lane.
Let's go.
That's
Hey,
first
that's
blood.
one.
Yep, that's Xayah burned both of her sums, and all that Auburn's bot lane burn was their secondary sums. So big trade.
And I think the Yasuo didn't even bring exhaust to really use it to make someone stop doing damage. I think he took it simply so he could stay on top of somebody. Maybe trying to negate the Zillion W.
Maybe that means he's going to go Gale Force. If that's his game plan, I would definitely see a Gale Force here.
Gale Force? Do you think it would be Gale Force into Bloodthirster?
I don't know how the Gale Force build works. I would assume that it would still just be Mortal Reminder.
I'm a very big fan of the Super Giga Chad lifesteal into all tank.
Yep, I also agree. I like going 2 damage items and then full tank on on Yasuo.
It's toxic, and I'm okay with that.
Yep. Trundle did counter jungle Auburn's top side, but
Fiddlesticks also took all of Alabama's bot side.
he just took the Raptors, it looks like. Because Trundle had already cleared the red. That's going to
Oh,
be a
yeah.
dive. I think they'll trade a kill here. No.
No,
Wow, that was
so
barely,
close.
Barely.
Almost dying to minions, actually.
Trundle did waste a huge amount of time topside, though, so
Yeah.
Fiddlesticks has double his CS now.
So the issue there was I believe that Orange had used his E way too early. If he would have held his E a little bit longer, this would have been an easy kill. Flash coming out from the Trundle, that's a very good flash. Now the early gank where Orange automatically flashed now honestly doesn't seem all that bad.
Yeah, not as impactful anymore because the Orin doesn't have to be careful about the Trundle flash E to try and stop him from being away. So he can be a little bit safer. Fiddlesticks losing a little bit of his CS lead, but he does have a back over the Trundle.
Oh, most definitely.
So he is up in tempo right now.
But the CS difference between Galio and Akali is just I think it's just going to grow bigger and bigger as time goes on.
So let's see. Galio maybe looking to move top here. Does he have ult? He does not. He's level 5, but he does have Predator. Wow, a lot of focus on the top side. I would really think that there wouldn't be that much focus, especially since it's 2 tanks. But
I think they want to stop this Poppy from existing before that she can stop the Yasuo from existing.
I mean, she's going to stop the Yasuo from existing either way.
Yeah.
So lots and lots of focus on this double tank top lane from both teams.
I think this game might come down to the top line tanks.
Yep, that pen led into a kill.
True
from
combo.
Poppy. Yep. Pen and a kill. So yeah, I guess both times there's been a gank topside, or I guess there's been like 3, but both times there's been a threat topside, there's been a kill. So that, I guess it's working. No prio on drag, no herald to take. So they're not going to trade any objectives off of it, but both teams are going to get kills topside. Oh wait, never mind, I'm wrong. Auburn got their kill bot. Alabama getting 2 kills topside. Galio's out of mana. This could be an opportunity for Poppy.
But Ornn is back.
Ornn's back.
Oh, hey,
Galio
that's
definitely
enough.
does not have mana to
That
do
is
that.
enough E. That is enough mana for an E and an auto. Disgusting
Especially
combo.
the auto attack.
Disgusting combo right there. Yasuo just running.
Whoa, that actually blocked the... Oh, that was a spicy flash. I'm so surprised that one-wall blocked the snare from the Xayah. I'm not sure how that works because he one-walled forwards and the snare was behind him. He flashed but didn't lead to anything. Renata is going to be a little bit too far forwards.
Flash coming out from Akali.
Fiddlesticks.
Does take down the Akali.
Yeah, so outplaying
Ooh.
Triumph. Oh, so
almost
close.
a double
Still
kill.
ain't maxed his Q. Yeah, once again, fight going down, but no dragon pressure taken from either team. Seems to be the general trend. They are almost exactly even in gold, only a 200 gold difference. So that's completely negligible.
Comparing this to what the game looked like last game.
Yeah, this is significantly closer.
Yes, it is. But will Auburn suffer the same fate of falling apart in the mid game?
Well, they don't have as much to lose this time because they're not as far ahead. So maybe if they don't have as much to lose, they won't lose it. Maybe that's how this works.
Maybe.
Looks like Auburn is looking for a dive bot side with the Fiddlesticks pressure. Not a tanky a little early. Xayah does not have R, and she will just go down for free.
I'm a little confused why the Ornn will be starting the health mana item.
Tier?
Yeah. I can't remember.
Winter.
Yes, thank you very much. I know it's a good item on him, but I don't know if it's a good item.
It did just
first.
get nerfed, but I do think Fimbulwinter is very strong. I mean, he's not into a damage threat, so he has the potential to build a scaling item first.
That is true, but I feel like he's losing out on a lot of damage stats.
I don't know if he's looking to kill the Poppy.
I'm sure he's not, but still being able to go for a trade, or anytime that she trades into him, just having that passive damage going back is always nice. Going for the roam mid lane, The Yasuo is moving everywhere right now. Not a care in the world for
there's an
what's
Ornn
actually
out,
happening.
Ornn heading out top. That looks so weird on the map. Oh, Ornn flashing, thinking the Poppy's going to go for him, but she just decides to ult the Trundle. Probably the best play there. Galio's here, but he's just going to use his W to disengage. I forgot to mention that Auburn did get the Dragon earlier in exchange for the Herald off of that bot dive. Galio ulting in the top. Ornn will go down, but Trundle is going to trade for it, dropping his pillar before he dies. Poppy is going to die as well.
That is a 2 for 2. But they might get quite a lot of tower pressure here.
Yeah, Kali's going to bang away on those plates. Get probably an extra kill or two's worth of gold. Plates are super important.
Oh, most definitely. Especially at this time in the game. Like, getting the slightest amount of gold lead is incredible, especially with her being up 30 gold or 30 CS.
That's pretty crazy. She has the same amount of kills as the Galio, but she is up so much gold right now. 300 gold bounty. She is definitely what's keeping their team in the game. And the kills are not allocated that well for Auburn, with 3 of them being on a Galio. Looks like the Akali does have about 1,000 gold lead over the Galio right now, despite the fact that they have the same amount of kills. With the, I think she just got 2 plates. Yeah, with the 2 plates she's gotten, she just has so much extra gold, 30 CS. I think it's about 15 CS equals 1 kill. So yeah, she's up a ton of gold. Herald getting dropped top, maybe looking to finish these last 3 plates. That's gonna be it. Split between the Akali and the Trundle. Fiddlesticks is here and threatening. Galio predatoring in, but getting blocked off by the Trundle pillar.
Ooh, flash W.
Taunt, Fiddlesticks ulting. Is he going to be close enough? No.
And he does not have item just yet, so he couldn't.
No
Proto belt forwards. No proto belt.
No proto belt.
No dashes.
Megamind.jpg.
Don't do that to me.
I can if I want.
Don't put that image in my head.
I can.
Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Remember,
Shake and bake, baby.
if you're not first, you're last.
I can smell your fear, Red.
Can you?
Mm-hmm.
Do I smell a fear? That could just be a BO.
You smell like Brad.
Oh. Is it that distinct?
This is a good conversation.
Just from across the room. Oh, big taunt, stopping.
Yes, well,
that's a dead character.
That is a dead Poppy.
Oh, wait.
Hold on a second. Maybe forcing the Renata to take the kill. Yes. That was definitely best case scenario right there. That was a huge play from the Poppy. Do not want that gold in the Renata.
Okay, a bit of a counter engage. Renata coming out for an R, but like you what?
What in the slowdown?
Whoa!
Slow motion League of Legends. What the heck?
I'd love to play it. Ooh.
Fiddlesticks jumping in for it.
That is Zillion R.
Yeah, what Fiddlesticks thought was a big engage wound up just being a Zillion R and Trundle back to full health. Why are health bars off? Hit H, Gabe. I guess not.
Health bars?
Yeah, none of the minions have health bars anymore.
Oh. Gabe, what did you do? Gabe.
It's okay. It's okay. Don't mess with it.
Yeah, it's fine. It doesn't really matter too much.
Later. Not that important. It looks a little awkward, but it's not that important.
I'm so good at this game, I don't even need the minion health bars at this point.
True. Yeah, you can just tell.
I can just tell. I just know. That's the true meaning of being a League of Legends player.
Mm-hmm. You just turn your monitor off and you'd probably beat challenger players. I'll go ahead and
You're
say
saying
it.
I don't do that already?
Oh, I guess I am.
I play
yeah.
with only a mouse.
I'm sorry for assuming.
Gosh, some people, man.
I do think it's important to note here that while the kills are even, Alabama is up 3.5k gold. I guess it's only 3k now that people are clearing waves.
I think it might just be the plate pressure every game. That's what's making them fall
CS
apart.
diff and plate pressure.
I don't even think it's CS that much.
Yeah, the Yasuo is 40 CS up on Xayah.
Like, I think it's genuinely just the plating.
Yeah, it looks like it. It does look like that tower crack. There's only 4 plates taken, or 1 plate taken in the top lane for Auburn. 0 mid and 2 bot. To Alabama's full tower top, 3 mid and 2 bot. So yeah, that's a huge gold disparity based almost entirely off of plates.
I think what Auburn is doing wrong here is that instead of pressuring a lane after a kill, they're either automatically backing or they're going to do something else. Like they're going to mid lane to try and create the same results.
They're doing what I like to call the victory strut, where you kill someone and then you just walk around with your head full.
Yep.
Oh no, we can't see the dragon health bar.
Oh.
Oh, there it
Again.
is. Oh, it came back for a second.
Well, nice job, Fiddlesticks. I don't know when you smited, but you smited.
He did.
What?
Yep, second dragon going down for Auburn.
Now, will he do the funny Fiddlesticks strat?
Yes.
Where he puts 5 effigies in a single bush and stands there with them?
Absolutely.
I think that's just the funniest thing ever.
It's hilarious.
And
Which one is
it really catches people out.
Who
And
knows?
it's really funny. Oh. No, Poppy. Poppy's stealing the Krogs from the Orange. Orange is a little goat guy. He wants the rock.
He's 0-3.
He wants the rock.
Let the man breathe.
He's just trying to smith, and he needs rock to smith.
True.
What?
He's 1.5K gold down. He can't even afford to buy rocks on his own.
I
Hey,
can't.
the health bars came back.
Oh, hey, the health bars are back.
Fiddlesticks ult. Popping off on the Zaya. No time to ult.
Yasuo getting the kill. Trundle running down that Zillion.
Renata ult is so silly sometimes. Galio ult being used. Is he here in time? Whoa, that hit both of them. The Yasuo find the ult, but the Zillion ult is going to stop the Yasuo from reviving. And
That's an entire. That's a full health.
Alabama is going to be allowed to clean up.
Does he
because of
already
this.
have Spirit Visage?
No, I think it's just his passive. Because Trundle passive is whenever things die. Oh my goodness, quadra kill. But whenever things die around him, he gains HP back from it. And it scales based off of whatever he kills max HP. So like Baron heals him a ton, Champions heal him a ton, and then Jungle Camp's just a little bit.
So he had Triumph before there was Triumph.
Yeah. Trundle has real Triumph.
I don't know if you caught what happened there.
No, I didn't.
The Trundle's just trolling.
Oh, cool.
He just eat his support for no reason.
Classic.
Gabe, could you hit X for me?
Yeah, I want
Thank
to see
you.
what Trundle's items are. Yeah, no Spirit Visage.
No
That's
Spirit
just his
Visage,
passive.
just divine.
Actually, something that's interesting is not a lot of people know this, but when you're standing on Trundle W, he heals more. Or when Trundle specifically is standing on Trundle W. So
Yeah.
it synergizes with his passive well. So a lot of the times when you smite things, when you kill things, you want to place your W so you heal more. Because it's not just his passive healing, it's all the healing he receives. When he's standing on W, it's increased.
Flash
Only
coming
to
out.
dodge the tornado.
But not being able to dodge the taunt
And
or
he
the
will
knockup.
Go out.
And
for
there's
this fight
Trundle. Now, can he manage to kill the... oh, they're just going to disengage now. I like that, not overcommitting.
Yep.
They don't know where Akali is. She could have came from anywhere, so I understand completely why they
Poppy.
decided to leave. Now, that's
Huge
just Poppy
combo
doing
tower.
Poppy things. Poppy pressed her funny little E, and, Divine Sunder is just kind of like, did you want to take damage? No, that's not allowed.
Yeah. Poppy's build path is so funny to me.
She
Thunder-
just-
she didn't go Dark Harvest, so not as funny as I wanted it to be. But
Yeah. Unfortunate.
at least she went some. Zaya popping ult to maybe get away from the Fiddlesticks, using Blue Smite, proto belting into the wall, and getting rooted. That'll be the end of that. Zillion.
That's
having to ult
Zillion R.
himself. Yep.
Zillion R, that is a big play.
Galio Predator. did catch up
Fiddlesticks
to the Yasuo.
chasing with no vision of Akali is a very scary thing with how little health he has.
Not ult.
And
Not
there he
connecting.
gets caught
Poppy
out.
ult didn't connect
What?
with the Yasuo went well for some reason. Maybe it was because it was melee. It didn't turn into a projectile yet.
I'm not sure. That's an interesting one. I didn't know about that.
Yeah, Renata ult is such a funny ability because even if you hit it, sometimes it just doesn't do anything good for you because they just run away.
Yep. All they need is one ally to not get hit by it.
Yeah, that Fiddlesticks definitely griefed the heck out of that invade, but or
We
that engage,
also
sorry.
we have discovered he is going shield bow.
Oh yeah, so he is.
I think he brought the exhaust so he doesn't have to go Gale Force.
That's fair.
Now, are we thinking shield bow into Lord Doms? Into
Mortal Reminder.
Oh, Mortal Reminder, sorry.
Yeah,
Into Mortal Reminder, possibly seeing is BF?
That's Infinity Edge, yeah.
That's IE. Maybe, hopefully. I would like to see him immediately pull out.
It's either Infinity Edge or
Spirit.
Bloodthirster. Yeah, it's Infinity Edge. It's a crit cloak. Yep, you're right.
I want him to build Spirit Visage right now. As soon as he's done with this next item, Spirit Visage. He has to keep up with Trundle's healing one way or another.
That'll be pretty high fee because this Zaya is way too far behind to be doing damage, and she has Eclipse Airy. So building armor into the Zaya is not going to do anything. So I definitely think Magic Resist is the play here. It'll stop Trundle ult damage. It'll stop all of Akali's damage.
And I think after that, he
bombs.
should... well, I'm actually going to take that back. Instead of building Spirit Visage first, I think he should build Bramble Vest first. and then go into Spirit Visage.
I think you should definitely build an Executioner's Calling instead of Ramble Vest.
Oh, yeah, you're right, actually.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. Good point, good point.
Yeah, the Xayah, for all of her removal, is still just getting caught out.
Now, Battle of the Smites.
Ooh, Trundle got taunted away, and he still hits it. He stole the dragon. That's going to be huge. They're not all coming out and forcing their team to attack each other. Kali in their backline, Renata W getting procced, and she will go down.
Big
Zillion
R.
coming out from the Trundle.
Big R coming out from the Orneo. He does hit too, but unfortunately it's just him left, and they're going to fall.
That's a wipe for Alabama.
That is a wipe for Alabama.
They stole
Auburn
the dragon
going down.
and got all 5 kills for only 1 trade on the Xayah. That is huge. That is the best person on their team for them to lose.
And they are continuously. This Xayah cannot catch a break. Her and this Ornn, they're having a interesting time, to say the least.
Looks like they're going to capitalize on this wipe. Grab some mid towers, maybe starve their jungle a little bit. Trundle's going to head bot.
Zillion using Shirelius to make the minions move faster. I didn't even know that interaction existed.
Yep, any AoE move speed buffs also hit minions.
Auburn, I think Auburn is doing a better job this time of holding off Alabama's efforts. I think the Yasuo pick is a good one.
Although they are 10k gold down at this point. Trundle trading the tower for his life. Akali can maybe pick the Yasuo up. He has Renata W on him, but he does not commit for the kill early. And that is going to be his death. I think if he committed there, he probably could have procced the Renata W. But maybe not used to playing with Renatas that much. Xayah looking to peel maybe.
One more, and then snare.
And she got Renata Q'd, but she knocked her away instead of knocking her in, and she didn't have time to ult. Oh, didn't even have her ult, actually. So Xayah trading her life for the Akali, I think that's worth.
I haven't seen a lot of Fiddlesticks are coming out this game, and I'm...
His ults have been mid. As
Yeah?
in the sense of, like, they weren't that good.
Yeah, yeah. But, you know, effort in, effort out. Oh, hello. He's riding that thing. Whatever that thing is, he's riding it.
It's a Aurelion Soul.
I don't know how... I have no idea what's going on in topside jungle right now, but it looks interesting.
Yeah, they're forcing a Baron fight here. Neither Trundle or Yasuo is here, so neither team can get any leverage.
I would like to clarify that is me saying that's not meant as flame at our spectator. It's meant as flame at League of Legends.
Phil
At
landed
Riot.
his ult fear into the silence of the Zillion, and Zillion did not have time to ult himself, so this is going to be a 4v5 to start the fight, but no Zillion ult. Or excuse me, no Fiddlesticks ult is allowed. Oh, not ult landing, but it doesn't last long enough to do any damage.
Akali being able to actually, oh gosh.
Renata W with the Yasuo gets his ult off. He's going down too fast though. Can they kill the Trundle?
Trundle's incredibly low.
Ornn
Trundle
flashes
dies.
forwards. Big Xayah root. I think she's still just dead though. Poppy is engaging on their backline. She does not have any follow-up though.
Ornn getting the kill onto Xayah. Ornn is becoming quite the monster at this point, becoming very tanky.
Akali was in there. I didn't see
Akali
what
just
happened to
walked
her.
away. I suppose she thought this was a losing fight and just decided that it was her time to get out. Ornn very, very clearly seeing the Poppy W and still electing to press his funny E button. First strike coming out from the Fiddlesticks, getting him a bonus 8 gold. Ooh.
Oh,
Does he
hold
die
on a
here?
second.
Does he
Sunder?
die here?
She gets another Q, Sunder proc, and she gets so. Oh wow, what a play!
I don't even know if I would consider that an outplay or
I
just a
mean,
champ diff.
She did play every part of that fight completely correct. She got her Sunder procs off. She hit her Fimbulwinter procs. The grass peeling, everything just played into killing that Fiddlesticks there. He was so close like 3 separate times.
I think that's just a champ diff.
It is, but still. I wouldn't have gone for that, because Poppy can outrun Fiddlesticks.
Yeah. I wouldn't have gone for that either.
Yeah, something I wanted to mention is Fiddlesticks has like complete control over their Akali because tethers reveal stealth.
Yep.
So every time the Akali goes in, Fiddlesticks just presses W and she gets invalidated. She's forced to use Azanya's, or she doesn't even have it. She had to stopwatch that fight. But forced Azanya, if she ever gets Fiddlesticks W in the middle of a fight, even if she's shrouding. So that's going to be imperative for these fights. Is that the Fiddlesticks needs to get on the Akali.
Ornn is catching up to this Poppy in terms of CS at least.
Poppy pin, Renata didn't even get time to press her W. Another kill for the Trundle. 9 and 5 right now.
It's scary.
Akali just assassinating the Galio. Looks like Xayah might be eating Fiddlesticks ulted soon. Yep. Went down the Trundle, but the Zillion ult is being popped. Poppy ult knocking the Ornn away.
No
Fiddlesticks.
anti-heal.
Fiddlesticks. He's sucking.
No anti.
And
Oh,
he's dead.
Renata is the only person on their team with anti-heal.
Well, I mean, as long as she's the only one to build it, then I think that's fine, because Putrefier goes to everyone. Poppy looking for the kill on the Yasuo. I don't think she's going to be able to reach. Renata will be preventing her from committing any harder. She's ulting for...
Nothing.
I don't think that was a good ult, really, but she used it.
Big knockup.
The knockup landed. Poppy going to go down from the Yasuo ult. Galio ult. Maybe he predators in and kills the Akali. Can't really tell. Akali is going to get chased down by the Galio. He procced his Predator, I think. Maybe.
Yasuo building into GA immediately after IE.
Man, Galio is stronger than Akali right now. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Zaya
She just
looking-
dies. She dies.
Yeah, I don't know about this one.
She just dies. Like,
Trying to solo the dragon to maybe get any kind of
worth.
any kind of leverage on this fight that they just lost, but she definitely is just gonna die if she stands there and tanks it.
And she really can't stay and fight anymore because she's just gonna die
Yeah,
immediately.
she just has no DPS with this build.
But at this point, she might you can just ignore her for half the fight before she begins to do anything. As long as you stop her before she starts snaring people, there
Yeah,
is.
about all she can do with this build when she's down like this.
Yep.
Trundle maybe a little bit too deep, but never mind. He has Zillion ult and Poppy is here. He didn't even proc the Zillion ult. That's going to be a big loss for Auburn.
Yeah.
Trundle is cracked out of his mind. Attacking faster than... I can't say that. He attacking pretty fast.
He's schmoving. His hands, they're built different. His big troll man, his big troll hands. I think they're just going to go to Baron. I think that's game. I'll say that now. I think it's game. Akali kills Yasuo here, and then they take Baron.
Looks like she's not
nah,
even
she's
committing.
gonna
I
leave.
think she just has to show that she's there to force them to not walk up to the Baron. Not that it would matter at this point. They are so much gold down, 11k.
Yeah.
Off this Baron, it's going to be even more. This is looking like a big force from Alabama. Unless something huge happens here, this should speak the end of the game. Their Zaya's 1-8, but it does not matter at all. All she has to do is just be a body to hit. Be a root bot.
Most definitely. But will she ever be able to do it? At this point, I think she needs to just sell everything and go attack speed.
I don't know. This build,
Go
build's
pure
okay
attack
for
speed.
what she's left with.
But if she goes full attack speed, you know how many snares she's going to get?
That's a lot
You know
of
how many
snares.
feathers she's going to have, bro?
Yeah, that's a lot of feathers too.
No counterplay.
Yeah, what are you
No
supposed to do?
But Yasuo's going to press his W. Oh, let me wait 2 seconds. Now I get to throw feathers for the next 20 seconds. What are you thinking? What are you doing out here, kid?
I think that's a foolproof plan.
Exactly. Just sell it, get Kraken, get Hurricanes.
She definitely can't afford both of those.
Hey,
The other.
hey now.
She
hey
got
now.
no
hey now.
gold.
I'll give her the benefit of the doubt, right?
Well, Auburn has farmed their jungle, tried to get as many items as they can before this final fight. Fiddlesticks is looking to fight off of the side here. But spotted out by the Zillion. That's going to be unfortunate. That was like their whole hope for this fight. And Trundle is just going to be able to run at them. And he is so tanky. Death Dance wants in. 0 tank items, yet he's the tankiest guy in the game. That's how it goes right now, I guess.
Funny boy.
So yeah, they're gonna 1-3-1 with their Baron here. Force Auburn to respond to anything. And just grab the free objectives.
They can't really turtle much longer. They're just going to start falling.
Yep, 1-3-1 here is so strong because you take their towers out, Fiddlesticks. With the ult and the immediate Zanya's, Trundle is gonna get Zillion ulted. Galio ult coming out. Has Yasuo used his R yet? Oh, he's dead
he did.
actually.
He
Okay,
also
yeah,
did
that's-
at the beginning of the fight.
Yeah, that's a Trundle. That Trundle's wiping.
Pentakill?
Warness distracting the Zaya. Oh, never mind. She gave up. It's Trundle time.
Run!
Oh, big TP.
Run!
Oh, he got stopped by the Trundle. No.
Run!
Oh, big
Yes!
flash.
Get away!
Run away.
No more Penta.
Oh, he's out of there.
No Penta.
That's a moral victory.
Yes, it is. No Penta.
Yep, that's classic Trundle gameplay. That champion is so strong right now.
Well, hello everybody, and Well, that was a rather exciting game, honestly. Very back and forth. I really liked the Oswald pick. It seemed to be working really well in the beginning. The Renata, I feel like they have better support options there than just a Renata. I feel like maybe an Alistar, a Thresh, or a Nautilus would be really, really nice here. These graphs that we're looking at are looking great. I'm going to be honest, it's a line with 5 circles on it. There is nothing here.
Well, you want to throw it over to the intermission, Brad?
Yeah, I think we will go to intermission, take a quick break, and intervene in 5 to 10 minutes.
Right.
Don't go away, anybody.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, sounds great. You here often?
Yes, every day.
Ooh. Spending a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? Ooh, wait, what's that stuff?
Check it out?
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. Oh, you get to paint, dude. That seems pretty cool. What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love the most.
Oh, wow. That sounds great. I'm going to have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it open.
Everything's okay. It's just... Man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice, actually. I think it was... you were in the middle of your turn? Sorry?
Yes. So I was going to play this guy.
Oh.
By banishing these two.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? Oh, 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
I got you. You good, man?
Yeah, man, I'm good. It's just a dope shirt.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Main Stage. We're about to get ready for Game 3 here between Alabama and Auburn. The set count is currently 2-0 in Alabama's favor. This is the only game they need to close it out. I do think that if Auburn could possibly stop just walking around after getting kills and getting lane pressure, I think they'd have a much better chance here. They're not really prioritizing any plating at all, or even staying to catch CS.
The theme for both of these past games has definitely been them losing their pressure after gaining an advantage early game. So let's see if they can recognize that and maybe hold on to their advantage a little bit better this game.
I mean, clearly their bot side is their strong side. So I don't think the jungler needs to help a lot in the bot side. There's another Lucian ban. They still don't want him coming back out. The bans, I think, are going to stay practically the same. I'm not sure how this is going to play out, because I still think this could go in either team's favor. If Auburn decides to play a little faster, that's all they have to do. This time, Alabama decides to go for Ornn. Ornn into set is always a very fun matchup. I enjoy playing it genuinely. Ornn into set, Ornn's W can really, really ruin a lot of set stuff.
I'm so hyped for this Kha'Zix pick.
Oh, same.
Kha'Zix is my main. I love playing him. I love watching him. Not great and competitive, but here he is. Let's see how it goes.
Silas, another champion that you do thoroughly enjoy.
I think Silas is a lot better and competitive because information just shuts Kha'Zix down.
Yep. I completely agree.
I do think it's hilarious that Auburn has just added Gwen into their jungle ban rotation after that first game. They didn't do that immediately, even though he's played it in the past, so they had to knock it out. Still banning jungle and mid. That's all they're banning. And Alabama added Galio in. I guess they didn't like that last game.
Ooh, Jhin. I like the Jhin pick. I don't know. Has he played Jhin this season?
I
you know?
think so.
I don't think I've seen
Twitch
him play
a couple
either.
of times.
Yeah, Twitch has been out here quite a few times. Let's see what the support picks for Auburn.
Zillion. Yep.
Zillion. Maybe.
Yep, they traded it over to Auburn.
Now maybe, just maybe, hyperspeed Jhin.
It could be.
Could be hyperspeed Jhin.
That's probably what's happening.
He could be moving around the rift at supersonic
probably
speeds.
Go fleet footwork, especially into Isaiah.
Oh, I hope so. I just hope so.
I guess it's a blitzcrank. Maybe not as a poke lane. Interesting.
I think lethal tempo's the play here.
Lethal, yeah, that's a lot of AD. Like all 5 of it. That's a lot of AD for auto attack.
Like Jhin, oh.
As soon as he gets those 6 auto attacks off, he's gonna be scaled.
Yep.
That's the game.
And that's it. That's he's just getting all of that extra AD. I miss old Rageblade Jin.
Old 700 AD off of 2 items is the most hilarious League of Legends thing to ever exist.
The highest AD I have personally seen it get to was 2,000.
Yeah, he gets
2,400 AD on Jin.
Silly mechanic.
They patched it out very quickly, but man, I wish they didn't. I wish that stayed.
Yeah, Auburn picked a lot of a slower comp this game, a lot more slow, with the Zillion Jin Malzahar, but then they have Nocturne Set, which can still be a good front line. I have seen Tank Nocturne a lot lately.
Yep.
Interesting enough. So I'm not sure if he'll be playing damage or tank this game.
I guess it
Stridebreaker
comes
and a
down to
full
runes.
tank is usually what I see.
Do you think it'll just come down to runes?
Yeah, it'll come down to runes for sure. Yeah, his options for ultis, Xayah, Silas, Kha'Zix, those are all champs who can just get away from him for free.
Yeah.
So
For Kha'Zix, though, I think Electrocute might be the play here because that is.
I don't like Electrocute on Kha'Zix.
I know you don't, but hear me out, bud.
Okay.
Okay. They have if Nocturne does go attack speed and full damage, Nocturne's going to be pretty squishy. So I feel like Electrocute Kha'Zix wouldn't be that bad.
You'd go Dark Harvest. You wouldn't go Electrocute. That's what I'm saying.
I'm just saying you're wrong.
Okay, yeah.
I don't play that champion.
Yeah, but I'm wrong. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
I'll bend.
You're 2 ranks above
I'll
me.
concede.
No.
You got me.
That's what I thought.
But yeah, I'm expecting to see a Conquer, most likely from this Kha'Zix. I don't think egoing Dark Harvest into a Malzahar is a good idea at all.
Yeah.
But maybe he sees the Jin Zillion and just decides that that's what he wants. But Zillion is a turbo counter to Kha'Zix, first of all.
Yeah.
And Malzahar is another turbo counter to Kha'Zix, so we'll see how he plays. I'm really expecting either a Dark Harvest Duskblade and he W Max W evolve and just play Nuisance Kha'Zix, or he plays Conquer and tries to play Bruiser Kha'Zix. Because in all of the games I've seen him play so far, he has picked a Bruiser who runs people down.
Yep.
And Kha'Zix can play like that. I really like playing Kha'Zix like that, actually.
I think with Auburn's bot side being such a strong presence, I think he might try and stay bot lane and just make this Jin's life hard.
Yeah, he could build lethality and camp bot. Like, definitely could be an option here. But yeah, that being said, I definitely think that Alabama's comp is significantly worse this game than Auburn's. I think Auburn has drafted a better comp every game, but this game is especially bad for Alabama. Excuse me. I'm getting a little tired. But yeah. Alabama's comp is looking pretty weak this game.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about their draft, in all honesty. It's a very mismatched thing.
What ults does Silas have to steal here? He has Malzahar ult, which could be used on the Jin. He has Zillion ult, which could be used on the Xayah. He's got the Nocturne ult, which he's never really going to be in range to use unless they're already in a team fight. And Set ult, which is really good on him. And he's never going to use Jin ult. That's a no-no.
Yep.
No thanks. Yeah, Set ult, really good, but it's on a, however long Silas ult cooldown gets multiplied. I think it's like 2 times their actual ult cooldown.
Do you think Zillion would be good for just allowing him just to go in however he wanted?
If you can't take Nocturne or Set ult, you might as well take the Zillion ult.
Yeah.
I think Malzahar is slightly grief unless they're trying to pick the Malzahar.
Yep.
And I think everything else is just like situational. So
Agreed.
not outstanding Silas ults here, but there's some utility. But all that to say, I do think that Alabama's comp is significantly worse.
Neither mid laner's having him skin this game, actually.
That's a pog.
Oh,
that's a pause.
That's
Never mind,
that's
not
that's a
pog.
pause, not a pause.
Jungle Care arm brokey.
That's interesting.
Well, his Jungle Care arm brokey.
That's true.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
Well, what do we have to talk about now? They could invade again.
Under the sheets.
Which team might invade? Which team do you think is going to invade this game, Brad? Because both teams have invaded once.
Neither.
Neither?
Nope.
You think they're going to stalemate?
I think so.
Both
I think
teams are
they're both going to sit. I think that Alabama will be sitting in Tribush on bot side, and that Auburn will be sitting in Pixel Bush.
All right.
I think they might Scooby-Doo each other.
Oh, they're going to give each other a runaround.
I think so.
Okay.
But if we're looking at this from a very realistic standpoint, Alabama invades. Just because Blitzcrank.
Well, both teams have done the same invade path both games. And so I think there's a fair chance that they both realize that they've done the same invade path both games, and they both just, like, try a new invade path and run into each other on accident. Oh, got him paused.
Hey, we have fixed the chair. Let's go. Oh, and...
This happened last time. It's okay.
Yeah, just give it a second.
They'll fix it eventually.
Hopefully. Maybe? Please?
I want to see who invades. Oh, I didn't realize they had a Blitzcrank. Yep, I forgot about that.
Yep, that's what I was saying in all honesty.
So maybe Auburn elects to stack here. Alabama is invading. Oh, they're stacking topside.
All running it down mid, maybe?
Yeah. Looks like Alabama is trying to invade through through the river, and Auburn is stacking topside without the Jin. Dangerous waters for the Jin. Okay, never mind. He's heading top. Yeah, that's going to be a zero-sum invade for sure. I don't think there's going to be anything that happens here. Unless they decide to walk back into their bot side late for some reason. I think this is... I don't know what I think this is, actually, because they're going to lose the ward here, so they're not going to know whether or not they stay. Maybe Jungler just starts topside and cuts his losses.
Yeah. Oh?
They did not find the ward. It looks like the Blitzcrank sweeper ran out before they got to the bush, so they actually didn't know.
They did get a ward, though, because he does have one vision score.
Who does? No one. No one has any CS. So the one vision score is just from him using the sweeper.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe
okay,
he
okay.
saw the ward but couldn't kill it. One of those things.
Yep.
That's probably what it was. He probably saw the ward but he didn't have time to kill it.
Probably started it as they were entering into.
Yeah, because he would have one CS if they had killed a ward, but none of them have any CS.
I don't know why are wards counted as creeps?
I don't know.
Because
isn't
CS just creep score?
Yeah, it is.
I see.
That's an antiquated term. Dota.
Oh.
Yeah, let's see.
We don't talk about that here.
No, we don't. No turn radius for me.
Please no. Don't remind me that game exists.
Yeah, let's see the ward game here. Alabama got a ward on Auburn's blue side, but Auburn did spot Alabama invading their blue side, and Alabama got warded on their blue as well. So I don't think that ward is actually going to last long enough for anything to happen. Well, Blitzcrank looking for the
nice dodge.
missing.
That was a wonderful dodge coming out from the Jin there. Dodging the Blitzcrank Q almost perfectly. Ooh, big damage onto the Xayah with the grenade and the was that fourth shot? I believe that was fourth shot.
That was fourth shot. Yeah, Nocturne is getting spotted on the blue ward here. To expound on what you were saying there, one of my favorite things in League of Legends, just in general, is the semantics of how dodging skill shots works. And so the Jin went for a level 2 read on the Blitzcrank, and the Blitzcrank just threw it straight at him, and so the Jin won.
Yep.
I love considering and talking about juking and skill shots and micromanagement.
Youngster Joey is not having a very good time into this set right now. Set just keeps walking up and pressing his E. And Youngster Joey's not really doing anything about it.
Yeah, it's interesting because he's won lane every game so far.
Yep. So this might be the might be the game.
He's in kind of a sketchy position here. Nocturne is topside and in a situation to gank.
Yeah, but Kha'Zix is also topside.
Right, but Nocturne has better tempo. Nocturne started his buff earlier, so he'll be up there earlier.
Agreed.
So we'll see what happens here. This could be interesting topside. Bot lane, stuff just happening, getting poked. Silas may be looking to engage here, but the camera didn't move, so I guess not. Okay, here we go. Nocturne and Set are going to look for the Kha'Zix here. Because I guess they just knew that he was going to be pathing up. Still skirmishing 2v2 here.
That was an interesting tray that we watched mid lane. Silas electing not to use any of his auto attacks or his cleaves to deal damage.
Petricite burst.
Thank you. And unfortunately, because of Malzahar's very slow response time to roaming, they will just get that double kill for free.
Although he had plenty of time to move, Silas just has more priority as a champion.
Yeah.
So that's, I don't know. Even if Malzahar had moved, I don't know if he could have even done anything there. Silas landing the E, breaking the shield. Blitzcrank holding his hook until he flashes. Not the best hook though, because Silas. Oh, that wasn't his ignite. That was Blitzcrank's ignite. So yeah, Blitzcrank was getting the killer there either way. So I think that's okay. Yeah, Blitzcrank's actually staying mid here to help the Silas push. So maybe he can get the wave shoved in before the Malzahar gets back to lane. Zillion bombs, zoning the Zaya out.
And she elects to get hit by both of them.
Damage, but she dodged this Gen W.
That was ignite though coming out from Zillion. She might die.
No, she's fine.
No, sad. She didn't even have to use heal.
Yeah, she had about 200 HP when she got ignited. She was plenty good. Ignite do no damage early game.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, this top lane looks like the tables have turned a little bit with the set getting poked out more than the Orin. Both of them have taken it back, so lane state is reset at least once. Orin is out of mana. Maybe Set will look to go in here. Yeah, this looks like a Set engage and a half. He wins the heck out of that. Orin actually dodged the Set W with his E.
His slowest movement option.
But that's what won in the trade. He definitely could have died there. Set has flash.
Yep.
Malzahar, move top. Will Orin blow flash? Yes. Don't think he had to, but better safe than sorry there for sure.
Yeah, I agree. It does look like the Kazakhs will be going into lethality this game.
He does have Dark Harvest.
And he did build the Serrated Dirk first item.
Yep, Serrated Dirk is... Oh, he actually is building a Mana Moon, which I don't know if I like when... Oh, and that means he's going the Nuisance build.
Yep.
The cooldown reduction Nuisance build. Yep, he's going to evolve W. So, that's probably what I would have done here. I think I agree with that.
Silas
has
up.
Nocturnal.
And he's
going to be big.
That was, I don't know if he really needed to be there or not.
It's better to Silas have the kill than the Orin have the kill.
That is true.
Plus the Nocturnal is going to run out at some point. He actually TP'd back mid to catch the wave here. He's only catching 3 casters, though. I don't know if I agree with that. Either way, he's better than me. So what am I supposed to say?
How do you know that? Have you played against him?
I saw his ranks.
But have you played against him?
I haven't.
Exactly. Aren't you
You're right.
Aren't you
I should
plat 1 with like
count
an 80% win rate?
Count my chickens before they hatch.
Aren't you plat 1 with an 80% win rate right now?
Yeah. I got to repeat it. I was trying to dodge the question.
No, you're not dodging the question. Don't you have perfect pitch?
Shut up. Okay. Kazakhs is maxing Q, actually. I wonder if he'll still evolve W first. Because if he is going the Mana Moon build with Duskblade and Hydra, then you're definitely wanting to evolve W first, then evolve E on Kazakhs, so you can just jump around and throw Ws at people and be a nuisance and never have to interact.
Yep.
I do love that playstyle on Kazakhs. I think it's hilarious. Oh,
Ooh,
good juke from
what
the
a
Jhin.
dodge. Oh my.
He is this Blitzcrank's number.
The best part is that before the series even started, I was talking to Alabama's jungle, and he told me that their support player has a massive ego because he doesn't miss hooks.
That he hasn't hit one in this Jhin yet this game.
Nope.
I
think it's quite ironic.
Yeah. Set. Finding an engage on the Orin.
Zaya being forced to use heal to save Blitzcrank's life there.
Small punch.
Small punch.
Nocturne posturing for bot lane is 6, but they're going to find him and stand under tower, so that's not going to happen. Ornal coming on top. That does look so weird on the map. Every time I see it, it looks like a big orange spider. 'Cause it's like a square PNG.
Yeah.
They could have done better. Other abilities look pretty good, like Zigzolt, Jinx Rocket, but why is that just like a square PNG? Is that it might be a bug.
Well, okay. To be fair, Jinx Rocket does move much faster, so it's harder to comprehend if it's a good picture or not.
I guess that's fair.
But this is a very slow-moving ability, so I don't know.
Orin went first item Bramble Vest Warden's Mail. He does not respect Malzahar at all. Which I agree with.
Sure doesn't. But I don't really see Malzahar roaming too much.
Yeah. Plus he's against 80 top, 80 jungler. Always build just a ton of armor into that. No reason to do anything else.
I wonder how much armor he actually has at the moment.
I don't know. Maybe if the camera pops over to him, we'll see.
146.
Dang, that's a lot of armor.
Look at how much damage the set's doing. Nothing.
Yeah. Set has percent HP damage, and he's still not popping for anything because he's just getting all of his base damage blocked. Orin has a ton of armor.
Yep.
Nocturnal coming mid. Silas does have Malzahar R, but I don't think he saw his Blitzcrank coming in because of the Nocturnal.
Yeah. Unfortunately, possibly not calming very well.
Oh, doesn't miss any hooks. Okay. I think he should have cast his E first. Yeah, he had to cancel the Malzahar ult early to not have to cancel his E. So I think comboing with W first and then Malzahar ulting there was probably the better play. Kha'Zix finding a W, or sorry, an ult engage. Nocturne went down to the Blitzcrank Ignite and he landed the hook on the Malzahar. Kha'Zix just tore everyone up. He evolved Q first. So maybe he's not going. I mean, he's not going the Nuisance build. He didn't evolve W, therefore he's not going it. Yeah, he evolved Q first. He's a man with a plan.
Yeah, he is sitting at the highest gold in the game at the moment. That is very scary to see on a lethality Kha'Zix this early into the game.
I guess if their team is just far enough ahead, then he's just not going to have to care about all of Auburn's removal.
Yeah.
Because he's going to get stopped late game regardless of whether or not he does damage.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're talking about now. What? That does look really bad.
Yeah.
I've never seen, like, actually paid attention to that before. That looks so bad.
Maybe he took Q Evolve so he can farm faster than Nocturne, because he has 20 CS up right now.
He's, you know, I said it before this game when I was talking to both teams at the same time. I think this game will be coming down to a jungle diff. Oh.
Dang. Flash ult from the Blitzcrank.
Man, doesn't miss them hooks, though.
He doesn't. He still has it.
He does.
He's going to E so he doesn't miss. Oh, never mind. He's going to bop him. Boom. Oh, no kill. Boom. Oh, he got feared. No.
Let's go. Zillion, get it out.
Clean
And a 600 gold shutdown for Malzahar. That's
easy peasy. Gosh, 600 gold shutdown for that.
Report AMT.
Oh,
Agreed.
true.
Agreed. Get him out of here.
Hate that guy.
What is...
Huh?
What was...
What was what?
Who just backed there?
Kha'Zix.
Just in front of the set.
Yeah. He dropped his Herald and left.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, Set cared more about the Herald than he did. Oh, Nocturnal going down to Zaya. She does not have R. Did have Flash. But, yep, Malzahar just going to scream at her a little bit. And that'll be that.
He's a very angry boy right now. Leave him alone. Let him scream.
I don't like it when Malzahar screams at me.
Wait, his spell shield eats a tower shot?
Yeah, it eats damage.
That's so dumb.
First instance of damage. Except for minions. And jungle camps.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else.
Yep.
Silas does have Genar. See what he's going to do with that. Maybe he steals drag.
Maybe. I hope so. That'd be pretty
they
neat.
Don't have any words on it. Maybe Silas... No, it doesn't look like they know. So that'll be a dragon going over to Auburn. Oh my goodness, that hit. Huh. That was pretty nuts. Orny.
Orn's still not even building into his mythic item yet.
Doesn't need to. He's playing against 2 auto attackers topside, so he just builds a Frozen Heart so that he can stop them from doing that.
No longer allowed to play the video game.
Kha'Zix rushed Collector? No, dude.
He's
that item's taboo on Kha'Zix. You're not supposed to build that. I'm getting trolled. He's listening to the stream.
He's getting inted.
Wow. Yep. Goodbye.
You know what? Don't report AMT.
Report Kha'Zix.
Report Ogawa. Get out.
The
Get
item
out.
is so bad on Kha'Zix.
Don't you just lose, like, the crit? Like, it's just there
I mean,
for
no,
no
you
reason?
can still crit people. It's just every other lethality item,
Is
including
better.
the bad lethality items, is better than Collector on Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
What you lose is the passive, because you're never going to be proccing the passive on anyone. Set was looking to probably get behind the Ornn so he can ultimate a tower there, but the Ornn saw what he was doing and stopped him. Even though Malzahar roamed up, the Set ult actually probably condemned him there.
Most definitely. If it wasn't for the settle, I think Malzahar might have been able to scream at him. Oh, he doesn't have it.
Did he have it? No, he didn't have it.
There are 2 top lane that might be able to take down this Ornn.
He has it now.
Both of which being
Ornn
AP.
does have no magic resist. Yep.
That's a dead Ornn.
That's a dead Ornn.
Maybe.
Bye-bye.
No, it's dead.
Yeah, he's dead. Zillion bomb do damage. Kha'Zix. Yep.
Goodbye.
It's not because of the Collector. That's because he has 6 kills.
Yep. He is 6-0.
Man, he's going to get validated for building Collector in a tournament match. And it's going to continue. He's going to keep doing it.
Probably. He'll learn eventually.
This is going to confirm his bias, and I'm not happy about it.
Tragic.
Another Kha'Zix player building collector. Wish it was a bannable offense.
True. Should be.
Glaive's second items. Maybe he's just going for the cheap lethality items. Looking to scale before they can build any defenses into him. Maybe we'll see a Serpent's Fang for third item, or maybe we'll just see Dustblade because he's about to finish his Manamune.
Set being 0-6, deciding to rush Bork is also should be a bannable offense.
Yep, I definitely agree with that.
That's just
wings. Yep.
That's just wrong.
If you are feeding, do not build damage.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Kha'Zix. Yup. Goodbye. Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
what?
He's still dead, but that Nocturne is so weak, and Kha'Zix has 2.5 lethality items. Might as well have a third one because Dirk is just so good on Kha'Zix.
Was that isolated Q?
Oh yeah,
oh,
for sure.
That was Malzahar's fault. Malzahar walked away from him, I believe.
Blitzhook landing, but Jin landing all the shots. Let's see, the Zillion ult, yep. It's going to allow that Malzahar to trade 1-for-1.
The jungler electing to flame their ADC immediately.
Silas maybe looking for something to happen on the set. He is fairly squishy because he built Bork, but his team is here to back him up.
Jillian did, try and give him that quick level.
Just a little touch for the road.
What an interesting flash.
Flash basically in place, but it worked out.
Slightly, ever so slightly.
Just gonna go ahead and say it. Nocturne does not win this.
No shot. Wait, maybe?
No, he still doesn't win this.
No, he's dead. Dead man.
Yeah. Interesting decision. He traded 1-for-1 though.
Interesting decision, Sumner.
1-for-1 trade, bro.
Welcome to the Rift.
That's a knock up one of the set, but he already used his hook. Maybe the Jin will follow. Fourth shot. Getting Everfrosted by the
so
Silas. And he
close.
is, oh my goodness,
I
that's a
couldn't
Q
get out
max
of there.
Silas. I hate that.
W E Q.
Yeah. I mean, it worked out there. So once again, a confirmation that's or a bias that's getting confirmed.
That was kind of clean though.
Nocturnal to Kha'Zix, he can't reach. Finds the vision. Silas still has settled. That's a spell shield, and he doesn't follow up with it. Huh? Oh.
Has disconnected.
Uh-oh.
I think he just alt-F4'd the game.
And they're not going to pause for it because it's a funny bit.
Yeah, he's back. He's fine.
Whoa. Silas settled it in the middle of their whole team and didn't trade anything. Maybe it was running out. He just wanted to use it.
I agree. Maybe it was.
I would have done the same thing. Gotta use your ult.
Yeah? You gotta use that exit button as well,
Yeah.
When you see the chance, take it.
Just trying to make sure the Alt F4 button works.
Yeah. I mean, you have to test it
Just
out.
checking, yeah.
Like, what if you accidentally press it? Like, you have to be careful.
Doing a service for the E-Plex.
Exactly.
Let's crank. Oh.
Okay, and now you are no longer a champion for 14 seconds. You could have stolen this.
He could have.
There's
He
a
could have
chance.
done that 80 damage to the dragon. Versus a 900 HP smite.
True.
Did you first item Leandri's or Rylai's? He first item Leandri's.
I hope so. What?
Really? Dang. I could have sworn he did.
You don't have to answer that.
Could have sworn he did Leandri's.
I think they were having an argument. Or not an argument, but like they were like memeing back and forth.
Yeah.
And he's like, alright, I'll just ask him.
I respect that.
You know what? So do I. Oh!
Huge
You're not moving.
damage coming out of the ult.
You're not allowed to move, buddy.
That Blitzcrank is fast.
That Ornn is tanky. That Silas does not care.
He's gonna scream at someone. Look out. What if they scream at each other?
That'd be...
Shouting match.
Does that work?
No, it doesn't, because one of them is gonna suppress the other one.
Yeah, I was going to say, aren't they suppression?
Yeah.
Doesn't one of them still happen? Like the root or the damage?
I mean, one of them is going to ult the other one first, and the other one's not going to be able to ult. Unless they do it on the same frame, but I've never seen that happen before.
And they'd have to have the exact same ping in that situation.
Yeah, I mean,
but they are
do,
playing
'cause we're on
across
LAN.
from each other.
Yeah.
Oh, no, this isn't LAN.
Oh, it's not?
Nope, this is
We're not
Wi-Fi.
playing LAN connection? Oh,
The only game that has LAN connection for, like, not Riot stuff would be Rocket League.
Oh.
Because Rocket League is just,
Wait, I
well-designed
guess
game.
League of Legends doesn't have LAN unless you're actual Riot Games.
Yep. You're not allowed to have fun.
True. Back to the game.
Anyways, to the game that we're currently talking very badly of, what's going on? Currently,
Silas still has
Alabama's
Malcolm.
sitting at around a 7,000 gold lead.
A small mountain to climb.
You know, wait, Kozik's at negative 40 gold, though. I think someone might need to teach him a little thing about money.
This Ord does not care.
Is Jin going to die for this?
He has reached Ascension.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh my gosh.
Fourth shot couldn't even execute him. Man, that took so much.
But Gale Force, though.
Homie has 2.5 items. I guess
Gosh.
that's just way more than everyone on their team, because both Jin and Nocturne only have 1 item. Set doesn't even have one.
Well, I guess that's what you get for building Bork when you're 0-6.
Yeah. Yeah. Kind of how it goes. Kozik's extending the heck out of his lead. He did opt to go the 3 cheap lethality items, so the strategy of kill them before I can get outscaled is what he's going for.
I mean, it's been working out so far, so I can't really knock him for it.
been
Again,
playing-
the ADC is
Whoa.
just kind of existing.
Flashing into screaming at the Blitzcrank. Does not like him.
That is a true combo. Nocturne misclicking the jungle minions like 5 times. Just stepping around him. He's asserting dominance. Jin electing to build Lord Dom's second item. Or at least the first item. Is the Last Whisper? Is that what that is?
What is it? Yeah, no, it's probably gonna be Lord Dom's. Oh yeah, Last Whisper is what he has.
Yeah.
He's probably gonna build Lord Dom's. I doubt it's a Mortal Reminder here. They have no. Well, I mean, you can cut Silas's healing.
Yeah.
Kha'Zix is not really gonna look to heal much.
Yeah.
Break the spell shield. Scream at him a little bit. Nope, not even gonna use it.
Goodbye.
Whisper sweet nothings into his ear until he dies.
Pretty much. Sad day. R.I.P. the Malsahar. He will be missed.
Ornn eating forward so you can ult the set. Set's not in a position to run away from Ornn here. Oh, no isolated Q, so he can't execute the Jin. He's gonna go down.
Oh, R.I.P. Nocturne.
It was a poor play by the Kha'Zix, but it was a poor return by the Nocturne, so 1 for 1.
Let's go, Zaya. Just shoving in mid lane, getting towers.
He's the MVP of this game.
Agreed.
I have to say it. He's been popping off in all of these games.
He might not be getting a lot of kills, but he's always had decent CS, and he's constantly taking towers. If we go to the graphs and look at total damage, he's going to have the most every single game. No
Damage
doubt
taken.
about it.
He's the martyr. He just soaks damage.
Yep.
He takes the damage, so his team doesn't have to. What? Eternal Winter?
Yeah, I didn't realize what it was for a second, but it's just the Ornn upgrade.
Everfrost, yeah.
Yeah, Ornn upgrade. Thank you for showing us the blue word.
Well, Dragon's coming up pretty soon. This is probably the last chance that Auburn has to contest anything before they get a gold difference that's a little bit too big to come back from. But it looks like they're going to opt to go to Baron off of Kozik sitting there and doing the Dragon. He did melt it pretty fast. I don't know if Alabama sees them going to Baron. Silas might spot it here because he's going to check. No, they're pinging it. They know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Auburn's not really in a position to do fast Baron here because none of them have damage. This is so sketchy. The Ornn is the first person they pick out, which is the worst possible scenario for this engage. He's not even close to dying.
Actually,
comes
he
out
died.
Of the set. Zaya just ulting the Nocturne away.
You were just wrong.
Yeah.
The Ornn just died. I don't know how. I don't know what happened. He did get hit for 600 true damage. I did see that.
Well, either way, had anyone else been the one to check that bush, they would have been a lost fight.
Yeah.
But since it was the Ornn, it just didn't matter. So Auburn chasing kills here. Let's see if they can find anything. Kozik's in silence for 10 years, an eternity and a half.
He is not allowed to press these buttons today.
No, ma'am.
"24 minutes in.
I heard you wanted to use your abilities.
No. You were mistaken.
We'll Silas
What a
settled the
stun.
set. Oh, nope, just gonna Zanya and let the Blitzcrank kill him.
It was a good stun, though.
Whoa, Ornn is TPing behind. This is a flank. Will he hit
Flanking
anyone?
Ornn.
He hits the Jin. That Jin was moving fast, too. Surprised that hit. He is so unkillable, it's not even funny.
And there goes.
And Silas is just a monster.
Yep.
Okay, well, that's the game.
Yep. Just stop the turn. Really. Just
Outstanding showing from Alabama.
Outstanding showing from Alabama's ADC. Truly the MVP.
Especially the ADC. Yeah. I don't know if they're going to push to end here. They'd only have 20 seconds left on the death timers. Definitely going to get the inhib. Maybe they choose to go back to Baron. Maybe they just lull int for fun it. Nope, they're going to go to Baron. In character.
In character.
So I was recalling before the Baron starts. Kha'Zix's still not even sure if he's going to build a Mythic. I think he's just going to get Mana Monet. Because he has a completed tier.
But he also has a Warhammer, so he could go. He
That
could go
goes with
Deathblade.
Mana Monet.
Yeah, but it also goes in Dustblade.
It does.
Yes.
We'll see once
We'll
he
see.
finishes the recall.
If he finishes the recall.
He will. He's getting there.
All right.
Mana Monet.
Mana Monet. Longsword. Who needs mythics, right? Now,
Not him.
now he's getting a real mythic power spike though.
Yeah.
Because he does get what, an extra 25 AD or something?
It's based off of his max mana. It scales
So-
with how much mana you have.
No, I mean the Dustblade passive.
Oh, Duskblade?
The mythic passive.
It's cooldown reduction.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's 5%, or not percent, but 5 ability haste per item you have. So he's going to get, how much, 20?
20. So he might be at like 100 at this point. If not more.
He doesn't have any CDR items. Does Mana Monet give CDR?
I think so. I think it was 20.
None of those other 3 items give CDR.
Oh, I thought they did.
No.
Sag.
It's only Youmuu's and Duskblade that do.
Interesting. I'm pretty sure that Mana Monet gives
Those are
20.
the 2 items he doesn't have.
Maybe 25 when it's upgraded?
I couldn't tell you. I actually don't know.
Hmm.
Yeah, they're going to take the Baron real quick. Uncontested, of course.
Yep. Pushing out top lane.
And they're going to push to end. I'm sure they're going to 1-3-1 or 1-4. Maybe they just run it. Looks like they're actually just going to run it.
Just run it down mid.
Yeah, this should be a pretty simple textbook end here. Auburn has not a lot to do to fight back. Although I would love to see an ace from Auburn here. Honestly, I really would.
Oh, yeah.
Because these games are super enjoyable. Nocturne flying in on the Ornn. And Zillion got blown in the set already.
Ooh.
And set is dead. Bye-bye.
Yep.
Alright,
Kha'Zix
Kha'Zix
almost falls.
escaping. Yep, Jin missing the W. I didn't miss, but the Kha'Zix juked it. Oh, he canceled the Jin R. I'm not sure what he thought the threat was there.
I think he was afraid of getting engaged on by Ornn.
Screaming at the Silas. More than my dad screams at me on Christmas. That's a lot of screaming.
Are you okay?
That's a joke.
I know.
Don't take that seriously.
I know.
It's a bit, guys.
It's a bit, I promise. Guys, no. It's just a bit. Guys, no.
Yeah, that's actually they traded back.
Hey, they got it. They got
3
the
kills,
advantage.
So that's enough of a wipe to keep them in the game for a little bit. I'm excited. Alabama's gonna move to take this dragon here. It's still only 3rd dragon, so they're not gonna grab soul here. Objective bounty for Auburn to steal. Objective bounties aren't a super great amount of gold, but they're at least there. I think Kha'Zix kills this way too fast for them to. Yeah, not even close.
Didn't even smite.
Doesn't need to. Surely is. Nocturnal. Zaya still has ulti. There it goes. Nocturne did use his stopwatch. I think she still has E. Kha'Zix just deletes the set because he has 0 defensive items still.
Nice spell shield coming out from the Nocturne, though, blocking the Q damage from Kha'Zix.
That did save him. Blitzcrank got his hook blocked by the Voidling.
The little
minion
dude.
fellas.
The little dude. Oh,
Putting in his
Blitzcrank.
time, earning his pay.
Oh, Jin's just running it down. Or Orange just running it down.
He don't gotta care.
He true does. He really doesn't.
Zillion probably has his ult back up by now. He did use it on the set last fight. There's actually no way he doesn't have his ult back up. Oh, flash straight into the Nocturne R and getting deleted by Kha'Zix. I don't even think he was isolated. Definitely didn't matter.
Yep.
Zillion pinging the Ornar in his chat. Good trade.
Good trade.
That's so funny that
The spell shield doesn't work
it
for that? Yeah.
because it doesn't do damage.
Does it? Does Lichbane
Does Lichbane
block Salazar?
Does Lichbane block a Banshee's Veil?
Banshee's Veil, yeah, sorry.
Because Banshee's Veil blocks all spells, and Malzahar spell shield does not block all spells. It's got like a specific criteria of what all it blocks.
Yeah.
Something to do with 90% damage and all CC immunity, and Silas ult is neither of those things.
Yep.
Oh, God, screaming match. Who can scream better?
Apparently Silas.
Nocturne once again ulting the orange. Jin actually landing a huge fourth shot onto the Xayah. This will be a turnaround. This is another wipe for Auburn. Alabama failing to end a second time in a row.
He's moving.
Holy jeez, that is a fast Nocturne.
And that is a very slow blitzcrank.
That is a slow lad. Well, we're getting to the point in the game where Alabama's comp is kind of starting to show their weaknesses.
No, don't walk away from each other. No.
Well, they have Zillion ult. Yeah, that's the reason why Kha'Zix is not a good pick here, because they have every champion they have on their team has removal for Kha'Zix.
I was more worried about the Malzahar and the Nocturne splitting up slightly for
so
just
you
a
can get
moment.
isolated. But it just doesn't matter because they have Zillion. A 3v1 situation, Kha'Zix never kills anyone there.
Yeah, hopefully at least.
Because his items are
meh.
They're not bad, but they're gonna fall off.
Yeah.
Right now, actually, because he's now full build.
I wonder how much gold he's sitting on actually.
I think he just finished his
negative
build, yeah, so he's
10.
negative 10.
I see.
But yeah, since he's full build, he can't get any stronger, so he's just gonna start falling off from here on out. If Auburn wins one more fight, they could actually have a chance this game. They are only 5k gold down.
But now I believe Ornn does have the option of upgrading Kha'Zix, which I believe just makes him. It stops him from falling off as hard.
He did. Sand Strike's Claw. Ornn item names are so funny.
I agree.
It's like they just got the cashier at Hot Topic to write down whatever they were thinking on their notepad, and they were like, all right, send this. No editing. This is all we want.
No reason for anything else.
You have complete creative liberty. Do whatever you want.
Yep. Oh, screaming?
I'm
Screaming?
going to make the same joke for the 10th time this match.
Screaming?
Kha'Zix deleted the Zillion before he could ult.
Oh, Ornn.
The power of Evolve our Kha'Zix. Oh my goodness. Power of Prowler's Claw too. Not needing isolation to do damage. But he did explode before he could get the Jhin. But 1Q unisolated did 3/4 of the Jhin's HP.
And now Jhin is forced to play super far back.
Nocturne's pretty tanky here, actually. Death Dance putting in a lot of work. He popped his GA, but it looks like Silas will be finishing the game here with that set ult. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Hold on. A little bit preemptive. Maybe the Jhin can clean up here.
Oh!
That was a nasty Zanya's.
What a Zanya's.
Fourth shot for move speed still had the mark on the Blitzcrank.
Oh.
I decided not to chase out the Blitzcrank.
Smart play.
Okay, Soul Dragon coming up for Alabama here. They're going to have to get this or else they're going to be in an awful spot.
Truly.
Auburn has closed the gold gap. And it looks like Alabama is going to be late to setting up. Blitzcrank is trying to mess with them, but he's just going to get stopped by the Malzahar ult. That's a huge pick before Dragon fight. Kha'Zix just soloed it. All right,
Yep.
that was smart. I like that play. He did ult, but he is so slow, and they can just see him because of the Malzahar.
Yep.
Ornn finding a big engage on the. Oh, barely missed the wall.
Nice stun. Just CC chain
Are they going to be able
forever.
to find a kill on him before his team can get there? There's only 2 members alive. Auburn.
They
putting in
keep
work this
taking
game.
these really bad 1v5 scenarios, and nothing is working for them.
Silas has Nocturne R, but he's getting chased by multiple people. They're going to try to Baron here. Let's see if Silas and Zaya can do anything about this. Looks like Silas and Zaya are not even going to contest the Baron at all. Malzahar is just going to melt it. This is one team fight away from being the end of the game.
Oh, most definitely it is.
Auburn absolutely has a chance here, but Alabama does have soul. They are perfectly even in gold. Perfectly. Wow, that 9 just ticked up at the exact same time.
Actually, Auburn is in the lead for the first time in the series, I believe.
Dead even game. No, they were ahead in the beginning of game 1.
Oh, that is true. That is true.
Zaya purchasing a Seralda's Grudge, looking for the penetration in her build. Let's see. Any other interesting items they've got? Nocturne's GA is down. Set purchasing 2.5 items now. He's scaling 12 deaths.
The 12 death power spike?
Yeah. Kha'Zix didn't sell his boots. Hasn't gotten any stronger in the last 5 minutes. Silas has 2 stacks on a Medjai's.
Incredible.
This is probably the weakest he's been all game.
Most definitely.
Jin looking to start the fight with his ultimate. Blitzcrank flashing in to hook him, stop him. Huge ult from his side. Silas flying to the back line. They find the Jin. And, yep, that's a murder from Kha'Zix. This is going to be a poorly developed fight for Auburn, and that is going to be the end of the game.
Yep.
Wow. What a way to play that out. Auburn got so close to being able to finally make something happen, and they just got it all stolen away from the huge Blitzcrank flash hook onto the Jin and just ruining their team. And the follow-up from the Kha'Zix, the follow-up from the Silas, they just had nothing. Man, this was close.
This was a fantastic game to watch.
This tournament. In my opinion. At least today. Yeah, outstanding gameplay. Outstanding gameplay from both teams. And congratulations to Alabama for being the victors of MANESTAGE 2022.
Well, Alabama played absolutely fantastic League of Legends today, and I was very happy and excited to watch it. Now let's go to Zane, our stage host, and see what he has in store for you guys.
Another Alabama victory in League of Legends. If I can get, oh Lord, what's his name? Ogawa? Is that how you pronounce it? Huh? AMT? Can I? ADC. The ADC. Who's the ADC? Come on over here. Come on over here. Boy, you're the finals MVP. Congratulations, sir. Here, come on over here with me. I want you to describe the feeling that you guys have to now own the title of the best League of Legends team here in the state.
I'm feeling something right now. I'm feeling good, you know. I don't know. Bot lane, you know.
Did bot lane go pretty good tonight for you?
Yeah, I mean one could say that, I suppose. I don't know.
I noticed that in Game 3 with the Blitzcrank, I was watching him run around in every single lane, just going under towers and just punching people. It was one of the most funniest things to watch. But great game, sir. You had a great game, and I hope the best for you guys within the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now I have no idea what's next. I think that we're going to go into an advertisement, and then after that, we're going to go play some Rocket League, and I'm very excited. So here's production with another skit.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, sounds great. You here on that?
Yes, every day.
Ooh. Spending all your time here.
I will attack you with this card.
How much? Ooh, wait, what's that stuff?
Check it out?
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. seems pretty cool. What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love the most.
Oh wow, that sounds great. I'm gonna have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it open.
Everything's okay. It's just man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice actually. I think it was you were in the middle of your turn. Sorry?
Yes. Let's see. So I was gonna play this guy.
Oh.
By banishing these two.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
I got you.
You good, man?
Yeah, man, I'm good. It's just a dope shirt.
Replaying your words there in my head. When you're not here, I'm stuck in bed. I'm starting to break. I'm starting to break. I'm starting to break down. Watch all of the bullets fall to the ground. You took a shot and I'm yours now. But I'm starting to break. I'm starting to break down, break down, break down, break down.
Hey guys, real quick update for you all. If you're just tuning in, we're about to start our last title, Rocket League, in our third Iron Bowl match of today. This should be one of the greatest matches that we've seen today, and I'm super excited. But before we watch it, we have a skit that we've made from one of our greatest players that we've seen all season. And if anyone in the land is interested in watching it, it will be on that TV there. Thank you.
Hi,
Hello,
what's your name?
Mason Lowry.
What's your gamer tag?
Ball Britney Spears.
Alright. Okay. What got you into esports?
Video games. Playing sports my whole life, I needed to find another competitive outlet, and esports fit.
What would you say is your biggest strength in Rocket League?
Quick thinking.
What's your favorite game?
I have about 1,500 hours into Rocket League, but I've started playing Apex, and I'm progressing a lot through it, so between those two.
Alright, and lastly, is there anything you want to say?
Yeah. Shout out to my haters. Mama, I made it.
Come back. That's what I was gonna do earlier. I was gonna sleep behind this and the floor. I'm at a point where I couldn't sleep right now.
Three, two, one, go.
Let's go!
Okay, sounds great. You here often?
Yes, every day.
Ooh. You spend a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? Ooh, wait, what's that stuff?
Check it out?
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. You get to paint, dude. That seems pretty cool. What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love the most.
Oh, wow. That sounds great. I'm gonna have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it all there.
Everything's okay. It's just... Man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice, actually. I think it was... you were in the middle of your turn?
Yes. Let's see. So I was going to play this guy.
Oh.
By banishing these two.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
You missed it? No.
You good, man?
Yeah, man, I'm good. It's just a dope shirt.
Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space if I'm ever to see you. And I'll go. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space if I'm ever to see you. And I'll go. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul.
I can feel this tide choke my neck and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to
just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight.
Welcome back to the main stage land here at the E-Plex in Birmingham, Alabama. We had a bit of an extended tech pause because of a variety of difficulties. I won't bore you with the details. Instead, I'll get you excited for this next match up to come. But first, my name is Mr. Bepic, and I'm joined in the literal booth this time by Volt. How you doing, man?
Oh, it's incredible to be here. Normally, I have to awkwardly look at a screen. Instead, I get to look at Mr. Bepic's wonderful face. We're here in person for this land. It's the final title of today, League of Legends Valorant, earlier today, and Auburn hasn't looked too hot, but they've got a chance here.
No, Valorant and League did not go so hot for the Tigers. Alabama kind of dominated those, but Rocket League, I think all day everyone was looking to you as that very, very even match. On one side, we have Chan, Buck, and Airy. On the other, we have Vroko, Bro Turkey, and Gray. Ranks about the same. Experience, I would say, about the same. And mechanical ability, I would say, pretty even.
And Brock, of course, not being here for the University of Alabama, that's a big loss for them. He was kind of the X factor. He was known as the best player in this as far as rank goes. He had a great RLCS qual attempt yesterday, but not with us today in person, leveling the playing field. And for once, this could really be a toss-up.
Yeah, of course, for those not familiar with the format, it is a best of 3 of best of 7. So 21 possible games here tonight, and there is a very high likelihood that we could go the distance. That may be a late night for us, but I think after the extended pause, that's what we all want to see.
I agree here. I would be perfectly content with the 21 games. Again, we'll be in best of sets. We're playing best of 7s. There will be a 10-minute intermission between series, so potential for 2 breaks and then a third series, or just 1 break if, someone can come out on top in both of our first 2 series.
And to recap the seasons of these 2 teams, to get to this point, they had to play through groups and then a single elimination 4-team bracket. Auburn in Group A went 4-0, 12-1, just dropping 1 game. Alabama, Group B, kind of a similar tale. They actually didn't drop any games until the semifinals, where they lost 1, and Auburn lost 1 there as well to get to this land. So pretty dominant. We all knew these were the 2 top dogs, and finally, we get them meeting up.
Oh, yeah. We had kind of figured. Of course, you play the games, you play them out. You see who's who, and JSU, UNA, and some of the other schools gave them a good run, Bepic, but again, we kind of knew coming into today what our matchup on land would be.
Yep, this is an exciting matchup for both schools. Auburn needs some redemption, and Rocket League is definitely the game to get that going. We're still trying to get all the players into the lobby as they are out on stage over there. We can see them just to our left. It's so cool having the players right there, and I'm sure we'll be able to hear them screaming as well when something awesome happens.
Yeah, I believe Auburn is starting to work their way into the lobby. They're the only screens you can see me looking. We can see out the window. They're the only screens we'll have a look at. Alabama facing us, so their monitors the opposite direction. And then a pretty good little crowd here as well. Auburn traveled very well as an esports program to the E-Plex here in Birmingham. Alabama, not so well, but you also have some people enjoying the E-Plex here who are hanging out, watching the stream, getting ready for this matchup just like we are.
Yeah, it should be a great time, fan-wise, gameplay-wise, and hopefully casting-wise. But those trophies, Volts, I'm sure you saw. It's hard to miss them. The Valorant and the League of Legends one's now gone, but that one golden cup remains, and they're beautiful.
I thought about snagging it and trying to bring it over here, and I was kind of looking. I'm like, can I walk out there with this headset still on? But it is just right outside the door. Pretty good-sized trophy. Someone's leaving with it and the right to call themselves the best Rocket League team in the state of Alabama. And when you have teams and players this good, that's quite the feat. That some of these other states maybe not as impressive, but for this state of Alabama, it is a great honor, and at least as far as the spring goes, you'll be able to claim it. We might be back in the fall as well. So somebody's going to have to defend their honor. And speaking of that, I know Auburn's team is a little young.
Yep.
No, not losing any seniors off the main roster, but a little bit different on the Alabama side.
Yeah, Alabama a bit older. On Auburn's side, we have a freshman in Vroko, so he's going to be around here for a lot of time to come. And then Gray and Bro Turkey, both sophomores, so they'll be returning. But I'm sure you know a bit more about the Bama side than I do. Are they seniors or?
They've got a couple there, and of course they mixed in 5 different players on their roster, of course, over the season. Brock, again, having to step away, take care of some of his duties, working in some other players. And again, speaking of players, the player that got really overshadowed is Chan. He had a great regular season. Buck and Brock really kind of outshined. We kind of coined him just as the third-man cleanup, just kind of there to make sure everything goes in the net what it's supposed to. And then he got a chance in the last last week of the regular season to really show us what he's capable of, and he took full advantage.
He definitely did. That's the scary part about Bama's full roster, is that they have 3 guys that can take over the lobby completely, and they did when they were missing Brock or Buck. I think Chan was there for most of them. But we'll see how they play on land, because you never really know what team's going to perform. Once they're on that stage, on that minimal ping, it's a mixed bag of expectations for both sides.
It really is, and the expectations are high for both of them. I feel like both squads really feel like they should be the victor today, but you know, with this extended long break, you're not on your home setup. The atmosphere's a little bit different. Again, Auburn's got a decent fan base sitting directly behind them, maybe 3 to 5 feet behind the stage there. And so we'll see. The one Auburn player is having issues getting in the lobby. I believe we are missing Bro Turkey at the moment. He's working on getting his way into the lobby, but that's the last Auburn player we need. So last couple moments to breathe before we head down to the pitch.
Ever so close to the gameplay. And to touch on your point real quick about Auburn's fan base, these players are wearing noise-canceling earbuds, but with the stage set up how it is, there's not much space in between the fans and the players. So I imagine the Auburn fan base is going to erupt when goals are scored, when flip resets are completed, and the players should get juiced by that. We'll see if it affects Bama at all, but I know the Auburn players are going to love to hear that.
Not too much emotion earlier. Auburn was trailing, of course, Alabama, very calm and collective, especially during a League of Legends. They dominated that. And no celebration when the series was over. Complete opposite story here. We've got cameras everywhere. The players are all set up. The fans are ready for this one. I think we're going to be celebrating Game 1 all the way to Game 21.
I most certainly hope so. All the players are in the lobby, and I think we're going as soon as possible. So I'm going to buy as much time staring into the camera and filling my mouth with words as the players finally join the lobby. We're going to have
back up here. You'll get to look at our lovely faces one more time while we do get this reset. But so close yet so far. There, we're working on getting everything set up here again. It's been a long-awaited time. Some technical difficulties on the back end, deciding how we were going to get this matchup rolling and moving forward. And you know, we thought we were there. We were so close.
Well,
so close.
And these players have been warming up a while, so they're going to be plenty ready once we do get going. We watched them play ranked earlier, and it is incredible what some of these guys can do. Like, of course, we see it on our screens almost every night, Volts, but to finally be right behind them as they're double flip resetting in ranked against pros, it's impressive stuff.
It is, and we got to see how everyone plays. We were talking about the Auburn team as some very fancy, interesting setups. Grace sits about 2 feet away from his monitor. Oh my God, he is so close to that monitor. Vroko is a very tall human being. He's got his chair as low to the floor as it can go, and of course, Buck's on keyboard and mouse, though he looks like he's reclining while he plays. So it's great to get some insight into these guys and their habits that they get ready to play for. And so I believe everyone back in the lobby. We're going to give this a second try. Bama wasn't quite ready last time. We're going to see this time if they are. And you know, just moments away from kickoff again.
Oh, yeah, we most certainly are. And I can see Rogers, the coach/manager of Auburn, sitting right behind them, still getting them juiced for what we do start the first best of 7 of the potential 3 that we could see. Unfortunately, we don't have an Alabama coach to stand behind them and get them juiced. That would be so cool to see the 2 coaches staring off over the stage at one another. But the players are right next to each other, so they can hear every single sound the other team makes.
Oh, yeah. Those noise-canceling headphones only cancel so much. And so, obviously, looking at your opponent here, you're going to be able to hear some of the comms. Again, this stream is a little delayed in the building, so I'm interested to see if we can hear a player roar potentially or a fan roar right before it does come through. But besides that, it is about all ready to rock and roll. I think everyone in the building is ready for us to get started.
I know, even the people that aren't even like watching this, I bet they can feel the tension rising around them as everyone here for the LAN is prepared for the final esport of the day on this big day for the Iron Bowl. I mean, all the hype around the football game and the basketball games, but this is the real Iron Bowl. I mean, 3 esports between Auburn and Alabama. And Alabama has technically won it, yes, but this is the closest closest. Everyone knows, and I think this has the most bragging rights behind it.
It definitely does, and we were talking to the Alabama team, and they already feel the pressure. With the Valorant team and the League of Legends team taking the wins earlier, they really felt that they have to win this to keep everything rolling, and again, keep the pride with the University of Alabama there, and of course Auburn University going to look to try to get on the board in the biggest way possible with our last game.
Yeah, we were talking to the players before the match, of course, and walked over to the Alabama side, and they were like, who won this League of Legends game? And I was like, oh, they was kind of destroying them. And I'm like, oh, no. That means we really got a lot of pressure behind us to perform, but I'm sure they can. Ari, a player that is stepping in as a sub, he definitely has the potential to keep up with these players, and he's not the Brock Chan Buck show, but he can fill that the shoes left by Brock, I'm sure.
Yeah, 1,800, so sitting at that GC3 range with the potential to get to SSL, being the top rank in the game. And speaking of that Alabama squad, it is now an Alabama player that is struggling with some lobby issues. So as we work here with the ePlex staff to get him fixed and set up into this lobby, Beppe and I will just continue to buy time here. Again, we've got our observation directly in front of us. Our producer, Brandy, is off to the right when he's at the PC. And then, of course, out to our left, you do have the ePlex itself. There's a bunch of people here today. It's really good to see this place busy despite, or I guess in spite of our event, really not letting it stop business as usual.
It was cool seeing a bunch of little kids come running in, and they were playing their games on computers, but also taking glances at the League of Legends game that was going on at the time, and hopefully they can hear us as well and maybe get addicted to Rocket League esports, as we all have at a younger age than we did. It's a really cool atmosphere here at the ePlex. I mean, if you get a chance, if you're ever in the area, come check it out. A lot of computers everywhere with a lot of games installed, and a lot of action going on all the time.
Oh yeah, this is a fantastic setup here. It's a really great family-friendly atmosphere. They've got a ton of PCs, VR racing, and then of course your traditional games. Pool in the back, pop a shot back there as well. So, and a very, I will say, a very great kitchen back there as well.
Oh yes, Volts and I made a trip to that, and it was delicious. A great way to take a load off and eat some lunch. Still waiting on the last remaining player to get in this lobby any second now. I mean, I've been running on adrenaline for the last 20 minutes or so, just ready for this series to start because of how much it means to both esports programs and how much it means to this LAN.
The LAN debuts for everyone involved in this Rocket League match as well. No one has ever gotten to sit down like they do today and you know, get to play. I expect some early game one nerves. Beppe, that's something we haven't touched on. The kind of predictions for this series. We're kind of avoiding it, but at this point, I think we have to go ahead and make some predictions.
We were forced into it, so I'm going to start with you, Volts. What are you thinking?
Oh, this is such a tough choice. I think it's probably going to go all 3 sets if I had to guess. So. I feel like Brock missing for the University of Alabama is a huge miss, and with the experience that Vroko, Gray, and Bro Turkey have playing as a team, I think they come out on top.
Well, I'm gonna be with you. Auburn does take it. That's my prediction in 3 sets. So we'll see what happens. Rocket League finally on the pitch. All 6 players look like they're moving. So away we go. The Rocket League portion of the main stage LAN is underway, and players already flying every which way.
We'll see who can open the scoring. Buck had a look mid, couldn't quite make it work. Gray will play this one to the side, and it's Auburn on the back foot to start. Pass off the back wall, immediately launched away, and Vroko, that's how you clear the danger. 30 seconds in, Bepic, and back and forth we go.
We do. Buck is up, looks to play to the back wall. 2 players up for Auburn, Bro Turkey and Vroko. Culprits of that double commit, but they do get the clear, and that forces Ari back into the corner. He's beaten. Looks like an open box. No, Buck shot. Yeah, okay, a.k.a. Buck. He will close the gap there, and a very back-and-forth first minute here. No one really putting anything too lethal on net.
It's a great 50 from Bro Turkey in the corner. Chan can't find a touch. Vroko, first good look. Will double that one home. That's on Buck's head, and Auburn leads 1-0.
My word, Vroko. What a way to start off this LAN, or at least the Rocket League portion of it. What a dunk on Buck right there. That is setting the tone in game 1 if I've ever seen it.
Huge 1-0 lead for Auburn here as they'll look to build upon it. One will not put down the University of Alabama. You'll need a couple more, and Bro Turkey Good cut out on the pass there, keeping the lanes closed. Ball bounced it back in front. It'll take a bounce in the box there, Bepic. I think Vroko was expecting to be challenged.
Oh, doesn't matter though. The ball stayed right there, and Gray was right behind the play, ready to strike. Great setup by Vroko right there. Had Ari and Buck so awkward on that back wall and completely paved the way for Gray to take a shot, and boy, did he. That placement was pristine.
A little bit of smoke and mirrors effect as well. Vroko clipped that ball to settle it for Gray. Now it'll be on Alabama to hit back here. It won't be off of kickoff. Vroko turned that one close. Big whiff on the back wall. Shots low, double in. We'll call it calculated, and Auburn leads 3-0.
Well, that's a bit creative right there. Vroko had to get creative because of how low on boost he was. The shot, I'm sure he would have liked to put it on target, but he positioned his car perfectly. Great control there to stick with it and put the double in on the open net. Alabama looks very uncomfortable at the moment. I think the land nerves affecting them the most right so far.
Vroko off kickoff will be 50'd away by Chan. One at the midfield. Ari with a good beat. 3 down is where Alabama finds themselves. A minute and a half in. Definitely not out of this contest just yet, but continuous long clearances from Auburn University have thwarted any kind of offensive pressure. Gray good flick. Buck bumped off that. But the double commit again from Alabama will at least keep pressure for now. It took 2 to keep, and Bro Turkey fakes 1, but he'll lose the second.
Gray's up for this one. Has to make contact. Actually, well, I guess he didn't have to make contact because Vroko had his back, and now Bro Turkey will be right there to send the ball into the Alabama corner. Buck right there, gives away to Vroko off that back wall, gets 2 to commit. Auburn looking to establish possession once more. Again, that back wall open, a miss for an Alabama player, will not yield results for Auburn because Buck is going to cover up his teammate's mistake with a clearance down the field. Now Gray taking a 50, goes right to Bro Turkey, beats 1. Gray and Bro right there. Vroko on net, but it's a weak shot, easily saved by Chan. And finally, Bama starting to find one another in defense to get these clears out.
Longest Bama's gone without conceding thus far. Another 50 at the midfield area. Auburn continues its midfield domination. Good pop to Vroko. Gray on the backboard wanted to drop it down. Instead, it's a long clearance from Buck and no touch found from Chan. A missed opportunity for Alabama.
Well, this is why we play potentially 3 sets of best-of-7s here, because the nerves need time to get settled for us to have a quality matchup between these two teams. So many mistakes coming out of the Alabama side. That one not dissimilar from the ones we've seen so far. Now Bro Turkey has Ari on 0 boost. A corner boost pickup missed by Ari, although that's a quick transition out. Fortunately for Auburn, broken up there by Gray. Looks to double. He pops it center for Vroko. Can't commit. Too close to that back wall was the ball, and Ari out to the side, but Bama not out of danger just yet.
Crimson Tide pinned back again as Buck's trying to solo it out. He can't quite do it. He'll get Gray in the process, but still Bro Turkey turns it mid, wins the 50. Vroko up back in front. Bro Turkey's just empty. And Buck will be first to it. We'll call that a pool pass as it ends up back in front. Alabama out and about here. Buck back to Ari. Shot will not come through, and Bro Turkey with the clearance. Auburn is dominating the pitch on both ends, Bepic.
Yes, they are. The possession game firmly in their control, and it comes with that challenge game of theirs, though. Alabama winning that sequence, and they will try to put a shot on, but it is just wide. Bro Turkey will pinch it off his own side wall. Ball finds Ari, but didn't have much boost, couldn't find a teammate. Ball's just floating there by the center circle. Vroko, the calm head, getting it out of there. Now Auburn right back to their possessive ways. Haven't scored in a while, but they don't need to.
Don't need to. Shot opportunity in front, turned away by Buck, and now it's Buck trying to solo this one out. He got around 1. He'll work his way around a second. This one has to make its way in front, and it just won't. This is a dangerous opportunity turned away. The Auburn defense stands strong, and as we get under 30 seconds left here, Bepic, it looks like Auburn's going to secure the Game 1 win.
Good start for the Tigers, but there is a lot of Rocket League left to be played. You'll probably hear me and Volt saying that a lot this evening. Good start, but they have to follow it up with even more good play because Bama is going to solidify defensively. They aren't going to keep making those same mistakes that they were in this game to give up, I think, 2 of the 3 goals that Auburn scored. And then I think we're going to start to have the Iron Bowl Rocket League matchup we were all expecting.
This one now just becomes a formality. We wait for it to hit the ground. And Bepic, that is the first game of a LAN that has been completed. Auburn 3-0 there. Would have been 4 if time had allowed. And it's a huge win for the Tigers. Great job to get out on the front foot.
Yep, we've got a whole wall between us and the crowd, but we could still hear the Auburn fans going, oh, and the ball touched the ground. They're very excited about their team's early performance here. I mean, 8 shots to 3, that kind of sums up how that game went for Bama. They just couldn't escape the Auburn onslaught that was being put on, and then when they did, it wasn't very effective.
And some quick mid-game coaching for the Tigers, but they're immediately ready to jump right back in. Again, if you're Auburn, you like what you did in game number 1. There's not much you want to change. Alabama on the flip side, got to catch your breath. Again, we saw a lot of what most people would consider champ mistakes from a team that we know is well above the champ range. So just take a breath. Relax. You've got potentially 20 games left at this point. You are fine, and we'll see if they can do just that. Back down to the pitch for game number 2.
20 games. I usually start giving out around the 12 mark in my ranked sessions. I don't know how these guys are going to be able to do that, although 10-minute breaks I'm sure will help. And speaking of helping, good start to aid in Alabama's chances of coming back in this series, but turned aside, right back to it. Shot off the back wall, pushed aside by Vroko, and Bro Turkey missed. We'll call it a fake, but chance right there for a shot. Saved off to the side by Vroko, and already a better start for Bama.
A much better start for Bama here, but Vroko, 0 boost warrior, just can't keep it below the crossbar. Gray with a great demo, but Buck was ready for it. He'll at least buy his squad some time. Airy, big clearance. Buck up unchallenged, just can't quite drop it below the bar, and Vroko, again, 0 boost warrioring this one. Flick will come through. Bro Turkey read it, but just a little bit off.
All right, Auburn, they're right back to their offensive ways. They know what to do in the blue end, but not been able to capitalize on these chances just yet. Chan, a good beat there onto Gray, and now a fast break opportunity. No boost to follow it up himself, just put it center him. Buck will dive in. But no real contest right there. It was firmly in the hands of Auburn, and so now they'll have their chance in transition. 1-beat for Bro Turkey. That's a miss, but Buck so fast to that ball across the box and was able to coax it out of danger.
Early stand. Good call off there by Bro Turkey. Went for the bump, didn't quite find Chan. Now it's Vroko again on low boost. Feel like Vroko hasn't had boost since we started this game. Chan now, good mechanic down. Shot is off to the right. Follow-up is off as well. And that will not actually be credited as a shot until the dunk comes through. Chan has gotten Alabama on the board.
Wow, returning the serve of the dunk that Vroko put onto the Bama side in last game. Chan over Bro Turkey. Wasn't great control right there. Vroko and Bro Turkey both in the vicinity of the play. I think Vroko got called off it, but Bro Turkey didn't control it all the way to the ground, and that was free real estate for Chan to move up and grab. That's a great answer to the Game 1 loss for the Crimson Tide.
Their first goal on land is now achieved, and I feel, Bepek, that's probably going to really get them rolling forward here. Not quite immediately. Buck will do a good job to keep this one at the midfield line. Aries' turn to keep, and he'll be erased for his troubles as Vroko drops this back mid to Gray. Able to beat one, but knocked off. Buck's touch will be a shot. Vroko can't quite keep it out. He's low boost, and Alabama 2-goal lead.
Now it's Auburn making mistakes. It seemed like the jitters have swapped sides, as that is a pretty egregious error. Vroko just tried to go up for it, but the ball was off target, and then we all saw what happened. Auburn own goaling here in Game 2, and Alabama, they are the ones with pressure. They are the ones forcing their opposition to make mistakes, and they're the ones trying to connect in the midfield, and they didn't quite right there, but good rebound there by Buck.
Great read, and Chan's already out to it. Vroko, 0 boost to get the clearance with, just has to dump it upfield. Good patience from Gray. Over to Bro Turkey. Back to Gray, off the backboard incoming, but Buck has the read. Buck's such a high-level player. He's really causing problems for Auburn here in game number 2 as Bro Turkey with a good dunk, but can't find a way to make this one play over the box. Good demo on his way out, but Airy will walk it back to the third man.
Go backwards right there, but still to follow up his own clear. So Buck will take it away from him and tries to 50 Bro Turkey, but cannot. Out to the side, cannot get up, but that bounce, I don't know if that favored Bama, but they had a player in the area to take a challenge, looking to creep their way into the blue box. Auburn cannot, and their offense stagnating at the moment. They're possessing the ball, but they aren't able to get it close to the blue net. Bama not going to do too much on their back line right now. Finally a shot on and in. Vroko will answer.
This is a great little pop from Vroko here. Bro Turkey, self-pass, able to beat one, and this one just chipped over. I mean, 30 miles an hour, gets a friendly bounce off the crossbar, and it goes down, and in Auburn's cut the lead in half.
Fast reaction time right there, and now 90 seconds left, just about, in this game, too. Plenty of time for a comeback to happen, but plenty of time for insurance to be instated. That shot missed by Chan. I think that was a relatively open net. One Chan should be hitting, but he will have to take that mistake in stride and regain right here, though it's Buck in the corner. Takes that 50, and Chan will go sailing past the ball. Now a 2v1, Gray and Bro Turkey versus Airy, and there is nothing that Airy can do. 2-2.
Love hearing that explosion from the crowd. They know that's a big goal, and it's a huge beat from Gray. Great flick. Airy just wasn't quite ready for that last touch, and fresh game, Bepic. 1:15 left.
And that was a mistake from Alabama, leaving Airy out to dry in that instance, though off kickoff. It's a gift to the Crimson Tide. Buck will get one back for Bama off of a nicely played set piece.
Yeah, it's a great kickoff from him. He does it all himself, and again, wins the kickoff. His momentum carries him almost all the way inside what would be the 18-yard box if we were in traditional soccer, and all he has to do is just turn right into that ball.
Now, just like that, Auburn needing another response to their name. It could be Gray once more. Doesn't have much boost, but a flip to his name, and nothing doing there. Chan will take it away. 0 boost in his tank. Airy steps forward. So too did Buck, right behind his teammate right there. A little aggressive. Now Chan will have to race back. Brooke was looking for another dunk, but he could not find it right there. The basketball court was closed in that instance, and we'll turn aside this Auburn offensive.
45 for a response, or we're level in the series as Alabama continuing to force the Tigers to stay on the defensive end. The midfield control much more in favor of the Crimson Tide here in game number 2. That's a team dunk by Gray. Shot comes through. Vroko will be able to pop it to himself, but he didn't have the boost to follow it, and he'll have to defend yet another shot. Buck trying to keep it in mid, muscled off this one, and with 15, Auburn's worked it down to the right end.
But Airy a little awkward, has to call on assistance from Buck. Gray, 0 boost, now with another touch, he gets it. It's over Chan, he tries to pull shot Chan into that ball, and it worked to pop it into the corner here. Vroko off the corner wall, Bro Turkey steps in, still stuck in that corner. Buck has full control though, and he will boom it down the pitch. Gray, 100 boost, but is 50 there by an aggressive Buck. Airy tries to spike it, he does. Bama will tie up this series.
Great goal there from the University of Alabama, specifically the last one, Bepic. It's off kickoff. It's some individual magic out of Buck to get the job done. It'll move the series level, and as we get ready to head to, I believe we should be on Urban Central. We are headed to Urban Central for game number 3, Bepic. These teams now level. Both teams feeling pretty good. Auburn came to life late. You'd like to see him come to life a little bit earlier.
Yeah, they, I think, felt the nerves a bit more in that game, too. In game 1, it was settled quickly by the Vroko dunk. That was a beautiful play by him. It was a solo play, but it was kind of a team play to get everyone's nerves settled, and they showed that throughout game 1. But then score was reset. They felt the pressure again, and Bama was able to strike upon that iron. 6 shots to 5 there. Auburn regressing. Alabama a bit better in that category, but against again, the score is reset. These players have to find a way to take this game 3.
We will get that score back up on the screen for you in just a second so we can see the time as well. But it is a 1-1 series score. 0-0 here in game number 3. Our time reset to 5 minutes, and Urban Central will be the first swing game of the series here. As again, it's very rare that you see game 2 jitters, Bepic, but you know we did see some game 2 jitters and none in game number 3. The jitters are gone. Bro Turkey, beautiful goal.
Now this is the Bro Turkey that we saw a lot of throughout the main stage group play and in semifinals. He was dimed up right there by Gray, reminiscent of a play in the semifinals to start things off when it was Waffle Killer that dimed Bro Turkey up and really set the tone there, and I think that might have done the same kind of thing here in game 3.
Waffle Killer in attendance today as a fan, traveled with the team. We will not see his appearance, but the super sub did help them reach this point, and first minute in, looking for a second was Vroko, but Chan was on the back wall, able to turn it away. Gray will call off Bro Turkey here. Bro Turkey's follow never happens. Good cutout by Buck, and now it's Auburn all over the Crimson Tide in the blue end.
Yeah, but finally a chance to escape. Chan off to the side. It's a bit awkward there. And now a chance to transition. Bro Turkey returning favor over to Gray. Back wall Reed is there. Shot, though, off target. That is a huge miss by Gray. A chance to go up by 2, gone by the wayside.
That's a big miss, Bepic. It's a casual double tap there. He's expecting the touch off the back wall. It never comes, and Auburn is to, be forced into overtime with a neutral scoreline here or drop this by 1. That's going to be one they really want back, but as a player, you have to put it out of your mind. You have to move forward in the game, and, you still have a 1-goal lead. Definitely not on the back foot is Bro Turkey able to keep that 1-goal lead alive for the time being.
Gray's up, beats Airy. Chan having to race back, picks up 100 boost. Gray will miss. Vroko for the corner read. Actually, Gray was the player that made the read there in the corner over to the side where Bro Turkey's at. Not a bad decision by the Auburn Tiger himself off the back wall. Bro Turkey's there. Another misread from that back wall. These are golden opportunities that Auburn is not hitting. They've still got their lead, but it could be 3 at this point.
It very well could be Bepic, and we thought maybe the nerves had been erased early with a big goal to start, but again, very uncharacteristical. This is a brand new atmosphere for all of these players. No one ever been on a stage, a literal stage like this, or a stage metaphorically. Gray trying to clear the way, can't quite find the demo, and Bro Turkey loses the 50 all the way back out to mid. 3-on-1 counterattack coming.
Fortunately, Vroka will join Bro Turkey in defense. Really making that 1v3 a little short, but still a chance for Bama. Bro Turkey off the side, tries to find Gray, but he can't make the read. Pass over to Chan. The shot, perfect, far left side, and we're all tied up in game 3.
This is a beautiful shot from Chan. Watch the hesitation, Buck. It's a little bit slower than what Chan was expecting, but it's on point. And Chan, patient as ever, able to put that one post in. We're level with 2:07 left.
Even use his flip to just immediately put power on it. Instead waited to get the power on that shot. Perfect and stoic. That's the patient play you'd like to see on land because it means the nerves are starting to settle. The players are starting to think more about what they should be doing in the future as opposed to what they are doing right now. Vroko right now, though, is missing the ball. It's a chance for Alabama to shoot, and they will, but Bro Turkey was able to close the gap in time and make the save. 100 seconds now on this clock in this ever-important Game 3.
Gray caught this one in midfield, trying to put it back in front. Can't quite get it past Vroko. Was Buck there on the wall, and it'll lead to Bro Turkey. The cycle begins again. Just like that, back to mid. Still fighting over this one in mid. Bro Turkey, good pop. Gray, good touch, and it'll stop any counterattack. 3 men to get it out, and Vroko continuing to work this one over the blue box.
2 players went, but Clear found Chan. He had to go backwards with it, though, and he'll be going forwards right there. Vroko having to race back here. Wants a double off the side wall, and he'll get it. Pushing it into the corner, out of danger. But the danger is named Buck, and he moved forward. Fortunately, Bro Turkey able to snuff it out for his team. Alabama, though, they are pressing. Fortunately for them, they've got numbers 3v2, now make it a 2v1, but the defender winning out in that exchange. We press ever closer to overtime.
Auburn hurting for boost. You could see Gray move all the way up the field to try to find some. Vroko's empty and can't find the wave dash, and Chan will simply just walk it away.
Demo.
Little help, from that backside demo. This one, again, given away. Alabama would love to have more than 30 seconds. Auburn's hanging on for dear life and would love to see overtime. Buck, big miss. Gray, big flick. It's just over, and 2 Bama players there to see it to the side. 15 left on the clock now, and it's looking ever destined for overtime.
Okay, no. Buck's open net shot was off target. And now down the field, Auburn with one last effort. Bro Turkey out into the corner. No one's there. Buck does move forward. Put off that side wall. Vroko going to keep it up, but right into that blue fennec of Buck. Ball going to touch the ground, and we've got our first overtime of this first best of 7, and what a game it comes within.
You could feel this one building to overtime, and then we got all the way there for Vroko to end it in 4 seconds.
I cannot believe all that build up for a kickoff goal to be how it ends, but such is Rocket League. 2-1, Auburn taking game 3, and they will find themselves back in the driver's seat here.
What a build-up to the moment, Bepic. We're expecting this long, drawn-out overtime. The teams were playing such good defense. Auburn needs the breather, and then 4 seconds later, Vroko right off kickoff. It bounces right in front of him, and He puts it away.
And that is why practicing your kickoff strategies is so important as a team, because you never know when a favorable 50 is going to come your way, and you can finish it off for a potential overtime game winner in a swing match. Auburn much better there in offense. 7 shots, and Bama about the same. Their offense hasn't been nearly as potent as we saw them throughout the regular season, but this is a much harder opponent for both teams, and I think both offenses are feeling that.
Definitely, and Auburn did a great job there to avoid playing into the corners constantly or out of habit. It's one of the worst places on the pitch that you can put the ball is into those corners and just continually chucking it to the other team. They did a great job of making the intentional passes mid, the intentional passes off the backboard, and we'll see if Alabama moves to shut down some of those mid-passing lanes here in game number 4 as they almost found a goal within the first 7 seconds.
That was a Buck shot towards net. Airy trying to find Buck on the other side of the goal, but couldn't quite get it to his teammate in time for a shot to ring out. Now Chan back center. Airy going to take that 50. So too did Chan. He will win it to a favorable spot for Buck. Plenty of boost to work with, but can't get through the first man. And will try and clear the zone, but they cannot. Airy a shot on. Vroko has to step up, climb the ladder, and get to that point. But he made the save, and now a couple of misses. A little awkward. 2v1. Vroko is bested by Chan right there, and Alabama trying to clear the zone will finally put it over the midfield line.
Alabama trying to make a big extension, not only clear the zone, Buck's follow-ups in, and Alabama now leads in game number 4.
You felt like that was a long time coming right there. A lot of quality looks for Bama, and so awkward in defense right there for Auburn. Buck, there's a place it with some pace behind it on net, and he did. That's a good answer back from Bama. They've been playing from behind for a decent part in this series, momentum-wise, and they've done well to answer back most of the time.
They won the one game they got out in front of Bepic. It was game number 2. We'll see if they can make this a trend by winning game number 4 after scoring early. Buck catches post, or excuse me, crossbar, and out there. No favorable bounce. Chan's follow-up takes 2. And finally, Vroko able to at least buy his teammates some time to regain, and that time is short-lived. Buck follow-up turned away by Garay, and that is somehow not in the back of the net. Auburn continuing to hang on to dear life. Pass back mid-shot under Bro Turkey is equalized.
That's a response from Auburn. Perfect right there in transition. Vroko through 2 and then had Airy so awkward. Buck the same. That's great coordination as a team from Auburn, finding one another in stride. Bro Turkey just had to put that on target with a pass perfectly placed on his front bumper.
His shot was a pretty one, had one place he could beat, and he put it right there. Gray, good clearance back out. No touch at mid from either player, and that'll buy everyone some time to grab boost. No boost for Chan, but it's a good ball back down. Bro Turkey will see it to the side. This is the safe zone for Auburn here, but you don't want to leave it in the hands of Buck. He got one good touch, can't quite find a follow, and it'll be on Vroko to work its way back out to mid. Can't quite do it. Huge dunk from Bro Turkey will now fully relieve the pressure.
That's a good back check, though. That was Airy that found a demo onto Gray. Should alleviate some pressure compared to what they potentially could be facing. Alabama, that is, and it will. Airy, chance to break out of the zone. He'll get through one, but not through Vroko, and Chan can't get through Chan, or sorry, whoever that was from Auburn. I've already missed it. These players playing so fast. You blink, you miss a nameplate, and they are already gone on the other side of the field. But that's Vroko trying to challenge 2 Alabama defenders, and he will not win that exchange.
Extension quickly cut out by Gray. That's a great defensive read from him. Wanted that sidewall psycho read, and he doesn't quite find it. Pinch back out is a dangerous one, and Bro Turkey will be able to turn it to the side for now, but low boost for the Auburn Tiger team. No one from Alabama wants to shoot, and Gray's able to predict where that one's going.
So far, Auburn's done a great job of those initial challenges, just diving at the ball, trying to force an awkward flick or a shot or something out of Alabama. That's a good shot from Airy, but just a little too high. But most of the time, Auburn finding contact on those initial challenges. That is not the case in that instance, though Buck and Vroko going to both be flying past the ball, so no harm, no foul. Still fighting for possession, but that ball just a bit off target. I thought it was going to be another open net found by one of these two teams, but we still stay tied just above 100 seconds to play.
Working its way in the corner. Chan's trying to find Airy. He can't quite do it. Instead, it's Bro Turkey. Back to Vroko. That's an errant ball, and Gray will be able to climb the ladder and at least keep this one level for now. Vroko also able to get it out. Buck cut off the pass this time. Chan off the backboard, back down to Buck, who wasn't quite ready for it. He'll leave this shot. It's a weak one. Pass was pretty, though. Chan's follow-up. No one there. A double commit from Auburn, and they find themselves trailing 2-1.
And the initial pass there from Buck down to Airy was perfect because Airy, the defense wasn't expecting it. And Airy just had to put a shot on right there, and Chan was prepared to rebound wherever Bro Turkey's touch may have gone. So great offensive there from the Crimson Tide. They'll let themselves a lead here in game number 4, and that is huge for them because they just have just over a minute to defend it.
We'll see if they wanted to fend for that minute or if they'd like some insurance. Buck's trying to figure it out either way. Gray picked up mid. Gray, opportunity quickly taken away. Vroko will do a good job of keeping it at mid, but it's not looking good for the Auburn Tigers, Bepic. Gonna need some late game magic.
Well, Vroko definitely the player to try and provide that. Try to dunk Buck right there, but the Alabama player was not phased, and it leads to a clearance down the pitch. Vroko versus Chan. It's a win for Vroko, and then Gray steps in with a challenge of his own with a ground pinch down. I think he and Vroko were on the same page right there, but clearing it into the blue box was crucial there for Auburn. Well, I thought it was going to establish some possession for them, but too easy for Alabama to put the ball over the midfield line and push back the Tigers again.
Tigers struggling for boost. They've got players doubling up on defensive positioning. Bro Turkey might have been able to get a little more behind it. Instead, he possesses it, and the flick has us tied at 15.
What a play from Bro Turkey, the star of this Auburn team. I thought he hit that too far right there, but Buck, mid-flip, wasn't able to turn in time, and then the collection and the flick from Turkey, that was beautiful. 15 seconds to play, and Auburn has tied us right up.
I questioned why he didn't shoot that Bepic, and that's why he's on the pitch, and we're over here in the production booth. 10 to work with. Vroko low boost. Buck will turn this away, and he doesn't have the boost that he needs. He'll leave it for Airy. This one will drop in front of the orange net. Overtime game number 5.
Another overtime. Make it 2 straight. Auburn, of course, winning the last one. A chance off kickoff right there. But we did not see a kickoff goal that time. Perhaps we have an extended OT, or perhaps not. That shot so quick off the back wall. That one off of Bro Turkey's Octane. That was hairy for the Tigers.
It was, and I got a little ahead of myself, Bepic. This is game number 4. Oh, it's still game 4. Airy able to keep it alive. We were about to head to game 5.
We were, but the defense is prevailing so far in this period of extra time. Vroko a chance to double. Buck misses, but Vroko not really expecting it, or at least didn't put his car in the perfect spot to read it. And now Alabama can transition out. Airy off the side wall to the back wall, tries to double, but can't get the read either. A lot of opportunities coming through those back walls, but it seems neither team really has an idea of how to put those back in the nets.
Buck's going to try his best here. Whoa. Chan drops it down. He almost found an incredible shot. That would have been a clip of the series thus far. Instead, it's Gray trying to work this back out. Chan's going to give him no space to breathe, and Bro Turkey will be called upon. Back to Bro Turkey again. This one turned away, and 1:15 of our overtime gone by.
Now we see that back and forth that we love to see in overtime. Chan putting that a little bit too back. Buck will try and put it forth, but Bro Turkey, other ideas. Out to the side, Airy is there. Gray will get a little back check on him as well. I think that was revenge for earlier. Pass out mid to Bro Turkey. Shot off the bottom left corner. Another chance. So close, but the woodwork bailing out Alabama.
Fourth defender really causing a lot of problems for the Tigers here. Gray, no touch, double commit from the Tigers, and now you have to be careful. Vroko's going to stay just to cause some problems. Bro Turkey turned as well, and Gray will finally turn around. Auburn somehow kept this on the blue in. They've got it in front. Bro Turkey's just not there. He faked one. He can't quite fake Buck. Fool me once.
Oh my. This is so back and forth. So many chances. And it's only been 2 minutes into this overtime. Chan tries to escape now. Auburn finally starting to put the clamps on here. Our fans will be pretty happy about that. But Bama so close. Their defense has prevailed. And just need that one clearance into space where there are no orange cars to respond. And that might be it, though. Bro Turkey was up. Couldn't get a good touch on it as he was backwards to play, and a chance for the Crimson Tide. Buck comes in. The shot just off target. Where's the rebound? Couldn't get there in time. Chan too slow as Gray was right there, and he misses, but finds a bump in the midfield. Buck will step up and make sure that Alabama can stay in offense, and now it's their turn to play in the orange half.
Well, it was
Or not.
until Vroko gets a huge clearance. That's an errant touch as well. Vroko up on the wall, centering pass. Gray's a little deep, playing conservative. Won't quite reach it. This one's dangerous back in front. Popped off the backboard, and Alabama continues to hang on. If we played over half an extra game of Rocket League, Bepic, here we're going on 3 minutes.
Well, 2 more minutes of this, and we can say there are 22 potential games of Rocket League we could see tonight, though. That's a pair of misses. Vroko still finds a touch. Looking for the bubbles. Gray. He's got it. He bumped the last man, and Vroko will score the game winner. Auburn up 3-1 in the first set of this grand finals.
Oh, that's a bump and a half. Gray just launched the defender into the atmosphere there. The shot was just slow enough, Bepic, where it allowed Gray to get to the defenders that were in front of the ball and really be able to climb that ladder there. It's unconventional, but we're on land. Sometimes you just got to make it work.
The creativity, a crucial component of Rocket League, and right there, Gray owned it. Great bump. That was phenomenal from Auburn, getting that improvisational goal that someone needed to find to end that overtime. Is about just over 3 minutes there, and that's a big one. 3-1 in the series now. Auburn on match point.
Auburn to match point, and this could be the end of Series 1. You never know here. Again, we're guaranteed at least 2 of these series, potentially 7 games each one, but wow, Auburn 3-1 on the heels of, I don't even want to call it a bump. We'll call it a launching of the last defender, and no time in between. Again, teams ready to rock and roll. Alabama going to want some revenge from that, Bepic, and they're down to their last leg in Series 1.
Well, here they go. Chance for a revenge tour. Scoreboard is reset, but off kickoff, it's a chance for Vroko. Fortunately, they're going to get back in time and not concede one right off rip for the Crimson Tide, but Auburn picking up right where they left off. Gray especially wanted a bump on Buck right there, but couldn't make contact, and 15 seconds in, it's all Alabama's defense on the field at the moment. Finally, a chance to transition into offense.
Transition quickly cut out. Broturkey didn't have his flip, though, and 2 will have to go, so Buck doesn't have a free shot. Airy put it in front, and Broturkey recircling there will be able to dump that one back out. Buck over to Chan, no touch, and Auburn on the defensive, but they definitely have the advantage in boost, and Vroko finally had the opportunity to get it out. Instead, it's back in front. Broturkey trying to pop it over will be able to keep Airy from turning that one into a goal.
Great composure there from Broturkey. Doesn't lead to a clear, though. That's good coverage from Buck. And then the bump onto Vroko. Trying to get that revenge a little bit earlier than maybe a game win would provide, though. Broturkey does find the clear, and it's Buck again, finding a touch over to Vroko. That's on target again, being harassed in net is Alabama. They will escape without conceding there. Now Buck, a chance on an open net. He passed it center, and Auburn is the recipient of that pass. That is a huge mental mistake.
2 go here, Bepic, and it's the desperation. No one back post. They're both trying to keep it out, and Broturkey, Vroko, another Alabama player. 4 went for that. It was bound to end up in the back of the net, and that's a huge opening goal for Alabama. They've scored first, Bepic, in 3 of these 5 games, but still trail 3-1.
Yeah, Vroko's done a lot of dunking tonight, but he got dunked right there by his own teammates. That is an important lead for Bama. At every game that they have played following a loss, they've scored first. So we'll see if this one results in a win. That is an answer, though, from Broturkey through the smoke screen. That one finds goal.
Vroko here able to get the big flick, and
what a beat.
Yeah, what a beat indeed there, as that one ends up in the back of the net. It's a huge response for the Auburn Tigers, and early in game number 5, we're tied 1-1.
We are. Gray wants to take a lead, double commit on the defensive end for Alabama, but Chan does so well by himself, and then a huge dunk off the crossbar, though. Rebound will not be there. Chan couldn't put it on net, couldn't get his car there in time. That is another close shave for the Auburn Tiger defense, and it keeps us tied.
Alabama all around it right now. Bepic, they're trying to find a lead. They just can't quite put it home. They've done such a good job to get it in the box, get it in scoring opportunity places. They just can't quite place it in the back of the net. Chan again will win the 50 over Broturkey. Aries up. 50 over Vroko's a good one. Follow up turned away. Buck follow will go in the back of the net. It took all 3. And Alabama will definitely not want it to be that hard moving forward, but they'll take the end result.
That was great placement from Buck right there. Could put it behind Broturkey or in that little small sliver of net on the bottom right. Either way, Alabama, solid team play. It was just battering the net, a barrage, leading to the second goal for the Crimson Tide here. But Bro Turkey, double. He's off the crossbar, and Vroko there for the rebound. He is just a bit too high. The same. So close for Auburn.
So close. Buck back down. Vroko will turn it away, and this one's got some space behind it. Gray chasing down the demo, will find it. Shot's a little weak, and it'll be saved originally. Buck saves the follow-up, and now it's He can't quite reach it, and Bro Turkey's put it home.
That was some fast shooting from Auburn. They had Alabama's defense in such awkward positions. Buck especially, he did well considering where he was, and then Airy so close to getting back and making that save. Rocket League, of course, a game of inches, and Airy there, a couple inches too short.
This one off kickoff. It's similar to the overtime. Vroko pinched it in front. Gray's going to collapse, and what a save from Chan. He picked one place he could save, and he saved it, and then it's all for nothing. Vroko puts it home.
Airy started to move forward right there. That is where the barrages start to cause mistakes on the defensive end. Chan and Airy both moving up towards that ball. Airy would have done well to stay a couple of feet back just in case Chan doesn't win the challenge, and, well, he didn't. 3-2. Auburn capitalizing on a string of shots on the blue nets. They are looking solid offensively. Can their defense hold up?
That'll be the big question. They need to hold here. Bro Turkey on 0, turns one away, and Gray's going to make it work. Couple bumps there onto Chan. Gray by himself trying to make it play. Wanted another big bump. Instead, it's Buck to Airy, and that's a good downfield play. We'll see if the Crimson Tide can set up some kind of pressure. Bro Turkey beat one. Chan, beautiful touch off the backboard there, and Vroko can only play it straight up.
And Gray there, another good beat, forces miss out of Chan as well, though Alabama going to respond with a passing attempt down the field. Still, they had to respect it, the pass that is, and Auburn that is, though they will move back into that blue, and so much pressure from them, so many awkward positions for the Crimson Tide. Over 70 seconds on this clock now, Volts, and Auburn seems firmly in control of this game.
Great fake from Bro Turkey, and we'll see if they can hang on for 60. You'd love a second insurance goal here, but you'll also just take the defense. Shot comes through, it's turned away. Bro Turkey, third man, good keep, and wanted the double. Buck instead will play it out to the side, and only to Vroko. Back in front, scrambling back is the Crimson Tide, and they'll at least keep this one manageable. 1 goal deficit, 40 and counting left.
I said firmly in control of the game. I should have said firmly in control of the ball, but Auburn making me look pretty smart as they kept possession for a large part and nets themselves the 4th goal. That's insurance here, and potentially the 4th win for the Tigers in this first best of 7. That is important, and now a death timer for Alabama in this first best of 7.
34 seconds of life left unless they can find 2. You feel like you need a kickoff here, and then it'll give you the most time possible to play with after that. Chan had to go for that. He doesn't find the touch, and under 30, Alabama might have to take this 10-minute break and come back. But Buck with this shot will give them some hope. 23 seconds, Bepic. There's a chance.
That's why Alabama is as good as this team is, because Buck can do that. That was pretty. He used every last drop of boost from his tank to make that play happen, and he has gotten Alabama back in this game, back potentially in this series, but they need one more with 20 on the clock.
Chan won a 50. He's got it around a second. Vroko right there will play it back down. Vroko back into the box. Double touch in. No one from Auburn wants to collapse. Hanging on. Park the bus time. 5 seconds. We're going to need a 0-second magic. Airy into the box. Chan didn't quite find the touch. Vroko found a clear. Buck is going to be 50'd, and this one will go to ground. Series 1 done in 5.
My word, was that close, though. It was done in 5, yes, but that could have been a 7-game series. Bro Turkey, the savior there, a hat trick on 7 shots. Auburn put up 13 to the 9 of Alabama. They really came alive offensively. And if that continues in the next best of 7, then Alabama has a lot to figure out on the defensive end.
Yes, they do. The 4-1 scoreline really doesn't tell the story, Bepic. It was a much closer series. It felt like every team and every game, someone was there, everyone was there. No one ran away with any of these by any means. And so while we will be moving to take a 10-minute intermission, players will get up, take a stretch, maybe have some thoughts about what they can improve on. Definitely some areas for both sides. We'll take a break here on the broadcast as well, and then we'll be back at the Eplex with series number 2 of the night. Don't go anywhere.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, sounds great. You here often?
Yes, every day.
Ooh. Spending a lot of your time here.
I will attack you with this guy.
Ooh, wait, what's that stuff?
Check it out?
Yeah, actually, that sounds great. Oh, you can do pink, dude. That seems pretty cool. What do you guys sell here?
Oh yeah, well we do all kinds of tabletop games and trading card games, board games. We really specialize in all the games that you love the most.
Oh, wow. That sounds great. I'm gonna have a look around.
Okay, perfect.
We would just have it open. Everything's okay. It's just...
Man, I really like the stuff y'all have here. It's really nice, actually. I think it was, you were in the middle of your turn?
Yes. Let's see. So I was going to play this guy.
Oh.
By banishing these two.
I see.
I will attack you with this guy.
How much? 25. Okay. Well, good game.
Thank you.
I thought so.
You missed it? No.
You good, man?
Yeah, man, I'm good. It's just a dope shirt.
Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now we're dealt, so we can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel the fire inside, so there won't be no fear tonight.
Welcome back to the main stage here. This is the Rocket League portion of the Triple Iron Bowl esports day we've had so far. I'm still Mr. Bepic, that's still Volts, and we had an incredible first best of 7 on the evening. Went 5 games, give or take a couple of minutes of overtime here, and Auburn did end up taking it.
Auburn took it in 4. Every game was close. It wasn't like it was a runaway there. Definitely not in I would say, dominant fashion, but a clean win for the Tigers there. They played some really good Rocket League. Both teams definitely took this 10-minute break to discuss amongst themselves, make some changes, see what they can do better in Series number 2. And, of course, Alabama has to take Series 2 if we want to go to that 3rd series.
Well, Alabama needs to figure out how to limit Auburn's shooting because in the games that they lost, 3 of the 4 that they lost, they were outshot by at least 5 shots. So once Auburn's offense gets going, it is difficult to stop. We saw that a lot in the last series, the barrages they were able to put on, catching out defenders because of how many difficult saves had to be made. Alabama needs to figure out how to push it into the corners and then over the midfield line.
Yeah, Auburn's very aggressive with that third man, and the third man likes to shoot. They're confident that the first man rotations out will be quick, so that there's no open net threat there. And, you know, when you're playing defense for as long as Alabama is, you run low on boost. You end up having 2 people double commit. It's very hard not to because you don't want to let a goal go in that you could have saved, but you also don't want to go when your teammate goes. It's a very fine line. Only the pros can really do it at that top level, and even they break down at times.
And even Vroko especially loves to commit as third man, and maybe it's just he should commit, but he gets the touch. So that's what matters, I suppose, at the end of the day. If Alabama can catch that out, if they can intercept a potential challenge, punch it over Vroko's car, then they've got an open net to work with. But a lot easier said than done when you don't have boost. You really have to be aware of where Auburn's going in the offensive end and what they're about to do to you.
And intentional with your touches. That's a huge factor. And then on the defensive end, Alabama, the one game they did win, they cut out the passing lanes for Auburn. They forced them to take it to the corners where they were comfortable defending from. They really cut down the space and time at the midfield, and that's the recipe against this Auburn team that likes to get out and play offense. They don't like being stuck on that defensive end. They'll do anything to get back to the other one.
And Alabama outshot Auburn in 2 games. And it was the game they won, it was 6-5 there, really limiting Auburn's offensive capabilities. And the other one was that 3-minute overtime we saw where it was 14-10 in favor of Alabama when they dropped it. Unfortunately for them, after a great offensive performance, that was one I feel like they really should have won and kind of was that swing point. Wasn't it game 3?
It was game 3.
Game 3. That was a big one to drop.
Yes, it was. It was a huge one to drop, and then, of course, you don't get back in the series. You don't win a game after that swing game. So that's the task for Alabama. Hot start. Don't have to play from behind. And speaking of the Crimson Tide, we don't have them in the lobby just yet. We do have Auburn in, so we await the Crimson Tide before we officially kick off series number 2.
Yeah, they're probably still talking about what they have to do defensively to make sure they get more good looks. Hopefully by this point in the series, the nerves will have settled down just a little bit. We saw a lot of misses in that last best of 7, especially off the back wall, and then the subsequent reads off those misses were misses. So hopefully we're seeing a bit more style from both sides when it comes to those backboard reads.
I would say it took us about 3 games before we really started to get settled in. And again, as we talked about, if you're just joining us, this is a new atmosphere for us in the booth, for the production team in the room with us, for all of the players out there. No one has any LAN experience yet. This is the first time they've gotten to do this where they can hear a crowd behind them. I mean, the Auburn crowd, I wish you guys could see it, 5 feet behind them, and there's a decent bit that have traveled with us. The Alabama players and Auburn players right next to each other, and then a good crowd just enjoying the E-Plex.
Oh, yeah. I was talking to some of the guys out there. They said they were really enjoying this. So we got a nice little watch party with a couple of couches, some chairs around, and they are enjoying it. Lots of fun here at the main stage. But getting underway with not game 7, the second best of 7 set. There's a lot of 7s and 3s we're discussing here. Alabama has to win this one, or they will drop the final esport of the main stage, and they have to really find a hot start in the series.
Man, it's a tough space to put this Alabama Rocket League team in. Your Valorant team dominated earlier this morning. Your League of Legends team left no doubt. I mean, that was a pretty lopsided League of Legends series, and now for the first time today, as a unit, you find the Alabama esports program trailing here pretty handedly to this Auburn squad. For their school, for their club pride, they've got to come back in this series and at least force a 3rd.
Yeah, we don't call it maps, but that's the first series that Alabama has dropped all day. Is the 2 were sweeps for Valorant and League, and that's got to weigh on you just a bit, especially playing without your star player, playing with super sub Airy. I mean, he's really stepped up and filled the gap fairly well, but it is tough to replace Brock. Airy is just not as mechanical as Brock, so you have Buck stepping up, and he missed a lot of quality opportunities, especially, again, off that back wall. So maybe if he gets going, Alabama starts to wake up.
We'll see. Yeah, Buck, again, needs to step up. Chan now has to fill that second role. He's normally the third man on that starting roster. He's done a decent job, but he hasn't been as on point as we're used to. And again, it's because of where we are. They're not at home in their same setup, you know, in their comfortable position. Everyone's out of their comfort zone, and so far Auburn's been able to overcome that obstacle a little bit more than the opposing squad.
And that's just something you don't know you have to deal with coming into Atlanta. You do have to deal with it, but you don't know how it's going to affect you. Like, I mean, I've been casting for Auburn for a long time, and I had no idea how they were going to respond to this. I've watched a lot of Alabama Rocket League, and I had no idea how the players were going to come into this and react. And that's why this second best of 7 is so important, because it will show, I think, if we do end up going to a third, who will take that, because this is going to demonstrate who the better of the two teams are when the nerves are settled, when it's a bit more even in that regard, and we should be starting soon.
Indeed, we should. Thumbs up coming from the production outside, thumbs up from the production inside, and I believe we have just been sent down to pitch level. So here we go. Auburn will be in the orange again. Alabama in the blue. Series number 2, game number 1. Bepic, let's do it.
Let's do it. Back on DFH for another important game 1. It was Vroko setting the tone early, but this time it is Buck over Vroko to set the tone here early on.
Buck wins the race to the midfield, dodges the demo, and he's just faster. We said he'd have to step up, and maybe he's listening. Maybe the stream's a little loud out there, and he can hear us. 5 seconds in, Alabama leads.
That was not too loud, because if he can hear us over that noise-canceling stuff in his ears, then the crowd going to be covering their eardrums by the end of this night, especially if we get more action like that. That was a phenomenal beat by Buck, and he's back to it. Tried to look for a pass over to Airy after he didn't quite have the greatest of first touches, and so Alabama pushed back, pass out, Chan to the corner wall, won't be able to stay up, but Vroko a miss. Vroko fortunately right there, can put it over the midfield line and push the Crimson Tide back momentarily.
Double commit to keep this one out of the back of the net. It's pinched back out to mid, and Vroko will be the one to try to put it back in. Big dunk. Second big dunk. Bro Turkey. Pass back. Gray shot immediately turned away by Buck. Read where that one was going super well.
Speaking of, Chan reading that play, a little awkward between Buck and Vroko, but he was up quickly to send that ball away and make Auburn play some defense for once, which they did very well. And Chan back to it. Another big clear. 25 boost to follow. Is going to go up for it. Gets the flip, but no power behind that shot. Bro Turkey, though, a miss, and we're seeing a bit more of that from Auburn on the defensive side than we might like to see, because we were hoping that the nerves would be settled at this point, but still some misses, maybe just the speed.
Maybe just the series number 2 jitters, you know? Now you have a lead if you're Auburn, if you're Alabama, maybe feeling a little bit desperate.
Oh.
That's off the post, and Gray was able to turn it away. Alabama needed a friendly kick, and they didn't get it.
No, that's a friendly pass, though. Chan's shot was a bit too high. Again, making that back wall and the woodwork work on the defensive end. Auburn cannot find that clear to get out of dodge. Buck back in off the back wall. Vroko, another miss. Requires Bro Turkey to put that backwards into the corner. It's the wrong direction for Auburn. And Airy, a big 50 win. He's got 50 boost, beats another. Buck steps in, hits the flip. Couldn't use it to his advantage, unfortunately. Will be pushed out by Bro Turkey. An extended stay in the orange half for Auburn, or sorry, for Alabama.
Auburn trying to get out of that extended stay, but Buck coming right back in. Buck wanted the double, never quite found it, and Chan in his back corner will be playing it right back in. Chance for Auburn to counter. Gray instead chooses to just launch it upfield. Coming back, here we go. Chan didn't find the touch, a little bit too much on it, and Vroko had an opportunity to walk it out. Halfway home, 1-0 Alabama.
Great cutting out of the pass right there. A little too telegraphed from Bro Turkey, and Airy was in the vicinity, but free shooting opportunity. Buck does get up, was backwards. Still made the save to maintain this 1-goal lead for Alabama. Pass out mid. All of a challenge, and Airy wins the race. We're already seeing more challenges won for the Crimson Tide. They're winning more races in the midfield, that is getting them more possession here. I'm sure out shooting Auburn by a wide margin through the first 3 minutes of game one. But in transition, Gray, you looked to get something started, couldn't thanks to the good defense.
Broco did a good job to keep this one in the corner as well. Bro Turkey, big win, and Buck off the backboard. We'll see 2 go, and great 50, but Chan up again. Chan making the reads happen, making the plays happen. That one was a respawn favorable for the Tigers there. Broco grabbed mid, Broco grabbed corner. That's 2 good boost stars. Gray wanted the dunk, he can't quite get it, and Buck off the corner will play it out of danger.
But couldn't find a teammate there, and his follow-up, want to connect with Bro Turkey and get a touch on that. Out to the side, should stifle this counterattack further, but they will still be afforded a chance to score quickly. Buck forced 3 defenders to jump for that ball, and they were able to turn it aside. Bro Turkey moving up. Will look to alleviate this pressure and will do just that. But Auburn needs offense right now. 60 seconds on this clock, and they have been playing on their back heels for a while now.
Air Yee reattached to the ceiling. We'll get the dunk on Bro Turkey. Great individual effort from him. Buck picked up a demo at mid, but Bro Turkey's able to beat 1, trying to work his way around a second. He'll be able to get it mid, but it's back to the 3rd man, Bro Turkey. Doesn't have the boost to make the double, and Buck had an opportunity to clear the danger. It's a big miss. Can Broco capitalize? He's got it in front. Gray's shot, and that's how you capitalize. We're equalized.
What a setup from Vroco. He continues to step up for his team. Beat 2 there with immaculate car control, and then rather than leave the ball there on the back wall in a non-shootable position for his teammate, he gets a 3rd touch on it to center it, and that is a phenomenal finish by Gray. Didn't have to do too much, but hey, that's a testament to how good that setup was.
Easiest goal of the series for Gray thus far. Trying to answer back is the Crimson Tide, but Bro Turkey burns everything in his tank to make sure that answer will have to wait. Big clearance from Vroco and big dunk from Buck. This one back down, take 1 bounce in the box before it's cleared out, and Broco chasing that demo did find it. Touch is a good one, and Chan's a little awkward, but he'll make it play for now. Bro Turkey off the backboard, and Buck back out to mid.
Oh, Gray dove in right there, though. Vroco really needed that touch. A chance for Auburn here. Perfect bounce for him. Right back to Vroco. Pass over to Gray. He's up for the shot. It's too high. Bro Turkey there. He'll go a little bit too high with that one. Ball still up on 0 seconds, and Chan will do well to ground it.
To overtime we go, game number 1 in our 2nd series of the night. And where else would we be? All 6 of the games that we've gotten to play have been so close. And Buck trying to make it play. He's over 1. Great 50 over the last one. But Vroco from the back is able to just get a great touch there. Big demo, and Alabama has put game number 1 away.
Great shot from Airy. Put that in the perfect position where the last man could not find the save. Bro Turkey was racing back as fast as he could, but could not make the block. A big game 1 pickup for Alabama, and they do it in overtime.
Felt like a must-win game for the Crimson Tide there. They didn't have a choice. You would have dropped 4 straight at that point across the series, but instead you come out in series number 2 with a huge game 1 overtime win on the backs of your sub shooting.
Right, that was a well-placed shot by Airy. Of course, that super sub really living up to the name, and there Alabama even got outshot by Auburn. A little surprised about that considering how much possession the Crimson Tide had, but it wasn't a huge margin, and the fact that they won it is still great for their mentality.
The fact they won it is huge, and we are headed immediately back down to the pitch, Utopia Coliseum, the site of game number 2, and Alabama, for the first time in this series, will try to make it 2 straight.
Vroco, okay, Airy right there. Make sure Vroco couldn't do anything early on. Double commit in the midfield, shouldn't do too much damage to Bama. Vroco didn't have much boost. Still will find Bro Turkey a touch underneath the defender. Chan on that back wall. I think he started salivating there, thinking about what he could do with that play. But again, the defense going to intercept that, just as Buck will right there. Now Vroco, a bit more boost in the tank this time. Just puts it down the field. Actually great in the vicinity. Touches it to that back wall, straight down to himself. And a fight for possession ensues. A battle for the midfield, and so far, no victors.
Good 50 towards mid. Bro Turkey empty will choose to just take the pinch downfield. Here he's able to get one past Chan. Awkward touch. Big whiffs from everyone, and Buck will be there to clean up the madness. And so that was a huge opportunity for Auburn. They couldn't quite capitalize. Bepic, and as we play, or excuse me, cross under the 1 minute played mark, will still be equal.
That was only a minute, my word. The action-packed series we have on our hands is incredible. And speaking of which, to that back wall again. Fortunately, though, for the Auburn defense, Pro Turkey is there. Demoed shortly thereafter, but ball to the back wall of Alabama. Gray wanted the read, but 3 defenders in his face. Vroko's rebound will be blocked as well, and right back into the Auburn end.
This one back out to mid, free touch for Ariye, plays it off the backboard, and Vroko will put it to the side. Ariye again on 0 this time, trying to make something play. Instead, it's Gray to put it back mid. This is followed up by Chan. He's got nothing to make it work with, and back and forth. Feeling like a little bit of ping pong here, Bepic. Neither team really wanting to take possession.
No, but at least it's more controlled in the back and forth we saw in the last series, where we still get opportunities like that. Was a double commit, but still a good shot on and a good pass middle. Both sides are creating opportunities, and they're forcing their opposition to make plays on their defensive sides. They are bringing the best out of one another right now. This is exactly what we expected when we thought Iron Bowl Rocket League.
Couldn't have asked for a better matchup. All 7 games now have been competitive, and as Gray cuts this one out, there's 2 bumping each other at the back for Alabama. Buck will eventually choose to go. Vroko popped this one up. Shot in front is good, 50, and instead it takes a bounce straight down there. And now with half this game played, we're yet to find a goal, and what a dunk that would have been from Vroko.
Vroko is the dunk machine tonight. I am enthused by his attempts on the defense of Alabama, though. Chan taking it away from Auburn. Gray right back into the offensive end. Auburn wants this first goal, and they might just get it. Vroko demos one. Wants all about Airy, who he didn't find, and who made the save right there in transition. Chan, a shot, but Vroko, the block. 2 minutes left. This is a dogfight.
It's going to be who can get the big bump and then a centering pass. Both teams have been looking for it. We've seen demos in both nets. Thus far, Bepic, no one's been able to quite open it up just yet.
No, they've not. Both defenses holding strong. Not too many misses. I think made minimal contact there, or missed, either way. Look dumb. Still a chance center. Airy there for the shot, and it is a wide open net. Prime for the taking, and Airy does just that.
It's Alabama again, finally able to crack through. Gray can't quite reach it. Airy, the sniper, top right again. It was top left in the other one. And so 2 games in, Bepic, he's had 2 very impressive shots.
He is the finder of bullseyes tonight, and an important bullseye found there. 90 seconds here for Auburn to make their comeback. Just a 1-goal comeback necessary. They've got numbers here. Vroko in charge, but Harry right there and plucks it right over Pro Turkey's head, though. Right there in Cho to right back in that blue end. Auburn trying to establish themselves, but Buck will not allow it. That is a crucial clear for the Crimson Tide.
Ooh, Buck got area look. He just couldn't quite turn it on. Not enough boost in the tank. Now it's Chan trying to make something happen. He's had a quiet game there. Just 1 assist, but he's putting in work on the back end. 3 saves. Now Buck trying to open up that Auburn defense one more time. Alabama choosing to play on the front foot rather than park the bus. Good choice from Buck here to control this one. Just has to beat Gray, and he does. Demoed it mid for his troubles.
Wow.
50 is won by Vroko, and Auburn going to have a chance. 39 on the clock. 50 in front, but Chan's there to keep it away. Bro Turkey was already up, and so this one will be dumped around him.
Just going to take it back right here, but that plays in Alabama's hands. Chan tried to find a teammate center. Defense, again, would not allow. Been saying that a lot in this game. Shot on. Saved away by Airy. Right back to the ceiling. Vroko misses the ball, and Chan allowed to clear out to his teammate who misses contact, but it's right back into the hands of Chan. 0-second attempt likely necessary. Off Gray, no! Bro Turkey was headed for something creative right there. Instead, it will have to be a 0-second play for Auburn if they want to tie us up and tie this series. They cannot. 2-0 Alabama.
Alabama, biggest lead of the day for the Crimson Tide here, and the first time they've gotten to more than one. Game 1, Bepic 2-0, dominant fashion yet again. But how about that? Only 4 shots in that game to their name.
I was just writing down the numbers. 4-9 there. Alabama was outshot, and yet they still won it. Great defense. Counted it up right now. 8 saves made on those 9 shots, and that one wayward shot from Auburn maybe cost them an overtime. But either way, Bama was playing great on their back line. They have stepped it up in that regard, and their offense just enough to get them this 2-0 series lead.
And just enough will play here, Beppe King. And best of sevens is where we find ourselves here at the main stage. We're on land, Beppe and I, in person here. We're having so much fun, and we're trending toward a third series. Auburn took the first best of sets 4-1. Alabama leads this one 2-0, and as we head back down to the pitch, we'll see if they can extend it to 3-0.
Well, Vroko doing what he does best, and that's dunking the defense, but nothing there. And in the corner, it's a fight for the ball. Buck comes out on top, as he does so often, though. Out to Bro Turkey, dangerous player Chan, quick to collapse on the star player for Auburn. No, not out of dodge. Vroko hanging with this one. Second touch on net. Buck a save. No teammate there to receive. A little awkward there. Team bumps kind of interfering with Alabama's chances of getting out of this play. Backwards is Airy. That is so awkward, but Auburn can't capitalize.
Can't capitalize. They're going to be shaking their heads there. You get a player backwards, a player upside down. 2 just went for the Tigers, and it doesn't matter. Bro Turkey, what a shot.
He does that so easily down the field. He just knows his teammates are going to hit him in stride. It was a double commit. Gray and Vroko both went for that pass. They both knew where Turkey was, and they were both, I'm sure, going to dime him up. It was Vroko that got the assist right there, and oh my, was that a pretty play.
That is a huge goal. Vroko trying to make it a second. Gray's going to have a chance, and Auburn with the response. It's 2-0.
Fast response, too. I wasn't expecting this. I mean, Alabama played so well in the last game defensively, and here they're being beaten just a little bit. Auburn a bit faster, I guess, to these balls. I'm not sure what the difference is, but either way, a couple more quality looks than they got in the last game, and Auburn made the most of them.
Auburn not wanting to go down 3-0. That's a huge bump on to Bro Turkey. He just went flying, but Vroko will be able to take over the possession. Vroko put it in front, and Airy will immediately put it back where it came from.
Buck didn't do anything there. Airy lobbing one on net, and actually his teammate almost helped him do a bit more with it than he might have normally. What a shot that is! What a save! Gray getting up for it, but it doesn't matter. Airy there to cover up his teammates' tracks and make sure Bama scores.
This is a great look here from the third man, able to beat Vroko. And again, Gray just can't quite reach that one. I mean, that's a perfect shot. Crossbar and in, and Alabama cut the lead in half. A good response, Beppe, and we've only played 1:20.
Oh my word, there's so much action packed into these seconds. That goal only taking about 3 seconds to roll in straight from the center circle. Buck just decimated Gray on that challenge, and just like that, with the snap of my finger, Alabama has tied us up.
Speaking of Buck, I just heard a reaction, too, from the Alabama squad. We've got a wall in between us, and I can still hear it. They're pumped to be back into this one. Auburn's fast start erased until it's almost not. Bro Turkey couldn't quite score it. Chan almost on goal, and this is still in the danger zone for the Crimson Tide, and there what a pre-jump.
Yeah, he knew exactly what Vroko was trying to do right there, and used that read to get the save. That is an open net. Bro Turkey and Gray both up. They didn't need to both be up. It was just one necessary. Bro Turkey found the goal. What a demo. He got the demo. He should score it.
Agreed. He got the demo. He had more boost, and there's your reward, a wide open net. And so Auburn back in front. The 2-goal swing from Alabama is immediately negated as far as equalization goes. Bro Turkey with a good beat off kickoff. Buck will play it back down, but only find Vroko on the wall. Chan there one more time to turn it away. He's had a quiet game number 3.
Yeah, just one save. As it is, it's Buck and Airy doing the majority of the offensive. I don't call it carrying, but it is definitely a team effort from Alabama. And speaking, okay, I thought Vroko was going to put that on target. He didn't. But Airy has really stepped it up offensively. Chan's back in that third-man role, which is where, I don't know for sure. I haven't talked to him about it, but he seems to be comfortable playing. Although here it's Buck as third man that gets the save. That was another close shave for the defense.
Yeah, 2 Tigers got a piece of that, and the Alabama defense frozen actually benefited.
Oh, my.
Not frozen on that one. Airy able to make the save there. Now, Bro Turkey, 2 Bama players collided. Gray got clipped on his way up. He'll still find a second touch. It's not a great one, and Bro Turkey forced to just slam it into the wall. Got a big bump, but he won't be able to free up his teammate for the shot. Okay, we are scrambling in front.
No boost in the midfield, at least for the first 2 cars. Now we've got plenty. Bro Turkey had 70 plus. Buck able to take it away from him. Off the back wall. Close. Rocco pushes it out into the corner. Another touch to keep it out of the danger zone for Auburn's defense. Airy beaten here, but is able to mess up Bro Turkey. He recovers well, though. Shot on. Buck, big save. And Chan now can maybe spearhead this counterattack.
Slowed down at mid by Gray and completely cut out by Bro Turkey. Demo and Rocco can't quite turn it on. 2 contested him, and that was the best place he could put it. Chan will flick it over, but he didn't fool Bro Turkey. Dangerous in front. Broco's shot is off. Gray's follow is good, and it just won't be on. Broco cleans up the danger, and it's a 4-goal swing for the Tigers.
Team plays right there. Again, it's that barrage, the blitzkrieg of an Auburn offense that swarms Alabama's net, makes them waist boost, pulls them out of position, and ultimately sets up a teammate for an easy shot on target. They're not having to do too much, Auburn. They are just winning challenges, putting shots on target with pace behind them, and they are being rewarded with goals.
4 goals unanswered by Alabama here. Trying to make it a 5th was Gray. Rocco tried to dump it in front, and with 1 minute remaining, all the Tigers have to do is just hang on, and they're on the board in the series. Gray, slippery set, instead going to go back down. Wanted to fake Buck. Instead, he takes the 50. He's just empty in the tank, and he doesn't win the boost, but a great effort. Great job time wasting.
Not often you see a player waste that much time with 1 possession of the ball. It was almost all for naught as Alabama had a chance to score. It was Auburn with a chance to score. That is how these 2 teams are playing at the moment. Transitional offense necessary for Alabama at this point because they have played a lot of defense and stuck on that back line. 20 seconds left. 2 goals necessary, and they are in the complete wrong end.
This one is going to be, I think, only the second time, Bepic, that the end of the game has become a formality here. Not enough time for the Crimson Tide to come back. Here, Auburn has avoided having to reverse sweep Alabama to get back in this series, and while they still trail, it's the first game win for the Tigers here in series number 2.
You're right about that. That last point you made about it being the second game that is just a formality, you're right. The first one was the first game where it was a 3-0 in favor of Auburn, taking advantage of those jitters of Alabama, and then there was Auburn off the back of a phenomenal offensive performance. It seems like every third game, Auburn has one of those where they just shoot and shoot and shoot. Double-digit shots for them again, and 4 goals to show for it.
And that's what you wanted if you were the Tigers there. You had to let Alabama know that you weren't just going to give up a series. You know you have some safety on the background. You're not in the desperate situation that the Crimson Tide are of having to win this series, but let them know that you would be perfectly content taking this in 2. And as we head to game number 4, we'll see if they want to tie this series up and effectively make it a best of 3.
Whoa, the crisscross defensive positioning from Rocco and Bro Turkey working out there as they found the touch, saved the ball, and no chance in offense. Chan being harassed in his own goal. Not cool there, Auburn. Leave the man alone, but they will be able to find the clear, the Crimson Tide. Right back into their corner. Chan, so awkward. Airy has his teammates back, though, and will make sure there is no opening goal just yet.
Had to wait to see if that one was going to be on. It would never quite got in front, and Buck, big clearance
Good
until
demo.
he's just not there, and Airy saw it coming. And so that will be a counterattack. 3-on-2, down to Gray. Shot is in. Catch a little bit of post and straight in.
That was a missile. The pass and the shot. Bro Turkey knew exactly where he was going with that. Buck read it. He was just milliseconds too late, and Gray was able to fire that near post. That was beautiful. That's an Auburn lead.
It's a huge lead for the Tigers as they'll look to get back into this series on the heels of that momentum. That is a massive goal for them. Just a little bit of a heartbreaker and break my heart. Airy, we're in the back of the net and equalized.
He's got his shooting boots on tonight. Chan with the dunk over Rocco, and Airy was so quick to shoot that ball on Bro Turkey again. Caught out by an Airy shot. He is hitting bullseye after bullseye, and netting Alabama goal after goal.
That is a big goal, number one, for the Crimson Tide. You immediately answer back and tell Auburn that you're not just going to hand them this game. And so as we're just under a minute played, both teams have had some really good looks, and Vroko will turn that good look away. He'll be there to step one more time, but getting boost-starved in that corner. Bepic, Auburn low in the tank besides Vroko, and even he backflips.
Oh, this is a deadly chance for Alabama. Fortunately for Auburn, Bro Turkey has that back wall on lockdown, though Gray does not. Chance to shoot. Vroko does make a touch out of danger. This is getting close for Auburn. Alabama seems a bit more rejuvenated now that they have put that one goal in, and they did honestly throughout that entire last game. We're all tied up. Alabama is pressing on the Tigers, but that was a much-needed clear for Auburn.
Much-needed clear, and a couple big bumps from Alabama to make sure that the Tigers couldn't set up on offense. So good job by both squads. A weak shot will be turned aside by Bro Turkey one more time, and now he'll look to get a mid towards Gray. This one headed to the corner, and Buck was already there. What a read.
Phenomenal stuff. Gray off the back wall, trying to make even more phenomenal stuff transpire here on Forbidden Temple Dusk, but could not do it. Chan at the back wall, covered up. And that's a common theme between these two teams. They make sure they have defenders in all possible positions. They're not allowing that same avenue of attack that was present in the first best of 7. That was an avenue of attack for Chan right there, but he missed contact. Chance to redeem himself. Hits the dunk out to the side, trying to keep possession for Alabama. And Vroko awkward. Bro Turkey the same, thanks to his teammates. A backflip of sorts, and Alabama a lot of attempts on this orange net.
A lot of attempts and only one goal to show for it. It came super early, Bepic, in the first half of this game, and it feels like an eternity ago since we've been going back and forth with no one else scoring. Big demo by Gray. Auburn trying to establish some kind of offensive pressure. Big 50 down. Gray turned away. Chan got a piece of it just enough.
Now Gray, chance to rebound, but things have slowed down. Bro Turkey's trying to speed it back up. Vroko flipping off to the side, wins the race to that ball. Buck and Chan both go up, but I don't think Chan used any boost, so no harm, no fouls. It pushes Auburn back. Bro Turkey, last man, fortunately bailed out by a quick shot there by Buck. Could have put more pace behind it, but did not. Now Bro Turkey trying something, setting up Vroko. Alabama a miss, getting dangerous. Final 90 seconds. This is an important final 90 seconds in this game 4 because Alabama can go up 3-1 in the series, or Auburn can tie us up.
Chan just has to hopelessly float down there as he had 0 boost. Gray will burn everything. Flip reset to go along with it. He'll get the clearance from one end to the other, but straight back to the end we came from. Past a Chan, not reached, and Bro Turkey a little bit awkward here. Being chased, will be forced to go off ceiling. We'll go low with the pinch, and okay, we're going the wrong way. Great ground pinch, wrong direction.
I love the idea, just was not executed well at all. And so we enter this final minute in the orange half, and Chan sending a bomb down into the orange half. Gray intercepts down to Airy though, and now we've got that aerial fight for possession. Airy doing his best to interfere with the opponent's aircraft, but wasn't enough to score it. Was enough for some possession for the Crimson Tide. They really escaped the corner though, as lots of orange cars are stacked up there, waiting to take the next challenge and look for a potential clear for Auburn.
25 on the clock, Bepic. Last time we felt like this, we thought we were going to get an extra long overtime, and it ended in 4. Will we even get to overtime this go-around, as there's 15 left on the clock? Buck with a huge demo. No one back in the Auburn net, but the pass is so slow. Bro Turkey is able to wrap back around.
Buck.
Tigers got to hang on. That's a
It's
big
open.
demo. Chan open net.
No!
Oh, and Bro Turkey turns it away. Overtime, game 4.
Oh my God, that is a potentially series-saving save. I don't believe that. How did he get back in time? That we need a moment to process, but we're in overtime, and Bro Turkey's just missed the ball, but that's a Gray for an air dribble, looking for net. He dunks Buck off the ceiling, got 2 defenders out of position, though no one there for Auburn to follow it up.
Airy erased on his clearance, and coming back down to the blue end, Bro Turkey picks up a demo on Chan. Gray dodges Buck, and now Buck erased the third man. Gray's got to be careful here. Chan able to clear it out. Buck doesn't have the boost to turn, and we're just booming this one down the pitch. Who's going to catch somebody lacking? And quite frankly, it could be anybody, as there was a big miss there made up for by the Bama back line, and Buck with a huge clearance. 45 seconds of overtime already gone.
Gray will step up here and look for his teammate downfield. It's Turkey that goes up for it, but didn't make contact. Gray towards the back wall. Vroko, chance for a double. He'll get it, but just really put it in the same spot he put it the first time. So Chan allowed a chance to clear. It was connected with Bro Turkey there, almost out of Rule 1, but the momentum for both cars disconnecting them. Auburn will continue this chance in the Alabama end. Turkey slowing it down, but it's over to Airy. Pass down for three-man passing play. Gray demoed, but found the clear before he died, and now will be in the penalty box for a couple of seconds.
Bro Turkey slowing things down. The flick is a good one. He's looked good in the one-on-one situations. He does pick up a big dunk. Good positioning on the wall. Bro Turkey putting in the work. We'll see if his team can reward it. Broco, game ender! And Bro Turkey did all the work. Broco does the shooting. Series is a level.
I don't know how we're level after all that. That should have been Alabama's game. I cannot wait to see how many shots both teams put on. It felt even, but Alabama, if they outshot Auburn there, then they are probably going to feel like they should be up 3-1 right now, like Auburn was, and they did outshoot Auburn by one shot. So
wow.
I think they had that game stolen from them.
Broco stole it on the goal line at the end. Chan thought he had an open net, and out of nowhere, a flash of yellow, and Broco's turned it away, sent us to overtime in a hard-fought overtime. Swings in the way of Auburn, and effectively we're to a best of 3 for the entire land, Bepic.
If Auburn wins. If
Auburn
Bama wins, we go to a third best of 7, but that has got to feel so good for Auburn's mentality to have Turkey make that save on 0 seconds, then Vroko to polish it off in overtime. They have got to be on cloud 9. At the moment, Gray going for yet another flip reset. He sure loves those flip resets, but I think Alabama's privy to what he's trying.
Buck won the 50. Chan couldn't quite turn it on, and once again on the front foot. Alabama here in game number 5. Last swing game of this series, no matter what happens. So Gray will look to pass it back. Bro Turkey went low. Great idea. He saw the pre-jump happen, just not on the same page with his teammate.
Well, Vroko messing up Chan. Oh, and it works into a goal. That's perfect interference. Auburn just a dash of demo attempts thrown into their offensive composition, and it's enough to catch Alabama out. That is perfect. Keep your opponent guessing. That's what Auburn did right there, and that's what got them this Game 5 lead.
See if they can hang on to it, or if Alabama can quickly respond and erase it. Big 51 by Chan, but Gray with time, space, and boost. He's up over 2. Flip reset. He didn't quite get it. And so Buck will be on the sidewall to walk it out until he won't. Vroko, great cut there, and Bro Turkey's shot turned away by Chan.
This first minute feels like a portion of a game Auburn wins. It's shot after shot, just like that one. Gray is landing his flip resets for the most part. They're beating defenders. Alabama guessing on the defensive line. Doesn't feel like they can maintain possession at all. They have to figure out how to remedy that without going down by too many too quickly, though. Turkey looking for a second touch. Couldn't get it. Vroko has to backflip to slow things down.
Big, long clearance, and Harry just there. Chan just up, and Vroko just able to make the save. And so now it'll be Auburn again, working from their back line. The extension turned away, but it will be yet another shot, Bepic, and they are certainly filling up that category. Follow-up is also off target, and Auburn's still not able to find number 2.
No, and Alabama's able to clear, so that will help them quite a bit. Grab some boost, reposition. Unfortunately, they start repositioning in their defensive end with that booming clear. That's a big win. Net is open for Vroko. He puts it on target. Auburn leads 2-0.
A huge 2-0 lead, and Auburn poised to take their 3rd straight game, Bepic. They really have Alabama confused. I don't know what the change was between game 2 and 3, but whatever it is, Alabama is in the same boat as me, and they haven't figured it out just yet.
No, this is a different Auburn team than what we saw starting off this best of 7. Perhaps they've adapted to the adaptions, and we finally have that ebb and flow of a series that we were expecting to go the distance. if Auburn can hold on to this and then gain another, and we may not find ourselves going the distance. Vroko, a third goal, and this is a phenomenal first half of Game 5 for the Auburn Tigers.
Gray clearing the way, and poor Chan there to make the save until he's not. Just absolutely erased. Yep, poof, and he's gone. And so now Bama will need 3 if they don't want to be down to their last life on this land. And it starts right here. Got to beat Bro Turkey, and instead he is just faster.
That's a miss from Auburn, and Bro Turkey is out-challenged in that instance. So Vroko able to put it right back into that corner, though, but it's center dangerous if you don't have Bro Turkey on your team, but he's too quick. Passes it to Gray, shot on. Good save there by Cham. They don't have to use too much boost either, so could use it on this transition out. Airy 30 in the tank, but is demoed by Bro Turkey. Still across the box, but couldn't get there in time. We'll steal some boost, but no goal just yet.
No goal to show, and the death timer ever counting slower. It feels, or excuse me, I should say lower. I bet Bama wish it would be slower. Buck off the ceiling,
Nice
dropped
pass.
down to Chan, but he just wasn't ready for it, and Chan can't quite turn it into a shooting opportunity, and Harry's shot turned away by Gray. Buck's last back here by himself for a while, and now he's on the front foot. Open net.
No!
Chan can't find the touch, and that's a huge miss.
Oh, Chan is having a howler of a game right now. He was pressured by Vroko in that first goal. The third goal demoed by an orange car and then missed that open net that could have gotten Alabama back in it. If that goal had gone in, I would have sealed up this game with 90 seconds left. Instead, a chance for Buck. He flicks it. Top right corner, Buck. That one's gold.
Huge catch from Buck. Look at that first touch, and then straight over Gray. I mean, you can't put it any better than he just did. That ball's unreachable where it was just placed. And so there's hope for Bama. Under a minute and a half left. They would love for 2 more to fall their way and maybe somehow steal one from the Tigers. They've had a couple stolen from them today. They'd love to finally steal one of their own.
A game win here for Alabama would mean not just a big comeback in Game 5 to get them a series lead, but a wave of momentum back on their side. That would feel so good. It would feel like we might be going to a third best of 7, but instead Vroko and his ever so dominant presence in the offensive end sets up his teammate for yet another goal.
Vroko took on 2 and then said, let me get back in it. Took on Buck again. And Bro Turkey just faster than Chan and Airy there. And so, with 54 seconds left, Bepic just have to avoid a couple kickoff goals if you're Auburn, and that should seal the deal for game number 5.
Well, hold that thought. Bro Turkey was almost beaten there, but he wasn't. We shouldn't be surprised about that fact. And the fact that we're starting in the blue end and staying in the blue end doesn't bode well for Alabama's chances at a comeback. So, we got to talk about what they have to do differently now in Game 6, because it felt like they were outsped, out-challenged, and just simply outshot, minus that Buck flick we saw moments ago, by Auburn here.
I think it's capitalizing on your opportunities, Bepic. I mean, that unfortunately, it's a tough thing to say. You know, just hit the net is a very tough thing to say, especially to guys of this caliber as Gray will net a 5th one that further secures the Game 5 win. But when you're in these games a little bit closer, I believe this is the largest goal difference that we've had now with the addition of a 4th goal to the lead. When you're not having to play from behind, or when you're closer, equalize, maybe even have a lead, it's a lot easier to stay within yourself. You don't have to press your offense like we see Alabama pressing right now, which is why they are conceding on the back end.
Yeah, Alabama was stretched a bit too thin there, both by their offense and by Auburn's offense. 5-1, likely the final score, although Vroko can do something magical just to give Auburn a little bit more oomph in terms of momentum. He cannot, and I'm happy about that because my notes would be a bit false if he did hit that. But Auburn 3-2 up in the series. Alabama bit stagnant offensively.
I think that's a great way to put it. Only 4 shots to their name. The shots themselves, besides Buck going 1 for 1, not overly threatening. They weren't anything where they were requiring the what-a saves or the awkward touches on the side. Again, they had Tigers 14 shots there, Bepic. That is a whole lot of shots.
And we have a timeout, I'm assuming from the Alabama side, considering what they just faced. So are we going to go to a quick break? I'm going to ask my producer real quick, see what the plan is. We are going to keep talking, Bolt, because we have a lot of talking points to discuss here. I believe it's a 2-minute timeout, something like that. We filled like 20 minutes earlier to start off this series, so we should be fine. My point I want to bring up first, 14-4. That was the largest shot tally differential between these two squads we've seen all day.
And you could feel it. You could feel it on the pitch. You could feel it in the Alabama boost tanks. They were stuck on the back foot. And that's what happens when you allow 14 shots from a team like the Auburn Tigers. There again, you didn't have to make too many saves, just 7 saves. But you saw where most of those ended up in the back of the net.
Alabama needs to be more prepared, I think, for the backline pressure. Vroko has flashed it. He likes to rotate around and maybe find a demo or a bump or just stick Chan up in the air to make him in a tough position to find a save. So Alabama has to expect that. And Auburn, I'm sure, going to keep them guessing with whatever is in their arsenal that they can throw at them.
If you're Auburn, you just want to keep throwing whatever you have for the past 3 games. Again, it looked like you were going to get punched in the mouth in this series, maybe even knocked down, possibly 4-0'd in return for what you did in series number 1, or maybe 4-1. But now, 3 straight from the Tigers. We've seen Alabama take a timeout, and since we're under RLCS rules, they get 2 minutes here to kind of regain themselves. And, maybe step number 1, of course, force game 7. And then when you get to game 7, you realize you've taken 2 straight after dropping 3, but you have to start with the game at hand.
Yeah, all they have to do is win 2 straight again. I mean, Auburn has a bit more momentum. After the extended break earlier between series, I'm sure they're a bit colder than they are right now, but Alabama's done it before, and they did it, well, they got outshot both times, but they were able to clutch it out in close games, and that is where good teams become great teams in those close games, so Alabama has to keep it manageable and then use that same clutch factor again.
Yeah, I definitely think that's one of the huge keys is, again, just keep it manageable. You see what happens when you let the game get a little bit out of hand. It only gets worse on the back end for you. So manageable, score early, and you have to limit the shots. I don't necessarily have the answer on how to slow down Vroko, who can't lose a 50 apparently, but you cannot let him just keep hounding your net.
Yeah, it might be a bit too simple for us analysts up here, but out 50. Auburn, Vroko gets through 2 defenders. It feels like every single time he's behind the ball, and that won't fly if you're trying to get clears and quick transitions. So focus on the challenges, I guess. A lot easier said than done.
Yeah, we'll see what they come up with here. This Alabama squad ready to rock and roll coming out of this timeout. Auburn's ready to end this LAN in style with a victory for the Tigers, and we'll see if they can do it here in Game 6. We're headed back down to Neo-Tokyo, the site of Game 6. Will we make it to Champions Field? That's the question. Here comes your answer.
And the question is, will we see a champion before Champions Field? That's a big one, and that's a big miss. Vroko left all alone. And Ari just had to put that one behind Vroko. Great placement. Big miss from Brotarking.
Yeah, huge miss there, and maybe it's the timeout. A little bit of icing on this Auburn squad who might have thought they had this series wrapped up in the first 5 seconds. A little bit lackluster on the Auburn side, finds them a 1-goal deficit.
It is often a talking point at the top level of Rocket League Pro play when teams take timeouts. Typically on the back side of those. The team that took the timeout performs a bit better than their opposition, and so far that seems to be the case as Alabama has come out of the gun firing. With a lot of pressure, only 25 seconds in, but they look pretty good.
They look really good here, much more confident. It's like that first goal lead they all wanted to grab, and okay, it's just not in. I mean, I guess it just works. Yeah, we're playing pool, and do what you have to do if you're the Tigers to keep it out of the back of the net.
And do what you got to do to score. That ball just a bit too high. Vroko's follow-up blocked by Buck. Now Gray back in, but Buck right there to block again. Center ball, Vroko. No dice. Chan out to the side, out of danger. No. Into Gray's hands. He is dangerous. Broturkey steals it, but that goal was all Gray.
I don't know how this ends up in the back of the net. Broturkey with a bump onto Buck forces him off, and then he tried to make the save, and Auburn's 50s are just too good, even onto their own teammates. So apparently 50 machines, they win whenever they're on the offensive, no matter who's defending.
Yeah, if you're a 50 god, you're a 50 god to all cars in Rocket League. And Broturkey set up God. Now Vroko he'll put a good shot on right there. And now pass out. That's cut out by Gray. And a miss from Ari off the back wall. Put Chan in an awkward spot. He has to play it into the corner, probably to himself. Picked of a boost pad and used it to get up to that ball. But Vroko, his ball taken away by Buck, and it's a fight for possession in the corner, and we'll head to the opposite corner.
Back towards the opposite corner we go, and
Whoa.
this one is immediately turned around. A pair of misses, and Vroko's got a lead for the Tigers.
I think Alabama is feeling the pressure right now because it's not just Chan, it is also Airy and Buck missing balls that they should be hitting, and if that continues, if this scoreline persists, then we will not be seeing Game 7, and we will see 3 Auburn Tigers hoisting a trophy in about 5 minutes time. Alabama has to figure it out.
Alabama indeed trying to make this one play. Buck has got it over Bro Turkey, but he'll just walk it around Chan up to 50 him, and it's a good one at that. Buck, big bump, but Gray has a full tank behind his teammates. No touch off the sidewall. He left it for a teammate, and Vroko played it off the back wall. Buck over to Chan. Auburn trying to smother this Alabama offense, and you're starting to feel the desperation, feel the angst from Alabama. They know they need this one goal. They still have 3 minutes, but I know they want it now, and they almost had it.
Huge save again by Auburn, but it took 2. Now Alabama can try and capitalize on that, especially with all 3 defensemen. A little bit awkward right there. Redirect off the back wall. Chan to no one. Buck too far back, and maybe the same. So that's a reset from their own half, and Bro Turkey will make sure it is deep in their own half. Could win that 50 though. Buck out to Airy. Back down to Chan, but Gray is there for the 50. A lot of nice thoughts from Alabama, but they're being mostly read by Auburn here. And then it's a quick, simple transition with a flick. That will waste some time for Bama and potentially set up Auburn's offense. No, I'm very wrong. The transitional goal on an open net.
It's where this Auburn third man steps Bepic, and he loses the 50. It's Vroko, and that is a huge 51 by Chan. No doubt on that one, and Buck falling upfield with no boost, but all the momentum, just able to tap that one in.
We talked about it. It feels like eons ago, but Vroko does tend to dive in as third man occasionally, and he hasn't been ill-advised until now. It's never ill-advised until you give up an open net, and nearly the response, but Bro Turkey backwards. But the save is found. 2-2 with 2 minutes on the clock. Trying to tie us up 3-3 is Alabama.
Gray with one good 50. He'll challenge Buck on the wall as well. Good patience from Buck as he tried to get it out, and it's an own goal. He pinches it off his own teammate into the back of his own net.
These are not mistakes that can happen in the grand finals. That is not a shot that should be going in. Chan, that's a terrible rotation towards the net. I think he tried to get under Buck right there, but I don't know what else to say. That's just a big mental mistake.
Yeah, you hand the Tigers a lead in a game that you can't afford to lose, and you make it all the more difficult for yourselves to win this game and force a game number 7. Bucks keeping hope alive. That's a great save. Drop down from Airy is turned way out long, and Vroko's there to turn it back where it came from.
And Auburn's finding one another. Couldn't go up for that. Had to stay back, anticipating the shot from Chan. Airy finding a demo onto Vroko there, wanted Turkey, but this car could not connect with that red octane off the crossbar. Chan dove in right there. I think anticipating a more clean rebound opportunity, but instead the crossbar, other ideas. That ball lofty towards net. Gray handles that defensive test with ease. Vroko a bit less ease, but the defensive test is passed, and Gray's clearance blocked. Vroko's not.
Vroko, huge clearance there. Gray, great turn there, but won by Chan. Chan's pinch will not be in the net, but it'll give possession back to the Tigers. Airy there to take it away. Long ball. Vroko bumped off of that, and Chan last back will not have the danger of a 50. This is what you want. Buck up. What's the touch? Can't quite find it. Airy's shot is level, and just like that, 35 seconds left, we're tied.
Here's Buck, and there goes Auburn's lead. That was a phenomenal setup off the back wall, one of the few times tonight since the early stages of jitters where we have seen the Auburn back wall undefended and taken full advantage of by Alabama. Way to go, Airy, being in that position. And now, Chan, potentially a chance off kickoff. He got 10 boosts, but still puts it center, and Buck almost dunked the last man there of Auburn. Couldn't do it, and we stay tied.
We stay tied here. This is a huge moment in our series. Next goal, likely the winner. And good fake, but Bro Turkey didn't bite as the last man there. Bro Turkey to the back wall. Buckle put it to the side, and Chan first to challenge. Vroko wins that challenge. Vroko! Open net, he can't score it! This one is in! Bro Turkey got a piece of it!
4 seconds left, and that ball sat there for an eternity. Harry didn't know what to think. Got bumped inadvertently by Vroko, even when he's not trying to find the bump on the last man of Alabama. He still gets it and forces the save to be missed. And now with 4 seconds left, Auburn can win it right here, but Harry off the side wall blocked, and Auburn are your main stage Rocket League champions. They do it with 2 best-of-7s.
Huge there from Auburn at the end. An eternity doesn't even begin to describe how long that one sat on the goal line. Bepic, and it ends up being the deciding goal.
Wow.
Auburn wins the first series in 5. They take the second one in 6. In 4 straight game, Bepic. How impressive.
Wow. Yeah, they got punched in the mouth coming out of that second best-of-7, but they responded so well. That was a full series of responses from both sides. It was Alabama staying with it in the first one before being overrun by Auburn, who was responding to the initial response, and then Auburn down 0-2.
It was
4-2.
It was a great series. A fantastic series there. The Tigers did such a good job to hang on there. They didn't get discouraged. They didn't get down.
Wow.
And we don't even need to go to all 3 sets there. It was a huge, huge pickup for the Tigers and a big win for the Auburn University esports program as a whole today.
Right.
As again, they really struggled in the first 2 games, earlier in the morning and the afternoon, but tonight they pick up the win.
Yep, and now I am sounding a bit crackly, but I think we're going to go out to the, can you still hear me?
I can still hear you. So with Bepic having mic issues, I'll go ahead and kick it out. That'll be it for us here in the booth. Myself and Bepic, this was our first LAN. We appreciate you guys joining us. We hope you had fun. We're going to kick it out to Zane in the main lobby for the trophy presentation and the final goodbye. So thank you so much for joining us here for Main Stage Rocket League, and let's go watch Auburn hoist that trophy.
Hey, thank you, Bolts. And welcome back to the stage where I'm here to congratulate the Auburn team for being the 2022 Main Stage Rocket League champions. If I can get Bro Turkey down here, please, sir. Bro Turkey here is going to be our finals MVP. I think, sir, that you had a dominant performance tonight. I have a couple questions for you. Number one, how does it feel to say that you guys, y'all 3, are the best Rocket League squad in the state?
It feels great. I mean, shout out to my teammates Vroko and Gray. I mean, they played amazing. So props to them.
Sir. And one last question for you, sir. How does it feel to be the only squad that came from Auburn and won a trophy for yourself?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
We represent Auburn, baby. Come on, War Eagle.
Hey, but this was an amazing LAN. I thank you guys for coming out. It was an honor to watch you guys play this Rocket League. As a champ to myself, this is like awe-inspiring to me. I suck compared to you guys. So great game, and congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
And that'll be it for all of Main Stage 2022. I hope that next year we'll be able to have a larger crowd, maybe even a larger venue. We are potentially looking at trying to host this on our campus in Flowers Hall, and being allowed to have students watch these great players do what they do. From Zane, the president of North Alabama Gaming, I thank you for watching the stream, and I hope to see you next year.
Take it too far to say that we cannot pretend now. Was it never enough to have just everything you want? In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you